Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Devour Volume 5, The World in the Tower is Shorter and Longer. Chapter 89, Respective Expectations. Looking at the huge broken arm that stretched across like a mountain, Cheng Bai used his sword energy to chop it down. There was a sound of metal clashing against stone, but it was surprisingly difficult to shake it, leaving almost no trace. He pondered, without the precious sword, my sword energy is obviously not as destructive as a sniper's. What should I do? How can a small problem stump an excellent miner? Cheng Bai pondered for a moment, and used the sword energy to imitate the vibration wave, forming a rapidly rotating sharp cyclone, which cut like an electric saw. The destructive power was significantly increased. After a long time of hard work, he finally cut off a large piece. From then on, he came to collect some materials every day to smelt black gold. For several days in a row, he was only focused on practicing martial arts, refining medicine, and casting tools. He obtained several bigu pills, rejuvenation pills, fire-resistant pills, and qinglang pills. With the help of the red refining cauldron, these pills were not a challenge at all. The cloud shuttle is also progressing smoothly. Under Li Tong's guidance, Cheng Bai gathered all the materials, refined the corroded silver shuttle frame and the silicified carbon shell, and spent 3 days to successfully refine the perfect cloud-piercing shuttle, exerting 100% of its power. With a means of transportation, flying in the air and traveling long distances is easy and comfortable. With this as the foundation, refining various magical instruments is no longer a difficult task. Feng Wanzhen was quite surprised that Cheng Bai had finished refining a high-quality magic weapon so quickly, and he thought that he was making rapid progress in learning, so he was very impressed. Kai Zongming was deeply impressed and often came to exchange ideas and ask for advice. Time passed unknowingly, and a message came from the Three Sages Valley that several large cities were successively occupied by the son of ancient god. The situation was similar to that of Yuhang City. Disaster befell the world, and it was filled with blood and gore. Tianshu City was deserted and became a hive of insects, with zerg everywhere. The entire city of Tianshuan was completely deserted and no one could find the entrance. Tianji City was often visited by ghost carts, and people and animals became food. The Lord of Tianji Palace had no choice but to arrange for the people to relocate, and the city gradually became an empty one. The tide flooded Qiongqi City, and people were forced to dig ditches to guide the water into the sea, barely maintaining its original state. Kaiyang City became a flaming mountain. It was extremely hot and uninhabitable. Only the citizens who left the city as early as possible escaped with their lives. Kai Zongming, who came to inform, sighed, the continent is in disaster again, the evil ancient gods are rampant, and among the major cities, only Qiongqi City is relatively safe. Countless people have been killed and injured, and the survivors are displaced, most of whom have gone to remote villages and towns for refuge. Cheng Bai said helplessly, it's quieter here. Sangxian Valley is blessed with unique natural conditions and is not competitive. In the past, a group of distinguished guests would visit the valley every 3 to 5 days. However, now, those who come to the valley to seek treasures and refine weapons have disappeared. Kai Zongming had nothing to do, so he sighed. In ancient times, the ancient gods were rampant and the population dropped dramatically. I wonder how many people are left on Qiongqi continent after this disaster. Cheng Bai lowered his head and fiddled with the iron ingot, thinking about how to build a large refining cauldron, and thought, are there really only 9 people left? Kai Zongming said angrily, I heard that the ones who released the ancient god's son were the evil disaster legion. They are really inhumane and their crimes are unforgivable. Is there no one who can fight against them? Cheng Bai remained noncommittal. The current situation was dire. Regardless of the original intention, the consequences caused by the disaster legion were abominable. However, intervening would only cause more chaos, and he could not take care of this matter before his strength was further improved. I heard that Palace Master Yun and Shenya and others have organized the Glorious Legion and will hold a calamity responding conference at Janya, aiming to write a new legend for the continent. So many people have responded and it's very popular. It's really amazing. Kai Zongming was quite yearning. I also heard from Elder Zhuang that he is thinking that there might be a large order for weapons in the future, so he is very happy. Cheng Bai was chatting casually, thinking of the wandering duck he saw in Yuanqi Tianfu. Is the sun chaser really just passing through the Qiongqi continent? Let's take care of ourselves first. Cheng Bai unfolded the blueprint and changed the subject. Junior brother Kai, come and take a look at the refining cauldron I designed. Cheng Bai's foundation in weapon refining was still a little insufficient, but Li Tong provided him with the method of refining the four symbols cauldron. On the basis of the original method, he discussed and deliberated with him repeatedly, revised the plan several times, and determined all the processing details. After refining this large spiritual weapon cauldron, it can be used for refining tools again. It is like sharpening the knife before chopping wood. The efficiency will naturally be greatly improved, and there is no need to queue up and occupy the sect's refining cauldron for refined materials. Kai Zongming was diverted from the topic and was shocked when he looked at the blueprint. He praised, "This is a spiritual weapon-grade refining cauldron. The design is ingenious and the function is outstanding. Senior brother is very smart. If it can be successfully refined, it must be a heavy weapon. I am afraid that thousands of kilograms of iron will not be enough. We already have enough black gold and flying shadow stone. We can fuse them with burning iron and refine them into fire gold. We can then create a refining cauldron and a new sword. It would be even better if we can find the source of the divine fire." Cheng Bai's subsequent ideas came one after another. He planned to refine the four symbols cauldron, and then forge a new sword based on the style of the Guoxi knife. The sword would be larger and heavier. With his current skills, the Guoxi knife was too light. The source of divine fire is rare and hard to find. Kai Zongming was also proud to be able to obtain the source of divine fire. Cheng Bai chatted with him, "There is no rush to slowly look for opportunities in the future. How are your results in refining weapons in Balian Hall recently?" Kai Zongming said truthfully, "Brother, please forgive me for laughing at you. The sect has strict rules. I have only been a disciple of our master for a short time. I am temporarily serving as the head of the reception hall. On weekdays, I can only complete the training tasks assigned by our master in the Balian Hall. My results are just okay, but I cannot officially participate in refining magic weapons." Cheng Bai often went in and out of Balian Hall, so he knew it. The sect invests in training inner disciples, and the sect rules are much stricter than those for registered disciples. Kai Zongming has been in the store of the weapon sect for many years and has a very solid foundation in weapon refining. However, he has been the sect master's direct disciple for only a month. He receives a meager salary of a few taels of gold and stone every month, and his life is hard. Without abundant natural treasures to practice with, his weapon refining practice relies on the materials obtained from the assigned projects to accumulate slowly, so it is inevitable that he is stretched to the limit. Although he cannot be compared with Cheng Bai, Kai Zongming is worthy of being a Linglong body. He has made good use of the small amount of resources and his achievements are far better than those of ordinary Baliantang disciples. He has already overcome the difficulties in refining some magical instruments, and his progress has been appreciated by Fang Wangjin. The casting of the refining cauldron is a large project with complex technology. How about you, junior brother Kai, participate and make progress together. I will settle the wages with you. Cheng Bai was well aware of Kai Zongming's abilities and talents, so he simply recruited him as his assistant. Kai Zongming has been accumulating experience and skills for a long time and has been looking forward to the opportunity to put them into practice. He was particularly happy to have the opportunity to put them into practice, and he readily agreed and cooperated diligently. Tonight is the day agreed with Ningxiang. Cheng Bai cleaned himself up, dressed neatly, and teleported to the Watch Forest. The ancient plum tree was tall and straight, taller than those ancient gods. Cheng Bai felt the power of all things, and the power contained in the ancient tree spirit was even greater than that of Ju and Bone King. The spiritual plum tree is also one of the ancient gods. It has been unrestrained for more than 10,000 years, and its cultivation has increased. Even if it was not as good as before, it is much better now. Cheng Bai pondered and looked at the goddess in his mind. She was standing under the tree, without transforming into a bear man, and was staring at him in the same way. The beautiful brown-haired woman has a slender and graceful figure, perfect without a single excess feature. Her skin is naturally tanned and glowing, and her face is as pretty as an angel. She is like the goddess of wisdom and war who has descended to earth. Cheng Bai walked forward, held her hand, and said with a smile, "On that day I realized that you were my wife-to-be." He was referring to the engagement after One-Eye Jungle captured the leader. At that time, he only wanted to get Xiao Bai, so he dumped his fiancée and left. Ningxiang shook his hand off angrily and said, "Look, I'm ugly, I ran away from my marriage, and I was so angry that I didn't sleep well for several days." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "I am a coward and don't know how to face it. After all, fate brings us together, and we are in love with each other." He shamelessly grabbed her hand again, thinking to himself, so she came all the way to see me that night in the fearless wilderness. Ningxiang said angrily, back in the fearless wilderness, I wanted to catch up with you and teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to become so strange after eating that pot of rice. This time she didn't shake off his hand. Cheng Bai took the opportunity to pull her to sit together and handed her the big gift box he had prepared, which contained several fire-repelling pills, Buju pills, Butien Shenli pills, and Yunzhen Lianshin pills. Ningxiang had no resistance to the gift from her lover, so she took it and said softly, I have been hidden in the one-eyed jungle since I was a child. No one cares about me or pities me, so I am inevitably lonely. Cheng Bai asked curiously, what happened to your bear father? Ningxiang told the truth, he is my adoptive father. The one-eyed jungle monster clan had challenged the Jade Palace and lost 5 times in a row, so they had to agree to their demands unconditionally. The other monsters thought they would be driven out of the jungle, but the Stone Palace Master only proposed that the monsters withdraw their territory and provide me with resources to foster me in the jungle, and occasionally come to teach me some skills. As the great leader, my adoptive father raised me for 15 years considering the living space and the considerable resources he provided. When Cheng Bai heard this, he felt that there was something else going on. Why did Shi Ziyu do this? Ningxiang asked, do you remember the murals you saw in Yunchang Palace? Remember, you said we can't trust everything. Cheng Bai thought back to that day, and the murals left many unsolved mysteries. Ningxiang said faintly, I don't belong to the gentleman clan of the continent. They have black hair like you. I am an outsider. The Disaster Legion used my blood to unlock the seal of the conferred god altar, allowing the ancient god to revive, bringing disaster to the one-eyed jungle and the entire continent. What is the relationship between the two? Why can Ningxiang's blood unlock the seal? Is it because of her special innate bloodline? Cheng Bai coaxed, you are an immaculate body. This bloodline has a strong will and can purify itself. It can also remove the seal. It's not your fault. The drastic changes in the one-eyed jungle had nothing to do with her, they were caused by the plans of the Scourge and the erosion of the Sunstrider. You still don't understand. I shouldn't say this. Ningxiang didn't mention the spoiling thing anymore. Let's talk about something else, like the most interesting thing that happened in the past few days. The two chatted for a long time, and the relationship gradually became ambiguous. Ningxiang lazily fell into Cheng Bai's arms, forgetting everything else. Until the psychic plum tree coughed and said, energetic little guy, there are more than 2 creatures here, don't treat it like your home. Cheng Bai and Ningxiang hurriedly stood up and went forward to greet him. The psychic plum tree rustled its branches in response. Cheng Bai chatted and asked, Father of the forest, can you see the future? Will Qiongqi star be destroyed and disappear? The psychic plum tree said vaguely, the future you are in is outside the power of all things. It is hazy and difficult to discern the truth. Cheng Bai didn't understand whether the old tree was unwilling to tell him easily, or whether the secret art of dissipation could affect foresight, so he tried his best to use the secret art of communication to ask, the ancient god is killing people wantonly, is there any way to stop it? The spiritual plum tree said leisurely, the sons of the ancient gods are not acting recklessly. They are all spokespersons for the ancient gods. They each shoulder important responsibilities and prepare for the revival of the ancient gods. There is no need to worry about life and death. In the eyes of higher-level creatures, ordinary people may be just ants, not worth caring about. They are more concerned about the survival of the entire continent. Cheng Bai turned to him and asked, when did the Sun Chaser Legion pass through Qiongqi continent? The psychic plum tree looked into the distance, they have spread all over the continent. Cheng Bai's heart was pounding. The fleeing diamonds he saw in Yuhang City a few days ago were everywhere on the continent. He suddenly realized, the Sun Chasers are negotiating on the surface, but they are just letting the major forces relax their vigilance. In fact, they have already taken advantage of the ancient gods before they revive and have spread all over the continent. The cost of invasion is so low, there is no need to shout and kill. Ningxiang said, the Sun Chasers' vanguard had several conflicts with the demon tribe in the Watch Forest. The Forest Father has ordered them to be expelled. The psychic plum tree sighed and said, for the sake of one's own selfishness, one forgets the peace of the world. Those who worked together in the past are now divided. Cheng Bai asked, what do you mean? Can't the various forces on the mainland work together? The spiritual plum tree pondered for a moment and said, an ancient god betrayed the Qiongqi continent, but it is very different from before. It may not be its original appearance. I can't find the answer. Cheng Bai did not understand the meaning of the spiritual plum tree's words, he only heard it continue. Be careful of the demon clan sages, the dark destruction ghost fire and the brilliant spirit fire must not fall into the hands of the sun chaser. Cheng Bai already knew the whereabouts of the dark destruction spiritual fire, so he asked, where are the brilliant spiritual fire and the fire of truth? The Bone Emperor possesses the dark destruction ghost fire, the brilliant lord possesses the brilliant spirit fire, and the fire of truth is no longer in the Qiongqi continent. The spiritual plum tree said this, shaking its huge branches. A thick branch drooped down and stretched in front of Cheng Bai, then fell into his hand. With my branches, you can provide enough help to stop the sun chaser. The extra plums are for you. Cheng Bai accepted the branch, which was more than 1 meter tall and laden with plum fruits, and secretly praised the man for being so generous this time. The spiritual plum tree advised, this catastrophe is beyond my ability. If the Qiongqi continent ceases to exist, you can bring the branches or fruits to a fertile place and plant them. I will have a chance to revive. Is this a last will? The ancient tree spirit clearly saw something in the long river of time, and Cheng Bai felt uneasy. The road ahead is bumpy, let's leave. The psychic plum tree closed its eyes and remained silent. This was an order to expel them. Ningxiang quickly gave Cheng Bai a bunch of talismans and said, if you need anything important, please contact me through voice transmission. After Cheng Bai teleported away, the spiritual plum tree opened its eyes and stared at Ningxiang without saying a word for a moment. Ningxiang said with some resentment, why are you looking at me? Apart from Cheng Bai, I have no other friends now. The alliance that I once thought was solid is actually very fragile. The spiritual plum tree was surprised and said, how dare you let him fight against beings like the sun chaser and the ancient god? Although he is making rapid progress, there is still a big gap. Ningxiang sat down slowly and said softly, without the strength comparable to that of the ancient god, it will be difficult to pass. I believe he has enough ability to save his life. If he can't, I can only stop here. Expectations are a beacon in the long night. And Yunwan, her superficial identity can allow her to win many helpers and followers. If you want to get out, the key is to rely on yourself. The spiritual plum tree said and closed his eyes again. Chapter 90, Rune Mystery. Heilong rested for a few days, then used the secret technique of flying clouds to take the 3 demon kings straight up to the sky, to Yuanqi Tianfu, to meet the sage of the demon clan. In front of the towering beast, the 4 demons bowed their heads in submission, looking so tiny. Ying Zhao's voice was like thunder, shaking the main hall. Heilong, that kid surnamed she really refuses to hand over the whereabouts of the false emperor, and would rather tear up the agreement, collude with the Disaster Legion, and release other ancient gods to be my enemy. Heilong hesitated and said, according to what Shi Ziyu said, the Disaster Legion is a local force on the mainland. If they continue to make trouble, it will only be for the benefit of the mainland. It would be better for them to work together to fight against foreign enemies. How can this be absurd? You have such a sharp tongue, how dare you confuse right and wrong? Ying Zhao was secretly angry, emitting a terrifying aura and fierce pressure. The 4 demon kings were forced to take a few steps back. Zanbo consoled him, Lord Yingzhao is a regular god. If the empress is real, we should report it to the higher authorities and assist her in the election. Otherwise, wouldn't we be criminals? Ying Zhao said dissatisfiedly, Zanbo, you are the oldest among the 4 kings, how could you believe the rumors? Qiongqi continent is so remote, how could the empress end up here? It's just a conspiracy of the Disaster Legion to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Zanbo said cautiously, this is a matter of great importance. We must find the empress. Your excellency had better confirm it further. Ying Zhao said arrogantly, this is ridiculous. There is absolutely no way there really is a female emperor. Otherwise, how could she have been hidden from my divine vision? This is definitely a lie. Zanbo pointed out, the conferred god altar is the seal of the great emperor. Even Master Ying Zhao cannot remove it. Only the great emperor's divine fire bloodline can do it. Ying Zhao changed his tone and said, let's put aside the matter of the false emperor for now. The leader of the Disaster Legion violated the multi-year agreement between humans and demons, and he deserves to be executed. You should go and eliminate him as soon as possible. The 4 demon kings took the order and left. Ying Zhao was silent for a moment before he said, Gai Xuan, what do you think we should do? A swordsman in white came proudly from the side hall. It was the leader of the sword sect. He bowed from a distance and said, I am here to greet the wise master Ying Zhao. You and I will be colleagues from now on. There's no need to be polite. Ying Zhao lowered his head and looked down at the human swordsman in front of him, restraining his pressure. Gai Xuan suddenly felt the pressure relieved, and humbly said, "The sword sect was destroyed by the scheme of the Disaster Legion, but fortunately the sage took us in. Gai Xuan has no way to repay you, but I will do my best." Ying Zhao confirmed, "According to what you said, the empress sent by the Yun family 15 years ago was the one you were responsible for notifying the 7 hall masters to arrange everything. She is the current Kaiyang hall master Yunwan." Gai Xuan responded, "That's right. Jian Cliff, where the Jian sect is located, is the closest to Yuheng Holy Temple. Shi Ziyu arrived the fastest and came up with the idea to let Yunwan worship as a disciple of the former Kaiyang palace master. I lagged behind by half a step and was responsible for notifying the other palace masters." Ying Zhao sneered, "The 7 great hall masters are so capable that they have kept this from me for 15 years. What other plans do they have?" Gai Xuan said solemnly, "The previous Kaiyang palace master's end's secret technique can block the foresight and insight of the sky, but it will shorten one's life and cause great sacrifice. The Holy Temple has gathered financial resources to build a patrol boat. It plans to send the Empress back to the Zhui Emperor Star in the Yunmen Star region to participate in the enthronement election after she reaches adulthood. The 7 palace masters are all betting on this. No wonder the weapon sect is the only one on the continent that puts all its efforts into building the Sky Patrol spirit boat. It really has some big plans." Ying Zhao believed that he was omnipotent, so he was inevitably slow to realize his mistake and felt embarrassed. He asked in confusion, "Gai Xuan, what do you want from me?" Gai Xuan spoke from the bottom of his heart, "The sword sect is facing a disaster and has nowhere to stay. I am grateful to the wise man for taking me in. How dare I ask for anything else? But if there is a chance to get the Tianwang sword, please give it to me. In ancient times, this sword should have belonged to the sword sect, but it was taken away by the weapon sect. It is really unjust." "Okay, speak quickly." Ying Zhao agreed readily. Gai Xuan suggested, "I have devoted all my energy to fulfilling my lord's wish. The brilliant spiritual fire that the foreign envoys need is in Kaiyang City, and the dark ghost fire is in Yuheng City. Tell them to search for them, and we can just watch." Ying Zhao understood and nodded, saying, "That's the best. The preparation of the 4 symbols cauldron is progressing smoothly, and it is enough to refine a pound of Lihuo Yujin ingot. However, the refining cauldron is different from weapons. It cannot function without a suitable crystal core. The reason why it is called the 4 symbols cauldron is mainly because of the powerful power provided by the 4 forces of earth, water, fire and wind." Cheng Bai put hunting for high-quality crystal cores on the agenda. After much thought, he came to Danding Grassland to look for King Suani. This was the best crystal core of the fire-type monster he could think of. The one used in Chilianding was of the same kind. This generation of Suani king moved in secret, but that did not pose a problem for Cheng Bai. He relied on the secret art of communication and his hunting experience to track down the king's trail and soon arrived at the Danshui Lake on the east side of the grassland on the cloud-piercing shuttle. What a vast expanse of blue water lies before my eyes. The water is soft, warm and smooth, with slight ripples rising and falling. There are clusters of red trees nearby, and rare and precious mud is spread all over. Legend has it that this spiritual soil comes from the residue of some spiritual stone. It is one of the materials that the weapon sect attaches great importance to in refining equipment. It can only be found in Danshui Lake, making this feng shui treasure land lush with forests and grasses, and rich in earth and wood vitality. Cheng Bai collected a lot along the way. The Suani king had a lion's head and a tiger's body. He sat in a lazy posture, with dragon scales shining like copper or iron. His eyes were like blazing flames and he was more robust and powerful than ordinary Suani. All the other monsters in the Danding grassland retreated away. Seeing Cheng Bai falling from the sky and approaching quickly, King Suani slowly stood up. The psychic monster instinctively sensed that danger was approaching, and asked, "What are you doing here, hunter?" Cheng Bai was quite curious about the monster that could actively strike up a conversation, so he said casually, "Looking for the best crystal cores of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind." King Suani said cheerfully, "If you come here for this, you are really going in the wrong direction." Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, "Why is that?" "Go south to Tianshu City, which is occupied by the people of the insect god. One of them is a kind of burning insect, which has the most destructive fire attack among the Kuihu insects. Its fire crystal core is the best among the monsters on the continent. The bone mound in the southern continent hides the bone prison ghost king, who possesses the power of the underworld and is the leader of earth-type monsters. There is no crystal core in the world that can match his power." In the southern part of the continent, there live frost dragons on the Lehigh iceberg. The king among them is considered the top overlord of the water system, and its crystal core is rare and unique. The monster flying the highest in the sky is not the thunderstorm demon eagle, but the Moyan beast. It hides in the clouds in the sky of Lehigh and cannot be seen by ordinary people. Its crystal core is the crown of the wind. King Suani talked about how these monsters were rare and hard to see, and many hunters had never even heard of them, let alone hunt them. Cheng Bai realized that he was short-sighted and said with a wry smile, "Thank you for your advice. These rare monsters have profound cultivation, and their crystal cores may have been transformed into inner elixirs. If we follow this line of thought, wouldn't it be even better if there are also the inner elixirs of the ancient gods? What you said is very true, but you must have enough strength to achieve it, otherwise it is all empty talk." King Suani blinked and said calmly, "I see that you are a hero. If you can obtain the burning insect elixir, I am willing to follow you." Cheng Bai was quite surprised by King Suani, who turned out to be a rare monster with intelligence and strategy. He could identify difficult opponents, know how to use the method of using someone else's dead body to kill someone else, and even kill someone by borrowing someone else's knife. Burning insects. I'll go for it. Cheng Bai pondered for a moment and agreed to accept the challenge. After leaving Danshui Lake, Cheng Bai took out the inheritance magic cube. Li Tong floated in the air, coming and going freely, showing his baby face and smiling. "What do you want me to come out for?" Cheng Bai said bluntly, "I want to know about the burning insects." "You asked the right person. I have complete information on the native Zerg, the brood Zerg, the K Zerg, etc. These reptiles in the Cloud Realm Star Sea are quite annoying, and we have fought against all of them." Li Tong quickly organized the information he needed. The burning bug belongs to the queer scorpion Zerg, and each individual is quite powerful. If we were to pick out the most threatening heavy firepower attack type of soldiers from the Zerg swarm, the burning bug would definitely be at the top of the list. Tianshu City has long been filled with swarms of insects. Kuishui monsters live above the temple, turning the entire building into an insect nest. The surrounding swarms of insects are expanding outward, and as time goes by, the species are becoming more and more diverse. Cheng Bai was teleported to the top of Yu Mountain, hiding in a quiet place and looking down. He secretly praised Shenya for his foresight. Now Tianshu City is no longer a place for people to stay. Li Tong followed closely and said, "The insect nest has not yet been upgraded to the top. Kuiyu will guard the top of the insect nest until the insect god breaks out of the nest. The number of insect swarms is gradually increasing, and the troops are not yet fully developed. The burning insect swarm, as the main force, has grown and is complete. The largest one is the burning insect king. It is indeed quite large, more than 10 meters long. Even the largest tank Cheng Bai knows of is not that big. The back of its thick dark red shell is covered with bun-like bumps that store corrosive and fiery fuel. It spews out fireballs and pillars of fire, easily turning the attack area into a charred hell. The burning gas carries corrosive strong acid and deadly poison gas. It's not much different in size from King Suani, but its strength is several times stronger. It really knows how to pick opponents for me." Cheng Bai smiled, but he liked this challenge. Li Tong pointed out, the burning bug is famous for its insect land flame chariot. Its strength alone is more than 400 times its body weight. Ordinary monsters cannot compare with it. Cheng Bai observed the movement route of the swarm of insects, thinking of the safest assassination plan, put the inheritance cube back into his bag, and disappeared quietly. The burning worm king paced around the temple with great vigor and pride. As the senior leader of the swarm, he was followed by several smaller burning worms. When it turned the corner, Cheng Bai, who was waiting for his prey, silently opened the door of life and death with his knife and attacked the vital point. The burning insect king was instantly seriously injured and let out a terrible scream, alarming the surrounding insect swarms. Cheng Bai had considered that the Kuiyu was nearby, so he used his strongest killing move to kill it. The insect's body and internal organs were shattered, but its shell was strong and its vitality was tenacious, so it did not die immediately. Just based on this strength, it was superior to the queen of the ox mosquitoes. If they faced the enemy head-on, it would probably be a fierce battle. In a flash, the second sword opened the gate of life and death, and the sword energy became even more fierce. The burning insect king died suddenly before he could find where the enemy was. The burning insects behind swarmed forward, but there was nothing behind the corner. The huge leader turned a corner, let out a scream, and disappeared. Kui Xie noticed something was wrong, but after looking around, he found nothing. He was surprised and said, "If there was an invisible enemy invading, how could I not notice it?" It ordered that Euglena be placed throughout the city and beyond to monitor any movements. Cheng Bai collected the corpse of the burning insect king as quickly as possible, teleported it out of the city, and slowly took out the inner elixir. 5 glittering runes formed on the perfect multi-faceted sphere, namely, fire poison, fire shock, heat, fire explosion, and incineration. In addition, the body of the burning insect is also full of treasures. Some of the solid shells can be used to refine flame armor, and the burning liquid can be used to refine toxic incendiary bombs. Li Tong got out of the treasure bag. The dimensional space was no problem for him. He came and went freely. He examined the inner elixir and commented, 2 talisman-level secret arts, 2 spell-level secret arts, and 1 mysterious-level secret art. It's so-so. Cheng Bai looked at it carefully and couldn't let it go. He was delighted. The rune elixir with the 5 great secret arts is of higher quality than ever before. Extracting the essence will allow the 6 paths of supremacy to complete the second transformation. The strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. He thought that he could still go hunting with the burning insects, so he might as well use the king's elixir for himself. Li Tong guessed his thoughts. You want to sacrifice the inner elixir of the burning insect king to practice the 6 paths of supreme power, right? Suits me pretty well, doesn't it? Cheng Bai did not deny that Taoist's body was far more suitable than others for sacrificing secret techniques to condense rune inner elixir, which was a unique advantage. Li Tong suggested, even if you have a gluttonous body, it is best not to rely on sacrifice to cultivate all the rune inner elixirs. Otherwise, when you reach the Wei Yuan realm, the source of power will be complicated and you will lose your way and stop moving forward. Cheng Bai asked curiously. The 6 paths of supreme skill is a Wu Yuan level supreme skill. It is the pinnacle of the entire cloud realm. A chance coincidence is enough to ignite the divine fire. The Cloud Gate Emperor also practiced this skill in the past. Li Tong spoke eloquently and his understanding of the 6 paths of supreme power was even greater than that of Shi Ziyu. Cheng Bai simply expanded the domain, reflecting the 3 layers of Jianmu standing behind him in his dantian. The 2 rune inner pills condensed from the branching giant claws on the bottom layer were shining brightly. It was inevitable that he was quite proud of his uniqueness. Li Tong praised him endlessly. Well done. Throughout history, there are only a handful of people who have mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation in the 3 realms of heaven, earth and man. You are truly a talent for becoming an emperor. Cheng Bai was so pleased with himself that he couldn't help asking, from what you said, Emperor Yunman also has 3 layers of Jianmu. Of course. To become a great emperor, one must be extremely outstanding. Mastering the 6 paths of supreme skill in the 3 realms of reincarnation is the threshold for entering the Tao. If you don't have such qualifications, you should just go home and enjoy your old age. After saying that, Li Tong took a closer look at the rune inner elixir on Jianmu, and praised, the runes chosen for the sacrifice are good, much better than those in your hand. Cheng Bai was secretly surprised when he heard this. In terms of strength, the burning insect king was stronger than the shapeless corpse king and the queen of the second mosquito. How could he say that rune was inferior to him? He asked in detail. Similar to martial arts, there are 5 major levels of mystic arts: runes, spells, mystical, true, and immortal. Each level is further divided into 10 grades from ordinary to supreme, and each rune has its own characteristics and is unique. Unexpectedly, the resurrection rune and the convergence rune obtained by Cheng Bai were ranked as true level top grade mystic arts. The 5 runes of the burning insect king's inner elixir are much inferior. The best one, burning all, reaches the ultimate level of Zon grade, and the worst one, flame poison, is just a wonderful level of rune grade. That means I can't offer sacrifice. Without an inner elixir that surpasses the previous ones, sacrifice would be meaningless. Cheng Bai was a little disappointed. Li Tong consoled him, you can also offer sacrifices to enhance your cultivation, but you can't condense rune inner elixir on Jianmu. Good runes are extremely rare, and the distribution is uneven. Qiongqi continent is just a tiny place, and it is extremely rare to encounter 2 true-level runes. Chapter 91, Origin of the Bone Tomb. The inner elixir of the burning insect king is not suitable for sacrifice, so it is better to keep it for the refining cauldron as originally planned. Cheng Bai took back the inheritance cube and showed off the inner elixir to King Suani. King Suani identified it clearly and was stunned. He stammered, "This is the inner elixir of the burning insect king. It's not an ordinary burning insect. I also know how to use heat and fire explosion, but I have never seen other secret techniques." At that time, they were indeed only talking about the burning insects, among which the inner elixir of the elite king contained the 5 great secret techniques. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary burning insect or the burning insect king, Cheng Bai was willing to accept defeat. He asked, "Come with me. What's your name?" King Xuanyi said frankly, "I am unknown. Since I see you smoking, I'll call you a smoker." Cheng Bai gave the new pet a name, thinking it was quite good, and King Xuanyi did not object. After returning to Sengxian Valley and settling the smoker, King Xuanyi was young and strong, nearly 20 meters tall, and his majestic posture attracted the attention of everyone in the weapon sect. Tong Feng said in admiration, "Amazing, you upgraded so quickly and got such a big monster mount. Can you afford to keep it?" Zhuang Tailai said disapprovingly, "Dubai is wealthy, don't worry about it. Didn't you see the Lihuo Yujin cauldron he was forging? It's a heavy weapon. Nearly 10,000 pounds of Guangfeiying stone was used to refine it. How much burning iron and black gold were used to get that pound of ingot? The materials are genuine and worth more than 13 million taels of gold. Hee, who in the sect can afford it?" A certain ancient god suddenly remembered, "Where is my hand?" Tong Feng smiled and said, "The material of Lihuo Yujin is so rare and precious. If it can be made into a spiritual cauldron, all the cauldrons in the history of the sect will be inferior to it." Zhuang Tailai said casually, "It is said that it requires 4 crystal cores, which is definitely not ordinary. Even senior brother Zongzong praised it highly. If it can be made into a weapon, refining the yellow turban warrior will be a piece of cake. It will definitely become the strongest military force on the continent, and its value will be higher than that of the Tianwang sword." Tong Feng was stunned and said, "Could it be that he wants to use the Demon King's inner elixir to refine the rune elixir spirit? That's incredible. But in order to create a spiritual weapon, it must be tempered by divine fire. Unless senior brother, the sect leader, takes care of this step himself, it will be difficult to achieve high quality and spirituality." Zhuang Tailai could not help but say, but suddenly felt that he had said too much, so he stopped talking, turned around and left. Tong Feng pondered for a moment and said, "For such a large tripod, casting and tempering can only be done on the treasure tempering table in Balian Hall. Cheng Bai and Kai Zongming complement each other and work very well. When they have a problem, they ask Fang Wanjun for advice on the surface, and Li Tong helps them secretly, so the progress is smooth sailing. Every detail of the new refining cauldron has been repeatedly scrutinized and conceived. The shaping process must first complete the wax model to lay a solid foundation for mold making and casting. The wax model carved by diamond tools is complex and exquisite, with fine and vivid animal patterns and many engraved runes, showing the meticulousness of the craftsmanship at the mold stage. Once the shaping is successful, all the details will be faithfully presented on the tripod. As a result, the two's vision and skills in weapon refining were greatly improved. Fang Wanjun was very interested in the goals and achievements of his 2 disciples. He often came to check on the project and regarded the casting of the tripod as a test for his 2 disciples. He was particularly surprised by Kai Zongming's solid foundation and Cheng Bai's tacit understanding. Most of the wax model production will be completed by Kai Zongming according to the design drawings left by Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai must find the other 3 suitable inner pills and ride on the monster beast to embark on a new adventure. The smoker runs at lightning speed and can easily cover a distance of 18,000 miles in half a day. Not only that, he is also good at the secret art of flying and can soar into the sky as if walking on the ground, which is quite rare among the demon kings. Cheng Bai understood why Tong Feng was envious. Compared with Xiao Bai, the difference was like replacing a small car with a space shuttle. The southern continent is sparsely populated and hides even stranger and more bizarre things. For example, here, in ancient times so long ago that it is difficult to verify, a war disaster once occurred, and corpses were piled up everywhere within 100 miles. Over time, the corpses rotted and turned into corpse water, which nourished the vegetation in the nearby mountains and forests, absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and grew into large corpse trees. Each corpse tree is a tombstone, the fruits on the tree are flesh and blood organs, and ancient corpses and bones are buried under the tree. Ancient legends call this restricted area a bone mound. During the day, the entire area was as dark as dusk. On moonless nights, the corpse trees seemed to come alive, whispering to each other, and visitors felt as if they had stepped into the realm of ghosts. Sometimes the ground beneath the tree suddenly cracks, and dead bones crawl out, wandering around attacking living creatures and devouring living things in an attempt to complete their own broken bodies. They are so dangerous and difficult to deal with that even the faceless men who dominate the southern continent dare not easily set foot nearby. Cheng Bai approached the mound of bones, let his mount land and slow down, looked up at the corpse tree towering up from the ground, saw blood and flesh dripping from its branches, and said sarcastically, "There are also trees that grow meat. Living here, we don't need to hunt, we can eat meat every day." The smoker heard it and sniffed, then remained silent. Li Tong interrupted, "This meat cannot be eaten. It contains corpse poison. If a person eats it, they will turn into a corpse ghost and become a pawn of the Bone Hell Ghost King." Cheng Bai laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment, then used his spiritual eyes to look and saw large bloodshot eyes on the corpse tree in the distance secretly glancing at him. How could such a place appear? Cheng Bai asked Li Tong. It is a relic of a great war from the ancient times to the prehistoric times. All the strong men from various races died here. It is from long before the great Emperor Yunmen became famous. It is older than the Yunchang Palace and the ancient battlefield. The ancient corpses hidden underground are all extraordinary. There are even ancient descendants of the Thunder God clan, the Night Demon clan, the Angel clan, and even old monsters who have achieved sainthood in the flesh. The corpse has become a ghost. Maybe its strength is not as good as when it was alive. If it were on the mainland, it would be enough to run rampant. The Bone King crawled out from here. Li Tong spoke eloquently and his knowledge was far richer and more profound than that of the guild governor who just read from a book. Cheng Bai already knew that he was an ancient god, so he asked curiously, "What is the origin of the Bone Emperor?" Li Tong said excitedly, "In the ancient times, a corpse of unknown origin was left. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, it gave birth to a new spiritual intelligence, and its cultivation was far superior to that of other ghost kings in the Bone Prison. It left the Bone Mound, dominated the Qiongqi continent, and was ranked as one of the 8 ancient gods. Unfortunately, it met Emperor Yunmen and was sealed in the altar of the conferred god in the Yuhang Holy Temple." Cheng Bai pondered and said, "After death, he can be called a god and roam the world. What kind of existence was he in life, buried in such a barren land?" Even Li Tong didn't know this. As you step into the Bone Mound, you'll find total silence all around you. The environment is cold and damp, and the stench in the air is nauseating. The sound of lonely footsteps echoes in the air, as if turning into the devil's whispers. Death and indifference make people despair. Cheng Bai gently patted the back of his mount, and the smoker stopped in front of a huge pale tree. It is over 100 meters tall, with branches crisscrossing like ferocious animal claws. On the branches grow dozens of bloody round eyeballs of varying sizes. "Come out, you've been staring at me since I entered the Bone Mound." The ground in front of the tree collapsed and cracked, with earth and rocks flying everywhere. A giant 6-armed skeleton with a broad skeleton crawled out. It was 45 meters tall, with sharp bone spurs all over its body. The longest pair of fangs extended forward and downward from the cheekbones, curved and sharp like long tusks. Its bony arms held 6 rusty ancient weapons, and its huge head had 6 empty eye sockets, flickering with faint blue ghost fire. No matter what powerful race it was in life, after death, only a withered skeleton remained, from which a new ghost consciousness was born. This was the Bone Prison Ghost King. Cheng Bai jumped off his mount, smoothed his sleeves, and walked forward slowly, saying, "Your cultivation is similar to mine, so maybe you can let me verify what I have learned now." The Bone Hell Ghost King in front of him was even more powerful than the Burning Insect King. He was able to look down on the continent when he was born, but he was treated as a punching bag. He was so angry that he roared loudly. "How dare you, a petty mortal, look down on me? I am the 6-armed sword master of the Bone Tomb. If I were to descend upon the world, I would raze cities to the ground, leaving corpses strewn all over the land and blood flowing like a river. Do you know how powerful I am?" Cheng Bai asked curiously, "How powerful is it?" The Bone Prison Ghost King pointed his knife at the branches, knowing them like the back of his hand. "Do you see that red eyeball? This is the eyeball of the Blood Shadow clan's first hero, the last king, Bloodhand Sword King. Do you see the blue eye over there? It's the eye of the Holy Light General of the Feathered Clan. The black one on the top of the tree has a greater origin. It is the relic of the Iron Heart clan's Governor Junyuan. Each of them has been defeated by me." Cheng Bai couldn't help but ask Li Tong, "Why is the official it's talking about getting smaller and smaller?" Li Tong said hurriedly, "Those are ancient races that have long been extinct on the continent. They are the descendants of the ancient remnants. Not many people know about them now. In terms of the strength of the tribe, the later the stronger, but also the older." Cheng Bai understood, "So you are bringing up old scores." Upon hearing this, the Ghost King of Bone Prison flew into a rage and said, "You rude boy, how dare you disrespect me? I will chop you into 7 pieces and hang your eyeballs high on a tree for 10,000 years. Let's move aside." The smoker pulled Li Tong back slowly. The opponent was very powerful, far superior to it, and it would be easy for them to be affected in the fight if they were not careful. Cheng Bai urged, "Let's get started." The Ghost King of Bone Hell shouted angrily, "You little brat, you don't know what is good for you. I stand on the fertile soil of the Bone Mound, and I am blessed by the earth. I am in my strongest and invincible state." After it chattered on and on, it finally swung its 6 weapons, causing a howling wind, and chopped, cut, sliced, and stabbed in a series of attacks, passing through the 6 afterimages left by Cheng Bai in front of it, none of which was real. Cheng Bai dodged the attack with the 8 immortals swim, took a few steps back, looked up and said, "It's just that he's taller and has a few more arms. What's so great about that? I can do it, too." He immediately used the tyrant's secret technique, and his physique instantly grew to 90 meters tall. He was tall and strong, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he looked down at the Bone Prison Ghost King with contempt. After the transformation, Cheng Bai is not just huge in size. His combat qualities in all aspects have been greatly improved. His every move is powerful, his 3 heads react faster, and the 6 sword energies from his 6 arms are more powerful. His multiple combos tear the Bone Prison Ghost King into pieces in the blink of an eye, with broken debris and blades scattered all over the ground. Similar cultivation level does not mean similar combat power. The battle ended so quickly that even Li Tong and Yang Gui were stunned. The ghost that lost its body could hardly maintain its form, and was dispersed by the sword energy amidst its heart-wrenching wails. The remaining pale yellow inner elixir fell to the ground, and Cheng Bai picked it up casually. After returning to his normal body shape, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as the gray moonlight deer fur clothing on his body was torn into pieces. Cheng Bai hurriedly picked up the dropped treasure bag, found new clothes and put them on, sighing, "This secret technique is extremely powerful, but it is a little different from the previous ones. It consumes mana to activate it, and the clothes are more inconvenient. In the future, you can wear the Xuanming treasure clothes to avoid exposing yourself. You must first forge the 4 symbols cauldron, and then you can refine a similar treasure clothes armor with the burning insect king's shell." Different secret techniques consume different amounts of energy. Some require props, some require spiritual awareness, and some require magic power. The initial assassination even only consumes a little physical energy. The tyrant's secret technique required a huge amount of mana, and it could not be performed without the formation of rune inner pills to generate mana. Now that Cheng Bai had condensed 2 rune inner pills, he could only maintain the tyrant transformation for a short period of time. Li Tong murmured, "Mystical arts do not necessarily consume mana, but those that consume mana are most likely extraordinary." Cheng Bai showed off his inner elixir and asked, "How is the stuff this time?" The inner elixir of the Bone Prison Ghost King contains the 5 secret techniques of Earth Claws, Bone Armor, Perseverance, Waiting for the Undead, and Protection of the Earth. Li Tong identified the runes and evaluated their quality. 1 rune level, 3 spell level, the best is the mysterious level Wonderful Earth Blessing. Comprehensive comparison, the difference is not much different from the inner elixir of the Burning Insect King. We have the Earth-type inner elixir. The Bone Prison Ghost King is just so, yet he dares to call himself the 6-armed sword saint. Could it be that the Bone Emperor is only at this level? Cheng Bai won easily and became suspicious. Li Tong is well aware of the anecdotes of Qiongqi continent. The difference between the two is as great as heaven and earth. The Bone Emperor possesses the Dark Destruction Ghost Fire, and his cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. He is definitely not comparable to ordinary Bone Prison Ghost Kings. Legend has it that the Bone Emperor is the oldest corpse in Qiongqi continent, and that divine fire source is innate. I'm afraid that in his previous life, he was far more powerful than a saint in the flesh. Cheng Bailing glanced over and looked into the depths of the Bone Mound. There was a muddy river of corpse water flowing in the forest. It was grayish-yellow in color and emitted a foul odor, making it difficult to approach. On the river bank, there were patches of flowers as bright as red clouds. The petals were shaped like a pair of palms spread out towards the sky. They were so red that they attracted Cheng Bai's attention. Higanbana. Cheng Bai identified the varieties and was secretly delighted. The medicinal materials for the flawless nirvana pill were so precious. With the elixir in front of him, he could pick as many as he wanted. The waves in the corpse water river rolled and roared, like a wild horse running and roaring like thunder. A bigger monster has emerged from the river. Cheng Bai noticed something, quickly put away the red spider lily, and stepped back to watch. A tall skeleton body surfaced from the water. It was a netherworld bone dragon, much bigger than the black dragonfly and even more powerful than the bone prison ghost king. It was alarmed by Cheng Bai and the others, and it shook its head and tail and flew upstream along the river. Li Tong urged, "There is a nether bone dragon here, which means there may be a netherworld path. Hurry and follow it." Cheng Bai stuffed Li Tong into his treasure bag, rode on the smoker, and followed the nether bone dragon into the air. Looking down from a high place, one suddenly discovered that the entire mountainous area had a strange appearance, resembling a female figure without limbs. The bone mound was located in the lower abdomen, and a river of corpse water flowed down along the chest, stretching for hundreds of miles. The environment was deep and quiet. It went up there. There were two towering peaks, one on the east and one on the west. The nether bone dragon moved with great speed, quickly climbing to the top of the western mountain and disappearing into the middle. Chapter 92 Pengu Relics. Cheng Bai urged the smoker to descend. The top of the mountain was flat, with a magnificent ancient building standing on it. It was neatly shaped like a disc and covered a wide area. Its weathered appearance was solemn yet ferocious and majestic. This is the Temple of the Faceless Man. Judging from the specifications, it is top-notch. Li Tong, who jumped out of the treasure bag, identified it at a glance. Compared to the dilapidated howling ruins in the northern continent, this temple is much better preserved, and one can even see traces of human activity. Cheng Bai looked at the faceless building complex where the Hunter Gun King was located, thousands of miles away in the northwest. What was the connection between it and the bone tomb and the temple? Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there are treasures hidden there. Cheng Bai made plans. He asked the smoker to keep watch outside while he sneaked in quietly with Li Tong. The temple is surrounded by firelight as lights and huge rocks as walls. It is quiet and profound, full of solemnity and mystery, and the huge space is silent. There are tall upright granite pillars everywhere, and ancient sculptures of various shapes and lifelike on both sides. However, they are not faceless stone statues, but images of another strange race, with human bodies, animal heads, and bat wings. Most of them are covered with cracks, and some are missing hands and feet. Cheng Bai is now very powerful and no longer invisible. He and Li Tong watch and comment along the way. Li Tong was knowledgeable and could tell the types apart. He said, "Those are just gargoyles. They have been silent for who knows how many years and have lost their original vitality. The force that guarded this place at the time should not be underestimated. With so many of them, this temple is very important to the Faceless Man." Cheng Bai counted and found that there were tens of thousands of incomplete gargoyles. If they were still alive, they would be much more powerful than the corpse army led by the Lord of the White Jade Banner. Li Tong asked in confusion, "This is the highest temple for worshipping the Faceless Lord." The Faceless clan possessed extraordinary wisdom and was once a powerful force in the Shuadong Star region, dominating the area. They built such a high-level temple in the Qiongqi continent. Could it be that they have some ulterior motive? Cheng Bai asked curiously, "What are you planning? Are there any good things in Qiongqi continent?" Li Tong suggested, "If there is one, it is on the altar in the center of the temple." Inside the spacious hall, there were thousands of thick chains connecting a huge square altar of a strange shape, suspending it over a bottomless abyss. There was only one bridge in one direction leading to the outside. Cheng Bai walked across the bridge. The altar seemed to sway slowly with the light footsteps. In the darkness of the abyss under his feet, a ghost-like light flickered faintly, which was daunting. The altar is square outside and round inside, with the ground covered with engraved runes. In the center stands a circular altar with 8 steps for going up and down. Except for the direction leading to the outside, there is a dark and heavy stone door on the other 3 sides. These gates are rectangular in shape, but they are not complete. Instead, they are separated by inverted trapezoidal spaces, with a neatly arranged large circular hole in the center. From the front, the shape of the stone gate is like a narrow pencil tip inserted into a ball, and the pencil tip and the ball are taken away after the stone gate is built. The shape is precise and regular, which is amazing. Li Tong said, "Do you see those doors? The ancient passage with obvious doors on 3 sides is the entrance to the netherworld, also known as the Gate of Choice. As expected, it has lost its function." Cheng Bai asked suspiciously, "It lost its function? How did that nether bone dragon get here?" Li Tong thought for a moment and said, "Those gates of decision are man-made netherworld paths abandoned by the Pengu clan. Unless they still have power to operate, they are useless. The netherworld bone dragons may have come from other netherworld paths. Cheng Bai was suspicious and asked curiously, why is there a Pangu clan portal in the Faceless Man's temple? Li Tong speculated, the Pangu ruins are much older. The Faceless tribe occupied the ruins and built a temple on this basis. The altar once enshrined the source of divine fire. The Faceless tribe obtained a power close to eternity from this. Cheng Bai agreed with this statement. The secret to opening the portal must be on the altar, but unfortunately the source of the divine fire is gone, leaving only empty ruins. The central altar surface is concave into a regular arc, imprinted with a strange red spiral pattern, which is dynamic and vivid and timeless. At first glance, it seems to be still rotating, containing a wonderful Taoist charm, like an eternally rotating sun. Li Tong saw that the pattern was definitely not engraved, and identified the details and said, "It is the fire of truth, with noble character and extraordinary holiness. It burned here many years ago and left a special mark. The Faceless Man is now in decline, which is related to the loss of this source of divine fire." Cheng Bai asked in confusion, "The fire of truth is the most precious of all spiritual objects in the Qiongqi continent. It is so rare, who got it?" Li Tong said truthfully, "It was taken away by the Emperor Yunman many years ago. This matter is kept secret. This divine fire source was originally the legacy left to the emperor by the ancestors of the Pangu tribe. The Faceless tribe discovered it and seized it by force. It can be considered as returning it to its original owner." Cheng Bai glanced at the huge bottomless pit below the altar, probed into the ground with his spiritual sense, and said in surprise, "There is a different world below." He took Li Tong with him and flew down into the dark pit. The space inside was deep and wide. The dim light became brighter as they went deeper, but it was not the crater of a volcano. The tunnel walls vaguely show a layered structure, as if there is an endless abyss layered upon layer. The dark purple and deep red color is dazzling, and it is difficult to believe that you are underground. Going deeper, several passages of varying sizes appeared on the tunnel wall, crisscrossing each other, making Cheng Bai suspect that there was a complex maze hidden inside. When a larger passage appeared in front of them, the deep pit finally reached the end, and at the bottom was a thick lake of blood. Cheng Bai wrinkled his nose and didn't smell any blood. Over time, the blood lake had long lost its essence, leaving only cold and dirty residue without any trace of life. No, if undead creatures can be considered life. A huge 180-meter-long netherworld bone dragon jumped out from the largest corridor on the tunnel wall. It seemed to be avoiding others, jumped into the blood lake quickly, swam towards the towering broken stone island in the pool, drilled into the island, and disappeared in a flash. Cheng Bai could see clearly that it was the one that the bone mound encountered. Li Tong shouted excitedly, "Hey, it escaped, the netherworld must be inside." The stone island is more than 100 meters in radius and has a unique shape, like half a broken giant egg. Its surface is dull and chaotic in color, and it does not attract any attention at all. Cheng Bai looked at it for a few times, but couldn't remember what it looked like when he turned around. It was difficult for the shape to remain in his memory. He was shocked. What is that? It seems to be able to disappear from other people's memories on its own. Li Tong's baby face was solemn, and he said softly, "Chaos is indistinguishable, darkness is bright and dark. This is the shell of the chaos egg. Once upon a time, a member of the Pangu tribe was born here and left behind the eggshell." Cheng Bai suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and wondered in his heart, could this be the place where Emperor Yunman was born? Such a strange thing might contain precious treasures, so Cheng Bai excitedly came to Eggshell Island to search for it. There was no human presence on the island, and the ground extended to the four walls in a honeycomb-like structure, with ups and downs like mountains, and the material had long been petrified. The originally exquisite, magnificent and rhythmic structure was now fragmented and full of potholes. Cheng Bai looked around and asked in surprise, "Where did it go? It's so big. This island is so small, but there is no trace of the huge nether bone dragon." Li Tong insisted, "There must be a medium that opens the netherworld path. The bone dragon got in and escaped, otherwise it would not have disappeared without a trace." Cheng Bai opened his spiritual eyes and took a closer look. The lifeless chaotic eggshell still contained the rhyme of creation. It was a pity that there was endless aftertaste when he looked at it carefully. However, there was only one place with residual spiritual energy left. It was a huge stone axe inserted diagonally into the ground. It was more than 20 meters long including the handle. It was crudely made, but polished to be extremely smooth. The material was exactly the same as the chaos eggshell. It looked inconspicuous at first glance and you would forget about it as soon as you turned your head. Li Tong floated around the stone axe for a few circles and said happily, the axe made from the chaos eggshell must have the netherworld hidden in it. Cheng Bai watched curiously. Such a large axe, the tyrant may be able to use it. How to open the netherworld? The netherworld is a medium that connects different worlds. If certain conditions are met, you can travel back and forth freely. But what the conditions are, I don't know for now. Li Tong muttered to himself, trying to hide his embarrassment. You don't even know. Cheng Bai Wuxin studied it slowly here, pulled out the chaos giant axe and weighed it. It was about 180,000 kilograms, and put it into the treasure bag first. There is nothing worth seeing on Eggshell Island. Cheng Bai suddenly put away Li Tong, hid in stealth mode, and whispered, someone is coming. Two tall figures walked into the corridor where the nether bone dragon appeared. They crossed the blood lake and walked onto the Eggshell Island leisurely. It was obvious that they had extraordinary strength. One of them was particularly strong and sturdy. He turned out to be an old acquaintance, the faceless man leader who had fought with him on the ladder of all things. The other faceless man was much taller and thinner. He took the main position while walking. When he spoke, the thin tentacles on his face trembled and made sounds. The nether bone dragon is clearly coming this way. Is there a nether road nearby? The faceless leader said respectfully, my lord, the Pengu ruins here have been excavated for many years. Every corner has been searched thoroughly, and even the blood pool has been drained of its vitality. The Lord inspected Eggshell Island and said, every time I see this place, I always feel that there may be something hidden here, but I forget about it the moment I turn around. It's really weird. The faceless leader said absent-mindedly, I once tried my best to bring back some chaos fragments, but my research yielded no results. The vitality, spiritual energy, and essence were all gone. They are all made of the same material, so how could there be any difference? Cheng Bai secretly felt lucky when he heard this. He didn't know how many years it had taken for the faceless man to miss out on an unknown treasure. The master of our clan knew that there were ruins of the ancient gods here, so he occupied it himself and gained the greatest benefit in the ancient competition among all races. Unfortunately, the most precious fire of truth was taken away by Emperor Yunman, and the master was also controlled by others, which led to our clan being displaced and declining, and even the great temple was abandoned. The lord was filled with emotion and fell silent. The faceless commander seized the opportunity to ask his superiors. Yunwan, Shenya and others have established the Glorious Legion and sent an invitation to form an alliance to jointly resist foreign enemies. What is your decision, Lord? The Lord commented. After the Hunting and Martial Arts Conference, the Hunters Guild plans to integrate all the forces on the continent and hold a meeting at Janya. They are determined to fight against the Sun Chaser regardless of the fact that all the major cities are occupied by the ancient gods. This is too presumptuous. The faceless leader suggested. The Sun Chasers look down on the junks on the Qiongqi continent. Their goal is to take over Shanwei City, where there are abundant natural treasures, great power and influence. Why should our people risk their lives there? Lord, why don't you send an envoy to flatter them? The Lord sneered and said, the gentlemen have always been hypocritical. In their eyes, our tribe is like a monster, and we are also an external enemy. Why not let them fight with the Sun Chaser, and we can sit on the mountain and watch the fight, waiting for an opportunity to profit. This is a great plan. The faceless leader echoed. The Lord nodded and said, we should choose the lesser of two evils. There will definitely be people from the Gentleman clan who want to protect the old system and oppose it, which will inevitably lead to different factions. The Sun Chasers are not targeting our clan, so it is best to watch the fire from the other side of the river. The faceless leader agreed, Your Excellency is wise. The Lord became more and more proud as he spoke. The master of our tribe has successfully freed himself from his shackles and has gained insight into the situation. If we are patient for a while longer, we will have a chance to regain our former glory. The two men walked around Eggshell Island and found nothing unusual, so they crossed the blood lake and left. Cheng Bai murmured, the faceless man is ultimately a foreign race, and he just lives a secluded life on the mainland. No longer attached to this place, he instantly teleported outside the temple, met up with the smoker, and ran south towards Lehigh. Riding on the smoker, flying over the sea is calm and peaceful, and the color is blue. Compared with the Khan Sea in the north, the islands in the Lee Sea are sparse, and the sea breeze is even cooler. Cheng Baishan rushed straight into the sky and roamed the sky. The sky was clear and blue, with scattered white clouds floating in it. Unlike the surrounding clouds, one of the white clouds came and went as freely as a wild horse, and never drifted with the wind. Hidden in the clouds is the Moyan beast, which looks like a white lion, with hair flying like cirrus clouds. There is a wing flapping on each side of its four legs. It is over 100 meters long and huge in size, but as light as a feather. Cheng Bai rode on the smoker and sped near it, which was like a small boat passing by a huge ship. The smoker said, "The Moyan beast is good at hiding itself. It acts as if nothing has happened when others are around. I'm afraid it's a trick." Cheng Bailing looked and found that the cloud was indeed an illusion. The real Moyan beast was hiding in another cloud opposite, teasing the seeker. Over there. Under Cheng Bai's command, Smoker turned around and ran towards the real location of the Moyan beast. The Moyan beast was disturbed, and stuck its head out of the clouds and sneezed in the direction of Cheng Bai. Suddenly, a hurricane blew up, and the roaring hurricane swept towards them. Cheng Bai's face changed slightly, and he slashed through 9 layers of sword energy in succession, breaking up the hurricane. Then he snapped his fingers, and several vibration waves formed into sniper bullets, which shot towards the Moyan beast from the gaps in the strong wind, and, swish, opened several bloody holes on the monster's body. Although he had the upper hand, Cheng Bai looked dignified because most of his attacks missed the target's vital parts and he made some major mistakes. This has never been seen before. Although it cannot be said to be foolproof, Cheng Bai at least thought that he was always on target. Suddenly, he made an obvious mistake. The opponent might have some strange secret technique that greatly increased his chances of making mistakes. The Moyan beast roared in pain and released powerful force. The hurricane became even more violent, mixed with many rapidly rolling sharp wind blades, forming a blade storm that swept over, and the power made Smoker change color with horror. Cheng Bai said in high spirits, "Come on, let's see whether your sword energy is stronger or mine is stronger." The white clouds on the sea turned into rolling dark clouds, and the storm raged with thunder and fire. Soon the wind calmed down and a bloody rain fell. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 93 Unexpected Bad Friend. Cheng Bai took away the wind-type inner elixir of the Moyan beast, and watched the huge but light body of the monster slowly fall like a parachute and fall to the sea. The smoker sighed and said, "The strong prey on the weak. How cruel is nature. The body of the Moyan beast is very special. If it falls on the sea surface and is not eaten by the sea creatures, it will slowly melt into water over time, and it will be difficult for the world to see any clues of its appearance. This monster is slightly stronger than the Bone Prison Ghost King, but the difference is not that big, so they are considered to be at the same level." Cheng Bai fed the Moyan beast heart to the smoker, which was of great help to the growth of the monster. A closer look at the inner alchemy runes in hand revealed the 5 major secrets of Wind Blade, Tengyan, Vision, Chaos, and Hurricane. The best one is Hurricane, a top-grade Zon-level product. Li Tong ran out to identify the grade of the rune, but it was still not enough for sacrifice. Cheng Bai said helplessly, "Is it so difficult to find a better rune?" Li Tong smiled and said, "Of course it's not easy. There are very few true-level mystical runes in Qiongqi continent. 120 years ago, a hunter once obtained the secret technique of rebirth in the poison crystal cave. It was slightly better than the 2 you sacrificed." Cheng Bai thought of the ability of the master of the Wangyu banner. The ability to seize the destiny and bring back the soul was indeed extraordinary and enough to change one's fate. If it weren't for the more outstanding magic weapons and swords in Shen Ya's hand at that time, it would be hard to say who would win. "That person is dead. Is the rune still there?" Cheng Bai became interested and talked about what happened before the death of the master of the Wangyu banner. Li Tong listened carefully to what happened and said with regret, "The Dantian was shattered, the inner elixir was destroyed, and the remaining sea of consciousness cultivation was given to others. He overdrawn it to the point of exhaustion, and the rune must have been scattered." Cheng Bai asked, "Have you seen anything better?" Li Tong said bluntly, "Your commonly used sniping and killing secrets are even better, especially since Tyrant may be the only immortal art circulated in the world of Qiongqi continent. If you can take it a step further and comprehend your own runes, wouldn't that be the best?" Cheng Bai was open-minded and said cheerfully, "Keep looking. Iceland is not far from here. The Frost Dragon clan may be nearby." Iceland does not refer to just one island, but a general term for the Levant polar archipelago, all of which are covered with layers of ice and snow. The hills are as crystal clear as white jade, and the snow walls are like dancing silver snakes, as lively as poetry and as beautiful as a painting. Cheng Bai arrived at an iceberg, but found no trace of the Frost Dragon. After searching for half a day, it was already dark, so he temporarily set up camp on the coast to rest. It was early morning, the sky was dim, and Cheng Bai was awakened by the noise in the sea. A bloody mountain of flesh floated on the sea, with only white bones left in many parts. The smell of blood attracted many megalodon sharks, which frantically bit the fresh flesh and blood, stirring up the sea surface like boiling water, and stirring up layers of waves. Although it was completely unrecognizable, Cheng Bai still recognized it. The corpse of the Moyan beast floated here and attracted the bloodthirsty sea creatures to fight for it. The megalodon in the sea is huge, more than 20 meters long, with rows of sharp teeth as sharp as a double-edged sword. Its amazing bite force can even bite a whale in two and then swallow it piece by piece. These predators must be the overlords of the Lee Sea. Without the competition from the Death Sea clan, they must be rampant in the sea and have no natural enemies in the water. Unfortunately, Cheng Bai was wrong. There were even more terrifying monsters in the deep sea that regarded the megalodon as their prey. A large whirlpool suddenly formed on the sea surface, and 8 thick and majestic black and purple tentacles rose up, revealing a strip of sea surface over 100 meters long, surrounding the area with the most megalodons, sucking the former predators into the center of the whirlpool one after another to be harvested as food, and the sharp palate teeth-like giant pincers easily chewed them up and swallowed them. The megalodons were panicked, but had no power to fight back. Their sharp teeth had no effect on the giant tentacles with hundreds of suction cups. Once they were caught by the tentacles, they became tragic victims. Li Tong and Yang Gui, who followed out, also saw the spectacular scene on the sea. A giant sea monster, a rare monster that can only be found in the depths of the Lee Sea. Li Tong identified the monster's origin. Cheng Bai laughed and said, "What a cunning fellow," following behind the corpse of the Moyan beast, hunting the big fish attracted by the blood and flesh. This giant deep-sea monster is clearly very intelligent and has profound cultivation. This is enough to sustain its food for several days, which is much more cost-effective than eating corpses and remains. Cheng Bai suddenly asked, "Compared to the Frost Dragon King, the deep-sea monster's rank must be higher, not lower, right?" Just looking at the size, it has an absolute advantage. It is estimated that the whole body of the sea monster is even larger than the Moyan beast. The smoker smiled and said, "Deep-sea giant monsters are much rarer, and they are also water-based, so the inner elixir is probably more effective." Li Tong said truthfully, "If the Frost Demon Dragon King wants to compete with it, he needs a rare opportunity to evolve his dragon bloodline, otherwise he will definitely not be able to match such a huge deep-sea monster. I'll take it." Before he finished speaking, Cheng Bai had already put on the Xuanming treasure robe, and strode forward in the air, raising his hand and slashing at the huge tentacle waving in the air with a cross-shaped sword. The deep-sea monster sensed a powerful enemy approaching and swung its tentacles to meet it. As soon as it made contact, its body surface flashed with crystal light and actually bounced the sword energy back. "Huh, awesome." Cheng Bai was not surprised but happy when he saw this. He blocked the sword energy and felt that the power was almost the same as that exerted by himself. Then several more sniper bullets were fired, but they were also rebounded by the giant sea monster, causing the white spirit shield to tremble violently. The secret technique was unprecedentedly advanced, and he said in surprise, "Fortunately, only 70% of the strength was used. If it was stronger, it would have broken the defense. How can we fight with such a strong ability?" After being bounced back several times, Cheng Bai keenly noticed that there was a slight difference in the force of the attack before and after it hit the spiritual shield. The more attacks he received, the weaker the rebound, although the difference was not obvious. While thinking of a countermeasure, the intelligent deep-sea monster recognized that the opponent's attack was extremely powerful. Although it could bounce back while parrying, it felt quite strenuous. It became fearful and retracted its tentacles and tried to retreat and dive. Is it possible that it has limited capabilities and has used them to the limit? I still have room for maneuver. Don't even think about escaping. How could Cheng Bai let it escape? He immediately transformed into a tyrant. The power of his attack increased several times. His 6 arms chopped through the heavy sword energy, crisscrossing and overlapping. A large area of the sea surface suddenly turned into a death zone, and the remaining megalodon was cut into several pieces. The gap in strength between the two sides widened instantly. The deep-sea monster was panicked. The lethality and quantity of the sword energy that was enveloping it exceeded its resistance limit. It was suddenly overwhelmed and unable to resist. It was defeated and covered with scars. The sea surface was dyed with its blue blood. Seeing that the situation was not good, the deep-sea monster spewed out thick ink, stirring the sea into darkness. It abandoned all its broken tentacles and struggled on the sea surface, escaping from its shell, using its tentacles to disguise itself and stay nearby, but in fact it quickly fled to the deep-sea area. After diving thousands of meters below the seabed, the kraken finally caught its breath. Only the thick roots of its 8 tentacles were left, but they would regenerate and grow back again with time. Just when he thought he had escaped, he saw Cheng Bai wearing the Xuanming treasure robe sticking close to him. He swung his 6 arms as fast as lightning and cut open its chubby and smooth body before the water mirror secret technique was activated, and took away its inner elixir. Cheng Bai returned to his original form and was very satisfied with the performance of the Xuanming treasure robe. It could be adjusted to any size, and even the extra positions of the 3 heads and 6 arms could be properly adjusted. It was truly a wonderful magic weapon. In the future, the more precious clothes like this, the better. Cheng Bai was so happy that he dragged the deep-sea monster that had become a trophy ashore, waited for the thick ink on the sea surface to dissipate, and then fished back the 8 tentacles and the megalodon meat, removed the internal organs, washed it with snow water, peeled it and cut it into slices. This batch of high-quality ingredients weighs more than 2,000 tons, and 4 treasure bags are filled to the brim, enough to be enjoyed for a long time. After finishing the work, he grilled the chewy and delicious meat slices to share with the smoker while checking the inner elixir runes in his hand. Li Tong was very envious, but unfortunately he couldn't eat meat. If he had drooled, he would have drooled all over the floor. He kept encouraging her, "Help me find some new books when you have time. I'm always hungry." Okay. Cheng Bai agreed and asked, "Will there be more advanced runes this time?" Li Tong saw the inner elixir clearly. The best one is the water mirror, a Zon-level supreme product, which can reflect attacks and has incredible effects when used properly. The second best is the Zon-level superior water tornado, which is quite powerful. The other 3 are actually worse than the previous ones, but overall they are still about the same. Cheng Bai put away the inner elixir, feeling somewhat disappointed that there was no better rune. He said contentedly, "Hee, the harvest is already an unexpected surprise. The 4 inner elixirs of earth, water, fire and wind are complete. It's just right for refining the 4 symbols cauldron. Let's go home." Just as I was about to pack up, I saw a white and blue frost dragon flying in the distant sky to the south with its wings spread. There was someone riding on it, looking leisurely. The other side also noticed the Icelandic camp and figures, and swooped down to land. The frost dragon was extremely strong and powerful, with a length of 36 meters from head to tail, sharp horns and claws, broad wings, and dragon scales that were crystal clear like ice crystals and had a bright luster, making it more outstanding than ordinary ice dragons. The dragon rider was Mo Ruo. When he saw Cheng Bai, he jumped off his mount and greeted him. It turns out that brother Cheng Xian also got a divine and handsome pet. "Brother Mo, how are you?" Cheng Baiduo glanced at the ice dragon and guessed, as the dragon that was tamed the frost demon dragon king. Mo Ruo said complacently, "That's right, you have a good eye." Cheng Bai's original purpose was to hunt the frost demon dragon king. Fortunately, he let nature take its course and got a better inner elixir of the deep-sea giant monster. Otherwise, he would have missed it and wasted a lot of time. He immediately praised him. "The frost demon dragon king is very powerful. The Ming king of Shanwei City is really amazing. Congratulations, brother Mo." Mo Ruo was very proud and couldn't help bragging a little, shaking his head and saying, "There are only a handful of spiritual beasts in Qiongqi continent that can be classified as high quality. The frost demon dragon king is one of them. In terms of the height of the body and the strengths and weaknesses of the abilities, they are all at the top level of the same grade. The Suani you got may be able to barely get started. The implication is that the art of taming beasts is very sophisticated, and there are all kinds of spiritual beasts to rank, and he is indeed a master in this area." Cheng Bai asked curiously, "I think brother Mo is suitable for raising fire monsters." Mo Ruo sneered and said, "Who said that you can only tame one kind of spiritual pet? Wouldn't it be better if I could tame the lava fire dragon in the future and control both ice and fire?" Qiongqi continent had never heard of a lava dragon, so Cheng Bai said perfunctorily, "Brother, your opinion is profound." Mo Ruo glanced at the smoker and said disapprovingly, "When it comes to raising spiritual beasts, ordinary things in the world are not worth it. Good things are only for driving, and excellent things are barely usable. Most of the time, high-quality things are more valuable, and dragon blood is the most respected among all rare bloodlines. This frost demon dragon king ranks among the best in Qiongqi continent, and it is not behind in Shanwei City. Although Suani has a rare dragon bloodline, it cannot fly and can only walk on land. It is tired and exhausted. As a high-quality thing, it is naturally inferior. The smoker's secret flying technique not only allows him to soar into the air, but is even capable of traveling through the void." Upon hearing this, he blinked and remained silent. Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, does the Frost Demon Dragon King rely on his wings to fly? What you mean is, you don't know any secret techniques of flying. My dear brother, didn't you see how fast and steady the flight was just now? This is the advantage of the bloodline of a top-grade spiritual beast. Mo Ruo didn't understand the meaning of the words for a moment and was still beaming with joy. Cheng Bai felt that his words were pedantic, and he didn't like arguing, so he complimented him casually, Brother Mo, you have a great point. Mo Ruo finally noticed the inheritance cube floating in the air. He looked at it for a few more times and became suspicious. He thought to himself, the shape and color of this object are definitely not ordinary. It looks quite like the legendary Pengu relic. If it is a priceless treasure and should not be missed. Cheng Bai noticed his gaze and intentionally or unintentionally put Li Tong into his treasure bag. Mo Ruo couldn't help but feel excited. After thinking it over, he smiled and said, Brother Cheng, the block you just put into your pocket has a unique shape. Can you lend it to me to take a look? While packing up the camp, Cheng Bai refused with a serious look, this is a private matter of our sect, and it is not convenient for Brother Mo to see it. We have a long way to go, and we will see each other again in the rivers and lakes. We will say goodbye now. Wait a minute. Mo Ruo smiled and suggested, Brother, please take a look at my Frost Demon Dragon King. If you place it in the sect, it will become the sect's guardian beast, guarding the mountain gate with might and dominance. How glorious it is. I am willing to exchange it with the cube in your bag. How do you think? Cheng Bai smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Mo, please don't embarrass me. Although this block is of little value, it is of special significance to our sect. Our master has repeatedly told us not to leave it out in the open. The Frost Demon Dragon King is so rare and precious, how dare I own it? Besides, our small sect cannot afford to raise such a large monster. Mo Ruo didn't quite believe that you could afford to raise such a huge suani, so he persuaded, if my guess is correct, the block is very likely a relic left by the ancient gods. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If other forces in Shanwei City find out, I'm afraid they will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Oh. Cheng Bai quickly packed up his things and asked with a smile, Brother Mo, do you have any suggestions? Mo Ruo guided him, I will keep it for you. The Frost Dragon King is in my hands as collateral. You can come and get it anytime. With the support of many experts from the Chengsheng Society, no one dares to touch you. This is to lure them with benefits, persuade them with reason, appeal to their emotions, and threaten them with power. It can be called condescending. If you want something from someone else and you talk as if they are begging you for it, will they return it after you take it away? That's strange. Since Cheng Bai learned the secret art of communication, he has become extremely sensitive to words. How could he not hear it? He frowned slightly, pulled up the smoker and said goodbye, thank you for your concern, Brother Mo. I can protect myself. Goodbye. After saying that, he teleported away. Mo Ruo was shocked when he saw no figure in front of him, and then he regretted it and said, I am too conservative and regard him as a friend. If I had taken action to seize him as soon as I saw him just now, how could I let him get away? Forget it, forget it. Chapter 94, Shungjin Pagoda Secret Realm. All the conditions for refining the four symbols cauldron were met in the Three Sages Valley. Cheng Bai and Kai Zongming worked in perfect harmony, and the wax model carving became more and more exquisite. The four-legged cauldron took shape, with a full body, a square center and a round shape. The patterns were simple and elegant, and it looked almost the same as the finished product. As the progress became clearer, Fang Wanjun attached more importance to it and gave it high praise. The information about the four elephants cauldron recorded in the sect's treasure pavilion is not so complete. Dubai has made a lot of improvements, and Zhongming has done an excellent job. The materials used in the treasure are excellent. After thousands of hammers and refinements, it will surely be ranked among the top grades of spiritual tools and will surely be famous in the world. The Tianwang sword, the treasure of the weapon sect, is a top-grade spiritual weapon. It has firmly occupied the first place in the treasure ranking of the Qiongqi continent for more than 10,000 years. The natural materials and treasures used in the four symbols cauldron are no less inferior, and it is expected to surpass it if it is successfully forged. Fang Wanjun couldn't help but feel itchy due to his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He pondered over and over again, they are both extremely talented, but their skills in refining weapons are not good enough. Even if they succeed, they can only be of the mediocre grade at best. Outsiders don't know that there is still a big gap between them and the heavenly desolate sword. If I were here, I could reach the heavenly grade, or even the supreme grade. He then asked Cheng Bai, "Disciple, this tripod must be tempered by divine fire, what are your plans?" Cheng Bai smiled and said, "My disciple does not have a divine fire source, and only has a little power of thunder and fire, so he can only complete it slowly over time. First, shape it into a tripod, and when my cultivation is profound, or I get a divine fire source by chance, I can further gather spirits and refine it to complete it. Practicing the molten gold hand is a preparation for this. It can enhance the power of thunder and fire and the effect of refining treasures, and it also helps to improve the quality of spiritual weapons. The exquisiteness of Taoist fire is not necessarily inferior to that of divine fire. The training of this martial art is progressing rapidly and has achieved some success. In the future, the training will progress step by step. Everything is in plan, but it is inconvenient to tell anyone in the weapon sect. All we can say is that like the phantom light blade, it can be completed in 15 years. Fang Wanjun pondered for a moment, and could not help but said, "It is inevitable that it will be put aside for a while. I plan to join in and refine this treasure together. With the quenching of lava crystal fire, it can greatly improve the refining process and effect. After the casting is completed, the 4 symbols cauldron will still belong to you, and you can convert it into 50,000 taels of gold for the labor fee. How about it? This price is quite cheap for a completed spiritual weapon." Cheng Bai is well aware of the market situation and believes that the effect will be better than expected. He said hurriedly, "Thank you for your help, Master. I am very grateful." With the participation of the leader of the weapon sect, he not only gave thoughtful instructions, but also personally perfected the details, raising the 4 symbols cauldron to a high standard that surpassed all known refining cauldrons, and the casting process became more sophisticated. As time passed, the carving of the tripod mold was completed. The master and his 2 apprentices sealed the mold into the prepared huang mud, and placed it in a cool and dry place until it hardened into an outer mold, which was then stored on the treasure-quenching table in Balian Hall. Fang Wanjun said happily, "Huang Ni is the highest grade sealing mud in Qiongqi continent. It has sufficient vitality. It absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon on the quenching platform. 12 days later, on an auspicious day, melt the wax and cast it. That will be the best time." Kai Zongming reminded him, "The Shengjian Pagoda will be open tomorrow. How do you plan your schedule, brother?" Cheng Bai thought to himself, with Master Fang joining us, the lava crystal fire is enough to forge a perfect craft. The 4 symbols cauldron will be much faster in terms of progress and will be ready soon. I will have a lot of free time to attend the conference. He said, "I will go to Shengjian Pagoda to attend the conference tomorrow. I will trouble Master and junior brother to take care of the 4 symbols cauldron." Fang Wanjun was very satisfied with the mold making, and said leisurely, "Don't worry, go and capture the Hunter King, leave your name in history, and bring honor to your master. Just get back before the wax is melted for casting." As the final battle site of the martial arts hunting conference, Shengjian Pagoda is considered the most majestic ancient building on the continent, reaching 4,200 meters high, like a giant pillar piercing the sky. It is made of a special material and is full of mystery. Looking closely, it is neither gold nor wood, yet it is dazzling. Time seems to have left no traces of erosion. When the sunlight is strong, it appears and disappears, as if it is about to fly away. When Cheng Bai arrived nearby, a large number of people had already gathered around the Shengjian Pagoda, but most of them were of low level and strength, and they were not there to adventure into the secret realm, but rather supporters and followers of the participants. The difficulty of the Shengjian Tower secret realm is well known on the mainland. The guild recommends that you must be above level 28 to challenge it. Hunters are well versed in the rules of survival and are self-aware. There are only a few real challengers. Ningxiang secretly exchanged a glance with Cheng Bai, then withdrew her gaze and slowly walked forward with the bone staff in her hand, alone and showing no sign of weakness. He Liepeng jumped off the Black Mist Demon Leopard King mount and greeted the dozen hunters who supported him, saying, "Thank you all for coming to support us. I fought alone this time, and even if I can't win, I won't lose face for everyone." A fan encouraged him, "Fierce Boxing King is a man who stands tall and proud. Don't underestimate yourself. I take brother he is my role model." A friend also pointed out, "The mission of Shengjian Pagoda is to obtain the golden water. The winner may not necessarily be the one with the highest martial arts or the most people. Brother he has a great chance, so don't let down the reputation of the Fierce Boxing King." The well-equipped hunter triangle strode out from the side, wearing luxurious silver mail armor and holding black iron broadswords. They were all valiant and stood out from the crowd. The eldest evil swordsman said, there are not many people in the world who can fight to a draw with this sword master. The second ruthless swordsman said, who is the master of the world's heroes? Who else but me? The third poison hand swordsman said, we are invincible in the secret realm. Now is a good time to make a name for ourselves. The iron-blooded trio is called Life-Chasing Sanlang. They have recently become famous in the guild. Their strength is almost approaching that of a young quasi-king, and they are determined to win the Golden Pagoda. The power behind him was also quite impressive, with nearly 100 followers shouting, Zhuiming Sanlang, your achievements are unparalleled, you are a great hero, and your reputation will be remembered forever. The evil swordsman was secretly proud of himself and said with a smile, after returning from this mission, we can establish a sect, open up a school, and make it famous all over the world and pass it down through the ages. We will call it, the Life-Chasing Sect. The merciless swordsman and the poisonous swordsman praised him in unison, brother is wise. The largest number of people present were from the newly formed Glorious Legion. Many women in black surrounded Yunwan, who was riding on the Golden Griffin King, like stars surrounding the moon. Led by Shenya, Xingju and Ruan Toran, their respective leaders and subordinates formed a formation and followed closely behind. The four teams gathered into a large group with considerable scale and their actions were orderly. Yunwan drove her mount forward, followed closely by Shenya and Xingju. Ruan Toran instructed the two men, you follow the master into the tower to search for treasures. I will lead the team outside to support you and make sure to bring the master back safely. Shenya smiled and said, Xingju and I will take care of each other, military advisor, just rest assured. Originally these were the main force entering the secret realm of Shengjian Pagoda, but who knew that an unexpected uninvited guest would suddenly appear halfway. A strong wind blew in the air, and Cheng Bai looked up. A huge frost dragon spread its wings and landed on the ground. The knight on its back was elegant and handsome, attracting attention from all parties. It was actually Mo Ruo. He turned to Cheng Bai and smiled, Brother Cheng, we meet again. I am determined to win the grand prize of this secret event. Cheng Bai was not too surprised. Mo Ruo wanted to join the Hunter Guild, most likely to enter the Shengjian Tower. He only confirmed, Brother Mo is also a hunter in the guild. Mo Ruo sneered and said, it's just a guild and a small title. With my ability, I can hunt dozens of tidal beasts in exchange for it in half a day. Such arrogant words sounded in front of all the hunters. Everyone present knew how powerful the tidal beast was, so they all looked at him sideways. Ruan Toran's know-it-all skills remained intact, and he was exceptionally well informed. He immediately said, I heard that yesterday a master in the Qiongqi guild made a deal worth nearly 30 taels of gold for the crystal core of a tidal beast, which left the guild short of funds. He broke the century record of the Thunderblade King and became the fastest hunter on the continent to be promoted to level. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this, and it immediately became a new topic of conversation. The evil swordsman whispered, could this be the person you were talking about? His appearance is slightly different from that of the gentleman, and his hair is dark green. The merciless swordsman said unhappily, I heard that he was extremely powerful and had tamed the Frost Dragon King. I didn't expect that a dark horse would emerge just as the conference was about to be finalized. The Poison Hand swordsman whispered, the mission value and points of the Grand Master Golden Pagoda are higher than those of the first two secret realms. Maybe someone will come out on top later. The evil swordsman calmed the troops and said, don't panic, my two brothers. We three brothers are united in purpose and can break iron with our strength. The one who comes out on top will definitely be Zhuiming Sanlang. The merciless swordsman and the poisonous swordsman said in unison, brother, you have great foresight. Cheng Bai vaguely remembered the guild record that was accidentally refreshed, and knew that Mo Ruo really had this ability. He smiled and said, Brother Mo's cultivation is profound, it is really amazing. Mo Ruo suggested, Brother Cheng, if you are willing to give me the block, I will definitely help you to ascend to the throne and become the Hunter King in one step. Seeing Cheng Bai pondering over his words, Mo Ruo added earnestly, to be promoted to the imperial examination, Qiongqi continent can only participate in Shanwei City, which is also my brother's territory. If you don't want to, is there no hope? Then we have to give it a try. Cheng Bai declined politely, Brother Mo, I appreciate your kindness. The guild leader present announced the start of the final battle of the martial arts hunting competition. The task of this Shengjian Tower battle is to obtain golden water. 2 are counted, and the one with more wins. In addition to the rare gold and water in the tower, there are also blood jade, peacock blue crystal and other rare treasures. The exterior of the Qiongqi pagoda was round and smooth, and it was hard to tell where the door was. When the sea hour arrived, a door of choice similar to the altar of the Faceless Man temple appeared on the bottom floor. A dark and deep passage emerged from the rectangular door with an inverted trapezoidal gap, and the secret realm was opened. Cheng Bai thought to himself, the portals are similar, and they are clearly Pangu relics, hiding the netherworld. Zhui Ming Sanlang took the lead and, following the principle of first come, first served, they all rushed towards the gate. Strangely enough, the closer the three got to the door of choice, the smaller they became. When they stepped through the door, they were like dwarfs breaking into the hall of a giant, disappearing into the dark portal without a trace. Cheng Bai watched curiously, thinking to himself, there are multiple folding spaces inside, which is much more advanced than the treasure bag. Mo Ruo is quite knowledgeable and said with a smile, the universe is big in the sleeves, and the sun and moon are long in the pot. The inside is much bigger than what you see outside. It is quite interesting to have such a mysterious secret place in the countryside. The frost dragon king he was riding flapped its huge wings, creating a strong wind that made it difficult for others to approach. Then he strode into the tower. The huge dragon shrank like a toy doll when entering the door, but he was unaware of it. Others entered the tower one after another. Cheng Bai rode on the cigarette and followed Ningxiang. He had originally planned to go in together, but after crossing the door of choice, the situation in front of him suddenly changed and the scenery became completely new. The tower is vast and is a small world of its own. There are volcanoes everywhere, magma is erupting from the ground, the temperature is extremely hot, and the air is turbid. For ordinary people, it is simply hell. Cheng Bai looked around. When everyone entered, they were dispersed to different locations. Ningxiang, who was walking in front, was nowhere to be found, and the other hunters were nowhere to be seen either. In the distance, there were groups of 3 or 5 tall monsters patrolling. They had dark red skin, thick scales, and hair and beards that fluttered like flames. They stood and walked like giants. These were the famous magma monsters at the bottom of the Qiongqi pagoda. Li Tong emerged from the treasure bag, looked around and said, the first floor of the Qiongqi tower is called Purgatory Mountain. When you enter, the distance between them is a little far, so the teleportation locations are different to prevent people from different camps from plotting against each other. The mechanism is strict. Cheng Bai remembered what the spiritual plum tree had said, when you go to the Qiongqi pagoda, don't take the treasures inside. Doesn't that mean that we can't even take the mission target? So he asked the key question, what are the adverse effects of taking the treasures in the tower? Li Tong replied, obtaining the treasure may trigger certain operating conditions of the netherworld in the tower. Stone Chi's control over the treasure obtainer will become stronger and stronger, and he can drive out the challenger at any time. It will become increasingly difficult to gain control of the Qiongqi tower. Cheng Bai understood a little. The Qiongqi tower itself is the greatest treasure, so if we get Shi Kai and control this tower, we can naturally get all the treasures. That's right, Li Tong suggested. The monsters and guards in Qiongqi tower are all Siqi's eyes and ears. Don't bother with them for now. It's better to reach the top floor as soon as possible. Cheng Bai rode on the smoker, swiftly moving around, avoiding the giant lava beast, bypassing the volcano, and exploring deep into the secret realm. With their strength, it was not difficult to avoid the monsters here. It's not that easy for other hunters, who usually have to fight monsters all the way. On the way, they saw Zhui Ming Saburo fighting a giant magma beast. The 3 of them were quite powerful and could barely match it together. The black iron sword could not gain the upper hand either. A little carelessness caused him to be hit by a punch. The poisonous swordsman fell to the ground with a bruised face and smoke coming out of his skin. He hurriedly shouted, brother, this is a very painful trick. Come and help me. The vicious swordsman shouted, you tiny monster, you dare to bully the brother of this sword saint, I will kill you. Just as the words fell, he was hit by the giant magma beast and rolled over several times, spitting out a broken tooth. The ruthless swordsman rushed forward and shouted, today I'm here to see what a true hero is. I'm just a humble man. While shouting, he attracted the attention of the magma beast. The evil swordsman quickly took the opportunity to get up, spat out a mouthful of blood, and joined the battle with the poisonous swordsman. The 3 men and the beast were fighting with swords and fists in a fierce battle. Since it was none of his business, Cheng Bai avoided it and made a judgment. These lava beasts are smaller than the tidal beasts, but their strengths are similar. Is the yellow turban warrior the most troublesome one in Qiongqi tower? Li Tong said, the yellow turban warriors have 7 levels, pawn, soldier, lieutenant, governor, general, and commander. The Shungjin Tower is equipped with the first 5 levels as guards. There is only one general-level yellow turban warrior in Qiongqi continent, Yu. There are some other troublesome monsters in the tower, the most troublesome one is the Stone Maniac. Chapter 95, Fighting Arena. Many volcanoes are either spewing flames or preparing to erupt. Scalding volcanic ash covers a large area, the temperature is boiling, and there is no light at all. Li Tong gave some guidance and told the smoker that there was a safe way out. After running for a long time and passing through the barren land, the view in front of him suddenly opened up. There is an oasis hidden deep in the secret realm, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with flowers, plants and trees complementing each other. The layout is exquisite and full of poetic and picturesque beauty. The highest peak was lush and green, only a few hundred meters above sea level. On the top of the mountain, an exquisite white jade boy was holding a jade hoe and planting a small tree. Suddenly, he noticed something and walked to the top of the mountain to look into the distance. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his cute little face, and he murmured, "Why did Li Tong, that nosy guy, come to my territory?" At the same time, Li Tong shouted, "Did you see it? Shungjin Pagoda Qiongqi is on the top of that hill. Let's go over there quickly." Shikai noticed other people's gazes, retracted his little head, and turned to walk towards the mountain hut behind. When Cheng Bai arrived at the hut, he couldn't find Shikai anywhere. The surrounding is quiet and elegant, and the location is secluded. There is a gurgling stream not far away. The house is simple and comfortable, with a bedroom, living room, dining room and kitchen. Although small, it has everything, and is full of tranquility and comfort. Cheng Bai picked up a small sapling on the ground outside the house. The edges of the green branches and leaves had sharp serrations, like a mouth slightly opening and closing, and the shape was strange. Li Tong said, "The trees growing here are all man-eating trees. They are called marrow-eating trees. Their leaves can be used as medicine. Ordinary plants cannot grow in places like this. There is a lack of sunlight in Shungjin Pagoda, it is dark and humid, the content of heavy metals is high, the plants have evolved unique predation abilities, and it is full of dangers." Cheng Bai put down the sapling and walked into the hut to take a closer look. The smoker was too big to enter the house, but that didn't bother him. He used his transformation technique to transform into a chubby young man. He followed him into the house and asked, "Are we late?" Li Tong said hurriedly, "Shikai has hidden at the top of the tower. There must be a dark passage in the house leading to the upper floor. We must find it." Cheng Bai understood a little. So the real test of Shungjin Tower is to unlock the hidden doors on each floor, right? Li Tong smiled and said, "There is more than one way to the upper level. Not all portals require defeating monsters to pass through. There will be at least one door in this house." Cheng Bai opened his eyes wide and searched inside and outside. He saw a strange aura gathering on the dining table and wondered, could it be that the door is on the dining table? Is the condition for opening the netherworld path to having a meal here? Li Tong floated around the table and said happily, "It's very likely." It was a simple matter. The kitchen equipment was ready and Chef Cheng Bai took charge. Soon, shredded deep-sea monster meat, diced burning worm king meat, megalodon shark slices and shark fin soup were served on the table. The smoker followed Cheng Bai and sat like a normal person. He leaned over the table and said with a smile, "Every day, what do you want for a beast's life? What else can you ask for?" Cheng Bai picked up the shredded pork, dipped it in the forget-me-not sauce, and tasted it carefully. He said complacently, "My cooking skills have improved a lot since I first arrived. Come on, don't let your stomach be empty-handed, and enjoy all the delicacies in the world." The smoker ate and drank with a drooling face. Li Tong blinked his big eyes with his baby face, watching the man and the beast feasting on the food, and said resentfully, "You are bullying me because I can't eat meat." While enjoying the delicious food, I didn't realize that the things outside the window of the cottage had changed and I was no longer in the oasis. Cheng Bai keenly noticed the changes and smiled, "Successful, we have reached a new level, traveling between different worlds and spaces. This is the netherworld path." After finishing his meal and clearing the table, Cheng Bai walked out of the cabin slowly. Outside the door was another small world. Before our eyes is the spacious and vibrant ancient arena, a circular structure with an empty space in the middle and surrounded by tiered auditoriums. It can accommodate millions of people and is dozens of times larger than the largest arena known on Earth. The position for Cheng Bai is a luxurious overlooking stand facing north and south. Looking down at the empty field below, the view is unobstructed, magnificent and spacious, which is breathtaking. How spectacular! Is this a fighting arena? Cheng Bai exclaimed. Li Tong explained simply, the second level of Shungjin Tower is the fighting arena. You must fight to advance to the top. The smoker walked out of the stand room, his body restored to that of a majestic beast, and said alertly, something is coming out. The arena was octagonal in shape, separated from the stands by a dark trench as wide as a moat. There was a majestic and heavy gate on each of the four sides, southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. The huge gate in the northwest slowly lowered like an opening and closing drawbridge, becoming a bridge connecting to the arena. 5 giant magma beasts ran out from behind the gate. At the same time, the huge gate in the southeast also fell, and a divine man in golden armor holding a mountain-splitting spear walked out. He was as tall and strong as the yellow-turbaned strongman that Fang Wanjin had captured. As they stepped onto the field, the huge door behind them slowly folded up and closed, turning the arena into an isolated island. The two sides faced off with swords drawn and suddenly rushed towards their opponents. Compared to the even larger magma beast, the golden armored god's physique was not worth mentioning, but the difference in combat power was overwhelming. It fought 1 against 5, and with just a few moves, it beat the beasts to the ground, leaving them in a state of disgrace. The magma monster continued to unleash terrifying fire storms, but the secret technique had no apparent effect. It successfully rolled up a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky, but it seemed to have done little to hurt the yellow turban warrior. Cheng Bai observed for a moment and said, the yellow turban warrior is not only physically strong, but also has secret defensive techniques. Li Tong praised, good vision. All yellow turban warriors are equipped with 4 polarity shields, which are similar to the secret technique of the same name and can effectively resist the 4 destructive forces of earth, water, fire and wind. Otherwise, how can they adapt to various cruel battlefields? The material of the Shungjin Pagoda is more advanced, and the elemental barrier has stronger defense power, making it difficult for external evil to invade. The yellow turban warrior in the arena was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He quickly knocked down the lava beast, threw his opponent out of the arena and into a bottomless trench, then swaggered back to the reopened giant gate passage. Cheng Bai asked curiously, where will we end up if we fall into the trench? Li Tong said frankly, I fell to the bottom of a volcano and was smashed into a pulp. Ashes to ashes, earth to earth. The smoker watched with great interest. The next show is about to begin. The huge gates on the northwest and northeast sides of the arena are slowly opening, and new hostile creatures are coming in to join the battle. Cheng Bai suddenly realized, they were demonstrating just now. If you lose this level of duel test, you will fall back to the next level. It's quite simple. Another giant magma beast ran out from the northwest, but the person coming out of the northeast gate was He Lipeng. Cheng Bai was surprised and said, Master Shi must have told Brother He about his experience in clearing the level, which allowed Brother He to pass the Netherworld road so quickly. However, he is far behind the magma beast, so how can he pass the arena? When the giant magma beast saw its opponent, it pounced on He Lipeng with incredible speed and force like thunder. He Lipeng did not dare to be negligent. He clenched the black gold brass knuckles in his hand and used all his strength to avoid the real and attack the fake, fighting and retreating. The giant magma beast roared and launched a blazing firestorm which swept towards it. He Lipeng rolled over hastily to avoid it. His hair caught fire and he waved his hands hastily to put it out, but his hair turned into curls and he looked in a miserable state. Cheng Bai saw that he was unable to resist and thought, Brother He has made some progress compared to before. He is not inferior to the tidal beast by much, but he is definitely unable to match the stronger magma beast. He condensed a vibration wave bullet in his hand and was about to shoot it out, intending to lend a helping hand to He Lipeng. Li Tong hurriedly stopped him, saying, don't interfere. Shungjin Tower has a precise evaluation mechanism. It is inevitable that there will be a large gap in the challenge levels in the fighting arena. Challengers must exert their own limits and use all favorable factors to win. If you rely on the help of others, the difficulty will continue to increase, and you will not be able to pass it. The challenge level of the fighting arena is definitely not comparable to the superficial level accumulated by the guild points. Although Zuiming Sanlang seems to be of a high level, he is actually no match for the monsters of the same level and is overwhelmed. He Lipeng gave up forming a team and came alone, and he already knew the rules of Shungjin Tower. Upon hearing this, Cheng Bai stopped his attack and would not intervene until it was absolutely necessary. There was an obvious gap in strength between the two sides on the field. He Lipeng did not dare to face the enemy head-on. Relying on his agility and tight defense, he dodged left and right, and gradually led the magma monster to the edge of the arena. Cheng Bai pondered and said, "Brother He, are you trying to win by that method? Although it's a bit tricky, it's quite feasible." When the giant magma beast charged forward, He Lipeng used the falling leaf palms technique to pull his opponent along, leveraging the beast's own strength and weight to make it lose its balance and rush out of the arena into the trench. Seeing that the situation was not good, the lava monster danced in the air, turned around and grabbed the edge of the venue, and placed one of its giant claws on the ground so that it did not fall. It was also able to use its hands instead of feet to try to get up and was about to return to the arena. How could He Lipeng let it come back? He used the unique skills of Beizan Yansheng Fist, using the techniques of seal, smash, collapse and break at the same time. The power of his fist in the air was like artillery fire, blocking the opponent's possibility of turning over. The giant magma beast was in a disadvantageous situation in midair, and was beaten on the head, face and hands. In a panic, he used one hand to swing his claws and fight with his fists, but still knocked He Lipeng dozens of meters away. He then slipped into the trench helplessly, and disappeared into the darkness. He Lipeng fell on the arena, exhausted from all his efforts, stood up after a while, rubbed his sore fists and wrists, and smiled. "I won." Cheng Bai waved to He Lipeng and said, "Brother He, do you want to come up and sit down?" Then a beam of light was projected from the sky, pulling He Lipeng up into the sky like an immortal. He Lipeng had already seen Cheng Bai and said loudly, "Junior brother Cheng, I'll wait for you on the 3rd floor." The voice faded away. Cheng Bai watched him disappear into the light in the sky and said with a wry smile, "The test of the 2nd level of the arena is so simple, shouldn't it be easy for me to pass it?" Li Tong's blocky body shook its head repeatedly like a head. The challenge level of the monsters in the fighting arena must be 3 times the combat power of the challenger, or even higher. It should be impossible to win in a head-on confrontation. If you were to go down, how could a magma monster appear as an opponent? Cheng Bai thought that his strength in all aspects was far superior to He Lipeng's. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, the huge gates on the southwest and northeast sides slowly fell down, and a new opponent was about to appear. Ning Xiang came out from the southwest, holding a bone staff. 2 magma beasts strode towards her from the northeast. There are a few elites in the magma beast tribe. Their dark red bodies are larger than those of ordinary members of the same tribe. They are born with flame shields, sharp scales, and are surrounded by faint flames. They are called magma beasts. Each one has outstanding strength, and is not inferior to the title Beast King. Compared to He Lipeng's challenge level, the difficulty of the fighting arena has been greatly increased. Cheng Bai knew the depth of Ning Zhang's cultivation, and was concerned about her. He hesitated and said, "In a head-on battle, the gap between the 2 sides is too big. Such an opponent pairing is not fair, and the challenger is at a huge disadvantage." Li Tong disagreed and said bluntly, "In the arena of fighting, the strong survive and the weak perish. Only by moving forward despite the difficulties can you surpass yourself. As long as you use the right tactics, you may not be unable to win." Just now as a precedent. Cheng Bai was considering whether to intervene, but the situation on the field was unexpected. The smoker watched the battle and said, "Look, it's 2 against 2 now." Ning Xiang actually transformed into another illusion of the same appearance, attracting a magma beast and keeping a distance from it. The illusion did not confront the opponent head-on, but just entangled and wandered around, while the real body focused on fighting with the other magma beast. Cheng Bai was surprised and said, "It's her dragon bone staff. The treasure has the ability to create illusions. This is the tactic. It is possible for the weak to defeat the strong." Li Tong is quite optimistic about Ning Xiang in this battle. The magma beast is powerful, but its moves are not as sophisticated as those of a skilled warrior. Ning Xiang has repeatedly received elixirs from Cheng Bai, and with her own outstanding talent, her cultivation has improved rapidly, so the gap between her and Cheng Bai in a one-on-one fight is not too far. In the arena, her real body wielded the dragon bone staff, and performed the flying sand staff technique and the soul refining staff technique in turn, making the wind and rain impenetrable, and the domain even unfolded a vision like a bright light curtain, covering both the enemy and us. Although seemingly non-aggressive, the battle situation is quietly changing. In the first 100 moves, Ning Xiang was obviously inferior in strength, doing more defense than attack, and was at a disadvantage in the battle. But after 100 moves, she became stronger and stronger, and gradually gained the upper hand. The magma beast became anxious and unleashed a firestorm that was even more powerful than the magma beast. It raised spectacular pillars of fire one after another, but they quickly faded in the area of Ning Xiang, as if it was much weaker. Cheng Bai watched the battle intently and said, her domain seems to be able to dissolve the opponent's attack while gradually increasing her own power. Although it is not swallowing, it has some similar effects, as if she is using the power of the weak to defeat the strong. Li Tong commented, if the immaculate body phenomenon can grow into a magical power, it can have the power to turn the world upside down, which is unparalleled in the world. At present, it is only a small effect. Ningxiang's body was erratic, and she dodged the opponent's secret attacks. Each move of her bone staff became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the opponent was unable to cope with her. With the powerful move of gathering sand into a tower, the magma beast was quickly defeated by the bone staff. Cheng Bai smiled and said, I underestimated her. There are no weaklings among the contemporary geniuses. The smoker whispered, the treasure she has is not bad either. At the beginning, the 5th level of the Qiongqi treasure scroll also had an illusion secret technique to choose from, but Cheng Bai chose the spirit shield which he thought was more practical. Now it seems that the effect of illusion should not be underestimated. Ningxiang defeated one without underestimating the enemy at all. She cooperated closely with the illusion, attacking from both sides, and using the virtual and the real to complement each other. It was not difficult for her to defeat the second one. Chapter 96, King Ning accepts. In a moment, the two magma monsters fell dead on the scene. Ningxiang dispelled the illusion, put away his weapon, waved to Cheng Bai with a victorious smile, then drew out the dragon's steel blade, leaned over and took out the crystal core of the magma beast, which became a hunting trophy. She was about to say something to Cheng Bai when a pair of crystal cores in her hands lit up with crimson light and teleported her away. Cheng Bai was stunned and said, the crystal core in the monster's body can also open the netherworld path. Li Tong said unconcernedly, the winner gets promoted. There is more than one way to the upper level. Shi Kai is quite capable and is not inferior to me. The remains of the magma monster on the arena were not preserved but taken away by the tractor beam in the air. In a blink of an eye, the venue was clean and looked as good as new. The smoker looked around, then at the door of the arena and said, a new opponent has entered the arena. The fun begins. The southeast and northwest gates opened, and the team that entered the fighting arena was Yunwan, Shenya, and Xingju. A yellow-turbaned strongman suddenly came in opposite them. Although he was only a pawn, on that day by the falling star lake, if it weren't for the Tianwang sword, even masters at Fang Wanzhen's level would have found it difficult to deal with him. How could Yunwan and others compare with him? The more challengers participate, the higher their combat power will be. The difficulty of the arena will also increase accordingly. The monsters you fight can be changed according to the situation. Cheng Bai understood, and watched calmly how the weaker party in the field dealt with the difficulties. Yunwan and others saw through the opponent and quickly allocated resources, used elixirs without hesitation, adjusted the formation, and calmly worked together to fight the powerful enemy. Shenya in the team swallowed the iron blood heart protecting pill to improve his defense, and took the lead in the front to attract the attention of the yellow turban warriors. He was the strongest among the three, and his spear seemed to be unstoppable and invincible. When he was about to meet the yellow turban warrior's mountain-splitting spear, he made a feint with his spear like a spirit snake, leaving an afterimage that intersected with the opponent's weapon, then retreated and continued to attack from another angle, using the nine-tailed fox crystal core illusion of the Wanlong Fire Fang spear to the fullest extent, firmly attracting firepower and standing firm under the fierce attack of the mountain-splitting spear. Yunwan used the wind-flying pill, which improved her attack power. She rode a golden griffin and flew several hundred meters into the sky, hovering outside the opponent's attack range. Sometimes she would descend for a surprise attack, with a glowing blade falling from the air. She stared closely at the three groups of yellow turban warriors, sweeping away the remaining clouds like a whirlwind, and slashed at them quickly and fiercely. This spiritual weapon is of extraordinary power. It is powerful enough to cut a diamond body in half with one stroke. Even the yellow turban warrior cannot withstand the blow. Xingju's cultivation also improved. He swallowed Fengxing pill and Fuyu pill continuously. Relying on the advantage of increased speed, he roamed around the periphery, waiting for an opportunity to attack from a distance with his sword, distracting the yellow turban warrior. His skills are the weakest among the three, and he mainly harasses the enemy. The new sword in his hand is the sword sect's supreme treasure, the Jingluan sword. Although it cannot seriously threaten the yellow turban warriors, the sword energy also interferes with the smoothness of the Kaishan spear's moves, effectively filling the gaps between battles and reducing the pressure on Shenya. The three of them complement each other's strengths and work together seamlessly, as if they were one. The yellow turban strongman was unable to exert his full strength when surrounded by three people. His strength was enough to crush the other party, but it was difficult to defeat the opponent and he was beaten frequently. It looked up at the cloud cuckoo in the sky. Its pair of glowing blades were unstoppable. When they separated, they were like an eagle spreading its wings, and when they merged, they were like a full moon rising into the sky. It was the most threatening of the three and enough to be fatal. However, as soon as they attempted an air attack, Shenya and Xingju's siege intensity would increase greatly. The Jingluan sword was swiftly drawn out, slashing at the golden crystal carbon body, causing sparks to fly. Although it could not cause any harm, it attracted the attention of the yellow turban warriors. At this time, Shenya's spear blocked the attack and chased after him with a series of moves, so it shifted its target to Shenya. In the end, he let the dim glowing blade fly freely in the air, unleashing its full power, and from above he chopped down the yellow turban warriors continuously, leaving them covered in wounds. His performance was amazing. Cheng Bai suddenly realized, Shenya will act as a tank, Yunwan will be the damage dealer, and Xingju will be responsible for controlling aggro. If there is a healer, it will be a classic perfect lineup for encircling and suppressing big guys. It is suitable for dealing with melee monsters like the yellow turban warrior who have no IQ. Li Tong said bluntly, their response mode is correct. They were a bit opportunistic in the first two games. The subtlety of teamwork taught Cheng Bai a lesson, and he couldn't help but secretly blame himself. After all, individual strength is limited in front of the team. They work together to bring out the best in each other, and their combat power is doubled. It is definitely not comparable to simply increasing the number, and they are willing to take drugs to improve. In comparison, I am really useless. I always save the pills and use them to please beautiful women. In the arena, Shenya made full use of his tank position. Under the attack, his fantasy dragon Fire Fang spear danced like a spirit snake and entangled his mountain-splitting spear, allowing Yunwan to use his phantom light blade to successfully deliver a fatal blow, chopping off the yellow turban warrior's head. The yellow turban warrior knelt on one knee with his broken body, and the mountain-splitting spear fell to the ground with a clang, and the outcome was decided. The power of the mountain spear is not to be underestimated, it is even stronger than the magic dragon Fire Fang spear. Shenya's pressure was relieved, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He swallowed a pill of heaven replenishing divine power to restore his physical strength. The victorious Yunwan drove his mount to the ground and made a victory gesture to Cheng Bai in the stands. Cheng Bai gave her a thumbs up, expressing his admiration, and said with a wry smile, she treated me as an audience. When Yunwan cleaned up the battlefield and picked up the mountain-splitting spear, the operating conditions of the netherworld path were triggered, and the three of them were teleported to a higher level. Even the remains of the yellow turban warrior disappeared, and in a blink of an eye, it was as clean as new. They came from behind and are ahead of me one by one. It's my turn now. This battle for promotion is inevitable. Cheng Bai jumped up, crossed the trench, and landed lightly on the arena. Yang Gui and Li Tong followed quickly. Look at who my opponent is. How many of them there will be. Just as Cheng Bai was calculating how difficult it would be to deal with a few yellow turban warriors, the huge gate in the southwest slowly opened, and the Frost Dragon King flew out. Mo Ruo sat on it and looked down at the whole place, looking handsome and free and easy. Cheng Bai couldn't help but say in surprise, the Immortal King is better. Li Tong whispered, it seems that you are beyond the range of ordinary monsters. Shi Kai couldn't find a suitable opponent, so he just went after him. After that, he quickly got into Cheng Bai's treasure bag and avoided the fight. Seeing the other party calmly jump off his mount, Cheng Bai started the conversation, I didn't expect that Brother Mo would come here to challenge me. Brother Cheng has made some progress recently. Looking at the entire Qiongqi continent, the warriors are mediocre, the cultivators are weak, the inheritance is cut off, and the so-called masters are so poor. The only one who can barely enter my eyes is you. It is better not to speak as if you are praising the other person and carelessly belittle what you have seen and heard on the mainland is worthless. Cheng Bai understood that the other party had never taken him seriously, so he said loudly, I was honored to see Brother Mo's outstanding style on Giant Beast Island. My admiration for him is like a surging river. I can only look up to him. Today, I can discuss the pros and cons of Brother Mo. I am honored. Mo Ruo waved his hand to let the Frost Demon Dragon King retreat, and he put on the appearance of a master, stepped forward with his hands behind his back and said, you are still in the heaven realm, right? Considering that you are one realm lower than me, I will let you 3 moves, and you will never fight back. Under the influence of convergence, Cheng Bai's realm now seems a little confusing, but Mo Ruo remembered that when they met on the Giant Beast Island, he clearly saw that he was in the Heavenly Man realm. He was confident that he would not be wrong, and he spoke with a condescending attitude, which was the confidence brought by his strength. There are many geniuses in Shanwei City, and Ming Wangguan is unrivaled among his peers. He is known to be invincible in the same realm. Not to mention opponents of lower realms, even opponents of a higher realm may not be able to match him. Cheng Bai was just what he wanted, and he made the smoker retreat. He smiled and said, "I don't have any weapons." Mo Ruo nonchalantly stretched out a hand and waved at Cheng Bai, urging him, "I won't use weapons or treasures. What special skills do you have? Just come at me." Cheng Bai was most afraid of his blood spirit Ruyi, which could even injure the ancient god's son, so how could he resist? Hearing this, he felt relieved and shouted, "Ming Wang, I will give in." He took a step forward and got close, then chopped out with his palm blade. The 9-layered dark spiritual blade energy slashed forward continuously, like waves of the Yangtze River, one after another, with more and more force. Even a strong man several times stronger than Cheng Bai would find it difficult to resist. As the leader of the Chengsheng society, Mo Ruo had a broad vision that was definitely not comparable to the warriors of Qiongqi continent. He immediately saw how powerful he was and couldn't help but praise him, "Well done." He stood with his hands behind his back and his chest puffed out, looking unrestrained. His whole body was filled with fiery energy that condensed outside his body to form an orange-red wall of energy several feet thick, doubling his defense. He actually did not fight back and allowed the surging sword energy to chop at him. One impact made him take a step back, and a consecutive 9-fold attack forced him to take 9 steps back. Mo Ruo smiled, seemingly calm and composed, but he knew all the ups and downs in his heart. What a fierce sword energy. If it weren't for the protection of the erosion fire energy, I would have broken into dozens of pieces. It's more powerful than expected. Not everyone in the Qiongqi continent is a fool. I blocked it and suffered some internal injuries. Fortunately, the indestructible demon body recovered quickly, otherwise I would have lost face on the spot. He forced himself to remain calm and said loudly, "This is the first move." Cheng Bai used 80% of his strength to test the depth of the other party's cultivation. He thought to himself, Mo Ruo's skills are several times more profound than mine. His erosion fire energy is particularly strong. It looks like defense, but it is actually attacking. It collides with every layer of sword energy and disperses the offensive. He does not show any weakness. He reminded, "Brother Mo, be careful." It was still the same 9-fold sword energy. This move used 90% of the strength. The sword energy was surging, and the murderous intent was overwhelming. The space it passed through trembled slightly. Mo Ruo secretly regretted seeing this, and thought to himself, "I underestimated Cheng Bai and was too arrogant." He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to exert the erosion fire chi. It was like entering a huge furnace. His whole body was burning in flames. The temperature around him rose, and the thickness of the chi wall doubled. He once again resisted the 9-fold sword chi and was forced to retreat 9 steps. The second move. Mo Ruo reluctantly counted, but the erosion fire energy was ultimately unable to resist all the sword energy. After taking this move, he felt as if his whole body had fallen into a mountain of swords and hell. His skin cracked, and it was like being tortured by a slow slicing. The pain was excruciating. He cursed in his heart, "It hurts so much. After 3 moves, I will beat you into charcoal." Cheng Bai laughed in his heart. Although this man is arrogant and conceited, he is very law-abiding and always keeps his word. How can I defeat him in the last resort? I have to plan carefully. This is the last resort. After Mo Ruo finished speaking, he stared at Cheng Bai's palm knife opening move, which was clearly the same knife move. He thought to himself, it's the same move over and over again. Could it be that this is his strongest move? He has no other skills, just his best tricks. I can endure it once more and I'll get through it. He estimated the power. If he could withstand the first 2 moves, the third move would be at most slightly stronger. He would be able to hold on. He calmed down and concentrated on using his internal energy to fight back. The power of the corrosion fire chi combined with the molten gold hand is truly earth-shattering. I will beat you into a charcoal roasted meat in 3 moves. The treasure bag is most likely Pengu's relics, and it rightfully belongs to me. Good times will come today. Mo Ruo silently calculated the benefits, and when he saw that the treasure was about to be obtained, he suddenly felt the pain of the knife wound was gone, and his mood became cheerful. The third move. At the same time as Cheng Bai made his move, the tyrant's secret technique was activated. His body suddenly grew in size, and his 6 arms chopped through the 9 layers of sword energy like flowing water. Coupled with the lethality of the massacre secret technique, if it was the surging waves of the Yangtze River before, it was now like the roaring sea, and both the speed and power increased several times. When Mo Ruo realized that something was wrong, the terrifying sword energy had already passed through his body, leaving bloodstains all over his body, and the corrosive fire energy was cut into pieces and scattered. "How dare you trick me?" Before Mo Ruo could finish his scream, he had already split into dozens of pieces of flesh and scattered on the ground. The explosiveness of the last move was far greater than the sum of the previous two moves. Cheng Bai's strength in the tyrant state exceeded Mo Ruo, and he could not be resisted by relying solely on defense. "Who tricked you? You were so stubborn that you had to give in with 3 moves. I never said that you should use the same force in every move." Cheng Bai won, but he didn't dare to be careless at all. He raised his hand and slashed into the air, creating a strong wind, and threw Mo Ruo's body into the trench. No matter how strange the recovery ability of that immortal demon body was, it would take a long time for the bodies scattered at the bottom to return to their original state. Seeing that his master was defeated and eliminated, the Frost Dragon King did not dare to stay. He spread his wings and flew towards the trench, falling to the bottom by himself. Cheng Bai returned to his original form, his clothes flying everywhere. He simply took out the Xuanming treasure cloth and put it on. He said self-deprecatingly, "Every time I become a tyrant, I have to pay for a set of gray moonlight deerskin clothes. The cost is a bit high." A beam of light was projected from the sky, pulling Cheng Bai and Yang Gui up to the 3rd floor. They were very stable in the air, just like riding in an elevator or passing through a wall of water. The feeling of traveling in the netherworld was quite wonderful. When Cheng Bai and Yang Gui landed, they saw a huge strange jungle in front of them. The overlapping layers looked like a complicated maze. The densely packed plants were red and green. Some were covered with sharp needle-like teeth, and some had textures permeated with deep red blood. It was colorful, deep and peaceful. Li Tong came out again at some point, looked around and said, "The 3rd level of the Blood Jade Jungle is mostly man-eating plants with corpses stored inside. It looks like a cemetery. The man-eating plants in the Blood Jade Jungle are rich and colorful, and dangers are everywhere. They are a cruel challenge to foreign challengers. In comparison, the vampire trees in the gloomy forest are simply not worth mentioning. In addition to the marrow-eating trees and snake bottle plants that are everywhere in the forest, there is also a dragon-catching tree that is the most representative. They are usually lazy and seem lifeless, with scattered tendrils that are soft and powerless. But when one of them comes into contact with a flesh and blood creature, it instantly regains its brutal and savage vitality. The tendrils wrap around like snakes, tightening the victim and finally swallowing it up. The dragon tree sounds scary, but it also has benefits. The bright red blood that oozes from its trunk can cure madness." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 97, Golden Pool. Li Tong introduced them one by one, which opened Cheng Bai's eyes. At the end, he said, "The most threatening thing on the 3rd floor is not these man-eating plants. Hunters who can get here can deal with them. The most powerful monster is the Blood Jade Man. Blood Jade Stone Men occasionally appear in the Blood Jade Jungle. They are only 3 meters tall and stronger than the lava beasts. They are somewhat similar to ruby men, but not flesh and blood. They live in harmony with man-eating plants and move freely in the jungle as if they were walking in a private garden." Cheng Bai encountered a Blood Jade Man and intended to test his strength. He sent a thunder and fire bomb to knock him down, but failed to kill him on the spot. The Blood Jade Stone Man's tenacious vitality is outstanding among the Stone Man family, and the most solid and essential parts of his body are clearly made of blood jade. Cheng Bai turned around and gave up, not considering taking the crystal core, and evaluated. They are very strong, not inferior to the Blue Diamond people, and several levels higher than Shenya. They can still deal with a few of them, but they can't beat more. Li Tong said, "The task of the conference is to obtain the golden water, not to kill monsters. The challenger has come here and has a chance to obtain it." Cheng Bai asked, "Where is Jinshui?" Li Tong pointed in the direction. "It's at the Golden Point Pond in the center of the Blood Jade Forest." After hearing this, Cheng Bai didn't waste any time and got on the smoker and flew into the air, heading towards the central area. There is a 1,000-year-old Blood Jade Mountain with a radius of several hundred meters. The white, light yellow, reddish-brown or black skin wraps the blood-colored jade inside, which is in appropriate shades. It comes in blocks and clusters. The texture is much tougher than ordinary jade, and it is a rare treasure used for refining tools. Every piece of precious blood jade ore that falls into the world will cause a crazy fight among warriors, cultivators and even sects and families, but so many of them are stored here. In the center of the mountain top, a huge colorful stalactite hangs from the sky. After a long time, a drop of heavy golden liquid falls from the end. After falling for a while, it makes a ding-dong sound and drips into the base of the blood jade mountain container formed naturally on the ground. Although it is called water, this treasure is actually different from water and is obviously much heavier. Over countless years, the dripping golden water has eroded the blood jade mountain into a small puddle that is only as big as a fish tank. This is the so-called golden pool. Although the pool is small, it is crystal clear and seems to be surging with life, reflecting the golden light at the top. From a distance, you can tell that it contains extraordinary treasures. How can rare treasures be without guardians? There are a lot of blood jade people walking around the 10,000-year blood jade mountain, patrolling back and forth in groups of 3 or 5, rarely alone. The 5 hunters who came to the 3rd floor gathered nearby and discussed cooperation in the face of the powerful opponent guarding the treasure. He Lipeng looked at the shining spot on the top of the mountain and said, "That's the golden pool. The preciousness of gold water is that as long as a little bit of known metals is added, the magic weapon can be refined. The toughness, firmness, sharpness, and durability of the weapon will be greatly improved, and it will be lighter. It is a natural treasure more precious than blood jade." Shenya had already tested the monsters' strengths and weaknesses, and said softly, "The stone men on this floor are more powerful than the magma beasts below, and there are many of them. I can barely handle one, but there are no way to deal with more." He Lipeng echoed, "Brother Shen's cultivation is second to none among us, and he can still fight against him. I am powerless." Yunwan said with a smile, "Hero, he is extremely powerful, don't underestimate yourself. If you join the Legion, you will be a great help." "I am willing to follow the lead of the glorious Legion." He Lipeng accepted the olive branch without hesitation, joined Yunwan's team, and was happy to become a capable member of the Legion. Xingju nodded and said, "Brother, he is so kind, from now on we will stick together." Yunwan looked at Ning Xiang and said, "Xiang, what do you think? With your strength, you will definitely have a place in the glorious Legion." Ning Xiang thought for a moment and said, "I have an idea." "Please speak." Yunwan looked at Ning Xiang with anticipation. "In a head-on confrontation, we are not as strong as the blood jade stone man. If we disturb a hornet's nest, so many of them will swarm over and we will die without a burial place. If we lead them away, we are agile and it will not be difficult to get rid of the monsters. So we only need one person to fly forward to get the gold water." Ning Xiang only talked about the current situation. Although it made sense, Yunwan was slightly disappointed when she heard it. She smiled and said, "I will ride the golden griffin to the top of the mountain and take the golden water. You led all the stone men away and we will meet later." Ning Xiang said hurriedly, "We will divide the golden water between our 2 teams 50 to 50, I'll get half and you'll get half." The others were stunned when they heard this. At first glance, it seemed reasonable to divide the power equally between the 2 teams, but when 5 people were working together, how could there be such a distribution method? Wouldn't it mean that she was the only one who got the absolute advantage? Xingju said dissatisfiedly, "Miss Ning Xiang, what you said is wrong. It should be 50 to 50, so each of the 5 people should get 20%, which is fair." This sounds fair, but all the gains of the glorious Legion must be counted towards Yunwan, making her performance exceptionally outstanding. Ning Xiang asked, "Do you have jade objects containing gold water?" "Yes." Shenya took out an exquisite mutton fat jade box and said, "The golden water must be sealed with jade, otherwise it will gradually dissipate and disappear when exposed to the air, and slowly return to the world. In the eyes of others, it will disappear on its own. The properties of golden water are rare and unique in the world. Therefore, for many years, the amount of gold in the golden pool has always been small. Just prepare one, I have one here too, fill 2, yours is yours, mine is mine. If you don't agree, then you won't cooperate." Ning Xiang also took out a white jade box, which was even bigger than the one Shenya took out. Yunwan, Shenya and others looked at each other, all thinking it was far-fetched. He Lipeng sighed, "We haven't even got the treasure yet, but we are arguing about its distribution. This is unwise." Ning Xiang smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better if we agreed on it beforehand so that there would be no disputes afterwards?" Yunwan thought for a moment and said, "I agree." After the leader expressed his opinion, the others stopped arguing. Shenya handed the 2 jade boxes to Yunwan and said, "Let's get started without further delay." The hunters divided the work and cooperated, calculated the distance, and fired arrows and hidden weapons at a wide range, successfully attracting the Blood Jade Stonemen around the Blood Jade Mountain to chase them frantically. The four of them carefully attracted the monsters' hatred, kept a safe distance, and retreated. Yunwan rode a golden griffin and swooped down towards the Blood Jade Mountain, about to land at the golden pool on the top of the mountain. Most of the Blood Jade Stone men around were attracted away by the four people, but there were still two left. When they saw Yunwan coming from afar, they ran over with hostility, stood up and jumped towards the target. Yunwan sensed something was wrong and hurriedly pulled the golden griffin up into the sky to avoid the attack. She was worried in her heart. Oh no, I can't lure them all away. What should I do? They are much stronger than me. I can't fight them head on. Cheng Bai's voice came from behind. Are you in trouble again? Yunwan turned around and said happily, help me deal with those two Blood Jade men. Cheng Bai rolled his eyes and said, kill one for 5,000 taels of gold, and two for 10,000. Yunwan spat, stop talking nonsense. There is golden water underneath, which is more valuable than gold. Anyone who sees it can get a share. I owe you a favor. I'll pay it back with my body in the future. Cheng Bai said casually, leaning over and jumping off his mount. What? Yunwan didn't understand. She watched Cheng Bai rushing towards the two Blood Jade Stone men like lightning. He struck them quickly and decisively. Considering that the stone men were not so easy to kill, he kicked the two bodies down the mountain to prevent them from getting in the way. Cheng Bai's cultivation has increased too fast. It has only been a short time since we last met, but he has already made such progress. Yunwan was inevitably shocked. She quickly dismounted her mount, came to the edge of the golden water pool, and took out two jade boxes to hold golden water. I'll help you, good man, to the end. As Cheng Bai spoke, he casually picked up the large jade box, opened the lid, reached in with a shovel, and used his strength to absorb more than half of the golden water that had accumulated in the Golden Point pool for many years, then closed the lid and sealed it. Yunwan couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Although she agreed to Ningxiang's conditions, it was entirely up to her to decide how many items to put in each jade box. No one would know if she took more, so she agreed openly in front of everyone. But now, Cheng Bai had filled up the box first. Cheng Bai saw her in a daze and urged her, hurry up and get it. The monster will be back soon. Yunwan had no choice but to pretend that nothing had happened. She used her internal energy to gather the remaining gold and water into a ball, then sealed it in her jade box. The Blood Jade Stone men in the distance realized that the pursuers were too far away from the Blood Jade Mountain, and returned in groups. From their high vantage point, they could see clearly that they were running towards them in astonishing numbers. Let's retreat quickly. Cheng Bai jumped onto the smoker and was about to take off. Box! Yunwan cried eagerly. Cheng Bai rose into the air and said with a smile, what are you afraid of? I don't like this thing and I won't swallow you. Yunwan had no choice but to put away her jade box and urge the golden griffin to follow closely. Arriving at the agreed meeting place of the hunters, Cheng Bai held the jade box in front of Yunwan and said, I said no, the golden water are returned to their original owner, filled to the brim. Ningxiang said hurriedly, that's my share. She reached out to take the jade box, weighed it, and put it away, smiling and saying, thank you for your help. It's a pleasure to work with you. Cheng Bai smiled and said, so it's yours. Yunwan pretended not to see it and quietly asked Shenya, is there any more golden water in other places in the tower? Shenya said softly, there is only this one spot of golden water on the third floor. Rumor has it that it is a small amount of remnant that leaked from the upper floors of the tower, and over time it formed a golden pool. There are more above the fourth floor, but the guards are stronger, and the chances of challengers are getting smaller and smaller. It is not easy for us to get so much, and it is a very good result compared to previous years. Yunwan was secretly disappointed, and forced a smile and said, I wonder how to get to the fourth floor. He Liepeng came over and said, my master has only taught me the secrets of passing the Shengjian Pagoda, but I have only talked about the third floor. I really don't know how to go up further. What do you think? Shenya said frankly, my master and the masters of all generations have extraordinary skills, but they have only explored the third level. The levels above are only partially understood from ancient rumors. Hearing this, everyone looked at Shenya, expecting him to continue. Shenya pointed to the huge stalactite hanging from the sky and whispered softly, legend has it that the fourth floor is called the Blue Eye Labyrinth, and the passage is related to that stone pillar, but no one knows how to open the netherworld path. He Liepeng estimated the height from the ground and said, with my strength, I can reach it if I jump up, but I will fall into the pile of stone men if I fall down. If I don't know how to open the passage, won't I be courting death? Yunwan said thoughtfully, I'll ride the griffin up and take a look. Xingju hurriedly said, My lord, your body is precious, how can you easily put yourself in danger? Let me act as the vanguard and go to find out what's going on. The proposal was unanimously agreed by others. Cheng Bai watched them discuss the expedition with curiosity. The Golden Griffin King was originally Xingju's mount. It obeyed his orders and carried him high into the sky. The Sea of Clouds is like a white veil floating around the base of the stone pillars, full of mystery. Approaching the stalactites, the huge stone pillars are even more majestic, as if they appeared out of nowhere between the clouds, pointing directly to the Blood Jade Mountain. As Xingju got closer, he saw a giant beast head suddenly emerge from the clouds, with fluffy hair flying like clouds. It sneezed in his face, and a violent hurricane blew up, blowing him and his mount into the man-eating jungle like a meteorite. Shenya exclaimed, There is a Moyan beast hidden in the clouds. Go and help quickly. The place where Xingju fell is full of dragon-catching trees. After saying this, Yunwan led Shenya to rush to the rescue. He Liepeng has joined the team and followed closely behind them, only turning back to warn them. This place is full of dangers, junior brother Cheng, please be careful. Cheng Bai and Ning Xiong were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Cheng Bai broke the silence and asked, Do you want to continue going to the upper level? He thought that since they had the same goal, they could make an appointment to go together. Ning Xiong shook her head and said, No. With my current strength, it's a bit difficult for me to protect myself on the third floor. I have obtained enough gold water and plan to go out. Cheng Bai reminded, If they get more treasures, they may surpass you in ranking. Ning Xiong spoke truthfully, With my current treasure score, it is unlikely that I will fall out of the top 3. As long as I get a spot to go to Shanwei City, I will have achieved my goal. Cheng Bai asked again, But how are you going to get out? This is easy. Just say one sentence in the tower, I give up the challenge. As Ning Xiong finished her words, the operating conditions of the Netherworld path were triggered. A light flashed, and she was instantly teleported to the Golden Tower. It was much easier to go out than to come in. Cheng Bai shook his head, took out Li Tong from his treasure bag, and asked, How do we get to the 4th floor? It's very simple. Defeat the Moyan beast in the clouds and you can go to the next level. It's easy to do with your strength, but I don't recommend this path. The Moyan beast's inner elixir is also a treasure in the tower. If you don't want to waste it and give it to others, you might as well take another path. After saying that, Li Tong turned to the other side, looked at the man-eating plant forest, and whispered, Do you see the largest snake bottle plant over there? The blue one. Cheng Bai's eyes were as fast as lightning as he looked into the distance at a plant of unique color in the forest. Its blue-green background was dotted with purple-red bloodshot veins. It was much taller than the surrounding trees and stood out from the crowd. Li Tong instigated, Let it swallow you and reach the 4th floor directly. That netherworld road is a shortcut to the upper floor. Cheng Bai secretly wiped his sweat and questioned, Are you sure? The netherworld is in its belly. I have to go in and keep the super glue company. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it. It's different from other snake bottle plants. I'll go with you. As soon as Li Tong finished speaking, Cheng Bai grabbed him and stuffed him into his treasure bag. He jumped on the smoker and ran towards the blue snake bottle grass. It was better to hurry up early than to be late. Chapter 98 Ying Zhao is dead. If a living thing approaches the snake bottle plant, it will attract attacks. Its fat top is usually closed and motionless, but when hunting, it suddenly sticks its head out and opens its huge mouth, which is big enough to swallow humans, livestock, cattle and sheep. The feeling of being swallowed whole was not pleasant, like falling into an intestine full of mucus, wet, sticky, with a pungent odor, sliding all the way down, and when a dim light appeared at the end, you landed with a plop and jumped into a pool of water that reached your calves. In front of me is a wide cave with an underground river in it. In the river stands a huge ancient stone statue of a woman holding a water bottle. The water in the bottle drips into the river. Deep in the water, I can vaguely see fish running away in fright. The place where Cheng Bai brought the smoker out was the mouth of the bottle. It seemed to be sliding down, but it actually reached the upper level. It was really amazing. Looking around, he couldn't help but say, It looks like a cave buried deep in the underground city. Li Tong came out and said, This is the 4th floor of the Shungjin Tower, also known as the Blue Eye Maze. Blue eyes. Cheng Bai looked at the more or less gorgeous blue crystals exposed between the surrounding mountain walls, emitting a faint light, illuminating the nearby area, like twinkling eyeballs, bringing a psychedelic sense of amazement. He couldn't help but praise. Peacock blue crystal, a rare jewel, one of the 8 most beautiful in the world, so beautiful. That rich blue color, more tranquil than the ocean and deeper than the sky, brings infinite romance and harmony. Only those who see it with their own eyes can appreciate its beauty. Li Tong said, "This is a mine labyrinth rich in peacock blue crystals. Any one of them that circulates in the world would be a huge fortune." Cheng Bai rode up to the shore on the cigarette, shook off the water droplets on his body, and said leisurely, "Is the best treasure in the Blue Eye Labyrinth the peacock blue crystal?" Li Tong said slowly, "The best treasure is still the golden water, but you have to pass through the entire maze and reach the central palace. There is a golden spring in the garden behind the palace. The golden pool on the 3rd floor is where the golden spring seeps down for people to pick up." There were many blue eyes flashing in the depths of the passage, as if spying on Cheng Bai and his group, and they sometimes moved smartly. It was definitely not the light of peacock blue crystal. Cheng Bailing had sharp eyes and could see clearly that they were groups of giant rats with gray-blue fur, sharp teeth, and several meters long. They must be the residents of the Blue Eye Maze. Li Tong whispered, "That's Chishu, a water monster. Its common secret skills may include ice bullets, water escape, and freezing gaze. It is stronger than the blood jade man. Don't look into its eyes, or you will be frozen by the freezing gaze. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Cheng Bai used his internal energy to shatter the frost that was gradually forming on his body, and drove the smoker forward. The smoker held his head high and strode, blowing out smoke and flames from his mouth. A huge fireball suddenly rushed towards the group of she-rats. The high temperature inside reached the molten heat peak of flowing gold and rhenium. Ordinary monsters would be turned to bones and disintegrated if they were touched by even a little bit of it. Cheng Bai was thinking to himself, the fire explosion secret technique is not inferior to thunder and fire. The sound is smaller when it explodes. Ice and fire counteract each other. I wonder how effective it is against she-rat. However, dozens of ice bombs were shot out from the depths of the passage, colliding with the fireballs with a loud bang. The ice and fire cancelled each other out and annihilated each other. With the sound of sizzling, mist was emitted and gradually dissipated. There was only one rat fighting against the smoker, while the others just watched from behind without any fear. Ice bomb is a talisman-level secret technique. The power of a single bomb is not great. The higher the level of cultivation, the more bombs can be fired at the same time. Speed and quantity are the keys to victory. A cultivator who can fire several bombs at the same time is a rare master on the continent. The fire blast is a curse-grade top-grade secret technique with great power and strong explosiveness, and its grade is much higher than the ice bomb. There should have been a huge gap between them, but now they are evenly matched. The smoker was very sensitive and said in surprise, "My tribe can restrain the she-rats instinctively in all aspects, why is the tribe here so powerful?" Li Tong laughed and said, "The Qiongqi Pagoda opens once every 60 years, and no one has visited the 4th floor for thousands of years. The she-rats live a comfortable life, and any of them has thousands of years of cultivation. You have only been practicing for 100 years, how can you be compared?" The smoker was still too young, just like a teenager among humans. He chuckled twice and remained silent. The she-rats in the Qiongqi Pagoda had never even seen a Suani, so they had no fear of their natural enemy. However, their natural instinct of being at a disadvantage made them unwilling to launch an attack rashly. Li Tong continued, "Compared to the lower levels, the Blue Eye Labyrinth is suitable for clearing all the levels. The monster tribe in the labyrinth is she-rats, and their crystal cores and furs are all treasures. There are wormwood growing in the caves, which can prevent hunger and cure all diseases. There are many edible fish in the underground river. Killing enemies and searching for treasures, and taking every step carefully, is quite exciting for challengers." Cheng Bai asked curiously, "This tower has progressive layers, a perfect ecology, and complete facilities. What was it built for?" The Qiongqi Pagoda appeared in the ancient times. It was carefully built to test the younger generations of the Pengu clan and improve their strength. Each level has corresponding challenge rewards. In ancient times, it was gradually replaced by the cheaper and more practical ladder of all things. In comparison, although the Qiongqi Pagoda is exquisite, it is a pity that the cost is too high and the number of levels for promotion is too small. Li Tong was born even earlier than the Qiongqi Pagoda, and we know it clearly. Cheng Bai thought back to the mechanism of the ladder of all things and agreed, that's true. We're all assessing our abilities and getting promoted anyway, so why bother designing and building such a complicated environment? The smoker blinked and disagreed. This tower is rich and varied, full of fun. It's not just a test, the experience is also a great benefit. Cheng Bai smiled. For the upper-class leaders who pursue efficiency, the process is not important, but the result is important, and cost is also a decisive factor. The Blue Eye maze is intricate and complex, no less complicated than the four-dimensional maze of the ancient battlefield. With Li Tong leading the way, the path is smooth and unobstructed. The groups of rats that block the road are often in groups of 3 or 5. They are quick to react and move quickly, but they bully the weak and fear the strong. If they feel they are no match for their opponent, they will flee by diving into the water near the water source. If a real fight breaks out, they are no match for Cheng Bai and his group. Cheng Bai tried martial arts and mystical attacks. Stealth assassination was the most effective, but now was not the time to hunt, so he simply used the sniper mystical technique in conjunction with the smoker's fire explosion to drive away the rats he encountered without any casualties. He drove the rats all the way to the front of the palace in the central area. This palace is similar in style to the 7 holy temples on the mainland, except that it does not have so many side halls. The main hall is shockingly huge and spacious, with numerous buildings surrounding it on all sides, with terraces and pavilions stacked one on top of the other, as many as 33 floors. It's like a large number of toy buildings have been built inside the room, giving a sense of absurdity and a spectacular sight. If you really think it is a toy, you are wrong. The 33-story building is the size of an ordinary person's residence, with pavilions and towers as numerous as a town. Living in it does not give you the sense of urgency of entering a modern building. Instead, it is spacious and comfortable, and the ancient and romantic atmosphere is fascinating. The most eye-catching thing in the palace is not the exquisite multi-story buildings, but the huge corpse standing in the center of the spacious hall. The body of the man-horse was majestic and magnificent, over 1,000 meters long, with arms and 4 legs like pillars of heaven, stripes like tiger stripes, and wings on its back. It was as dry as a mummy, and it had been dead for who knows how many years, but it still retained the majestic posture of guarding the palace. Cheng Bai took a few glances, and the more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He couldn't help but say, he looks a bit like Ying Zhao. Li Tong curled his lips and said, it's not a resemblance, it's Ying Zhao, one of the 8 ancient gods of Qiongqi continent, known as the Sage of Beasts and the God of the Deep Pool. What? It's dead. Cheng Bai was horrified. Ying Zhao was clearly alive and well in Yuanqi Tianfu on the moon, and he was also the enemy who killed Qiao Bai. How could he die here? Li Tong said bluntly, Ying Zhao is a divine beast, a regular god appointed by the great Emperor Yunmen. 15,000 years ago, several ancient gods caused chaos on the mainland. If Ying Zhao had not intervened, how could the so-called masters of the human race be able to match the power of the ancient gods? Cheng Bai hurriedly asked, are the masters Shi Qi and Xing Chun from the Gentleman clan, Ji Weibing from the Xuanyuan clan, and Ji Yu Canixing from the Undead clan unable to resist? Li Tong said truthfully, these people are indeed quite capable. At that time, if they joined hands, they might be able to rival one ancient god, but how could they withstand several of them? In the end, they had to rely on the power of Ying Zhao to suppress the situation at that time. But after the battle, Ying Zhao suddenly died for some reason. With his status and achievements, his majestic body is worthy of being buried here and revered by future generations. Cheng Bai thought carefully about the murals in the Cloud Sky Palace. They glorified the achievements of the human race and sang praises of them in long passages. One of the ancient gods with a human head and a horse body did stand in a neutral position and only joined the war in the end, but he was rarely mentioned. He was full of doubts and asked, Ying Zhao is dead and his body is here. So who is Ying Zhao in Yuanqi Tianfu? Li Tong was surprised and asked, is there another Ying Zhao? I haven't had any contact with the outside world for more than 10,000 years, but I didn't know. There can't be a second one. If this is true, I'm afraid it is related to the cause of Ying Zhao's death. So, the leader of the demon tribe has long been impersonated. No challenger has been able to clear the Blue Eye Labyrinth for more than 10,000 years, and no one knows about it. Cheng Bai was terrified when he thought about it. Could it be that he was replaced by other forces just like Li Quan was that day? But this was the business of the demon race, and as a human, he could not interfere. Li Tong suggested, let me see the fake Ying Zhao, maybe I can see some clues. That guy is too strong. I may not be able to escape if I see him. At least wait until he becomes stronger and I am sure of success. Cheng Bai muttered in his heart and asked, "Where is the netherworld road leading to the 5th floor?" Li Tong pointed the way, "It's just behind. Follow Hujin Spring and you will reach the 5th level of the City of Promotion." The garden behind the main hall has winding paths and is laid out around a pool of golden spring water. The sound of the spring water dripping from the secluded stream is deeper than that of ordinary water, and the sound is thunderous, yet clear and ethereal. There is so much golden water that it gathers into a gurgling stream, passing through the mountains, winding and twisting, and merging into the unknown place deep in the clouds. Cheng Bai strolled along Hujin Spring. The scenery was as charming as a fairyland. There were no enemies to disturb him on the way, and he arrived at the majestic mountains smoothly. Looking from afar between the mountains, there are mysterious and solemn palaces distributed from near to far, from low to high. Li Tong introduced, "This is the City of Promotion, which contains the 12 earthly branches. The first 4 levels are of average difficulty. For the ancient geniuses, this is the real test. The challenger must defeat the 12 earthly branch guardians here to ascend to the 6th level." Looking up, the 12 palaces undulate along the mountain peaks, extending to merge into the vast blue sky. The high places are lightly shrouded in mist, like a shy girl wrapped in a hazy white veil. Cheng Bai couldn't help but ask a few more questions. How strong is the guardian? Li Tong said frankly, "Those who guarded this place back then were all 10,000-year-old demon kings. The weakest one was at the late stage of Wu Wei realm, and the top one reached the peak of Wushang realm. There are only a few geniuses in Qiongqi continent who can pass the first palace." Cheng Bai clenched his fist and said, "Do we need to defeat them one by one?" Li Tong shook his head and said, "It's been so many years, it's impossible to send guards to guard the area now. At most, there are some soldiers and pawn-level yellow turban warriors around. They are much stronger than the lower-level monsters, but they are just miscellaneous soldiers." Cheng Bai urged the smoker and ran towards the 12 zodiac signs. There were some yellow-turbaned warriors in shining golden armor patrolling back and forth between the palaces. Cheng Bai didn't want to waste time fighting them, so he avoided them as much as possible and soon arrived outside the gate of the first palace. In front of him stood a stone statue that looked like a rat, with white ears and a white beak, sharp teeth and fangs, and hair like iron spikes. Li Tong saw it and said, "The first palace of Rat is guarded by the Ju-Ru Demon King." Cheng Bai jumped off his mount and slowly stepped into the majestic palace. The spacious space inside was simple and elegant, octagonal in shape, reminiscent of the architectural structure of the ladder of all things. There were no guards in the hall. There was only an old skeleton sitting in the center. It was half beast and half human, with a tall physique, and a rusty broken sword was missing in front of it. Cheng Bai asked, "Is this the guardian of the Rat Palace?" Li Tong sighed, "It was a long time ago, and it has never been replaced since it was defeated." Cheng Bai looked at the skeleton carefully. He didn't know how many years had passed, but it was still as crystal clear as jade. It was obvious that he was a rare master when he was alive. The fatal injury was a punch that pierced his chest, shattered his sternum, and destroyed his internal organs. The strength is completely overwhelming. Such a domineering punch, why does it look familiar? Cheng Bai was secretly shocked when he checked the wound. Only those who practiced this kind of martial arts could distinguish the ins and outs. It was clearly the multiple punches of the 6 paths of Bliss fist. The frontal blow was killed quickly with the collapse technique. Who is this person? Li Tong speculated. The last challenger is a master of the 6 paths of Bliss fist. Could it be that Shi-Chi has opened up the City of Promotion? He is the strongest man in the history of the gentleman clan on the mainland. He might have had this strength at that time. Cheng Bai asked, with his ability, how many floors can he reach? Li Tong said, "As far as I know, Shi-Chi reached the early stage of the dragon transformation realm when he was at his peak, but that was when he came back from Shanwei City. He was old and had retired from the world. He was still young when he challenged the Shungjin Pagoda. He might have cultivated to the Wushang realm and challenged the 6th level, but it was impossible for him to break through the last level. The gap between the Wushang realm and the Hualong realm is huge, like the difference between the ancient god's son and the ancient god. That is to say, Shi-Chi finally reached the strength of the ancient god in Shanwei City, but returned to the mainland to live in seclusion. What happened back then? What happened next?" Cheng Bai asked about Shi-Chi's anecdotes again. Li Tong didn't know much either, and said helplessly, "After the rebellion of the ancient god's son ended, the poison crystal cave gradually became quiet. Not many people came here for tens of thousands of years. I don't have much information about the outside world, so I don't know what happened later. There was nothing to see in the palace. Cheng Bai was not interested in the broken sword, so he left Zishu Palace and continued to explore further. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 99 The Guardian Legacy. The Yellow Turban warriors patrolled in a very regular pattern between the palaces. If they didn't want to fight, it would be easy for Cheng Bai and others to dodge them with their agility and speed, and quickly ran to the second palace. The tall stone statue standing in front of the gate is shaped like an ox, with a white head, huge horns, a single eye and a snake tail. This race of monsters has been encountered on the ladder of all things. Li Tong, not forgetting the tour guide, explained, the second palace, the ox, is guarded by the demon King Fei. There was also an ancient skeleton sitting in the hall. It was even bigger than the one in the rat palace, with a human body and an ox's head. A tattered double-headed giant axe was discarded in front of it, and it looked very miserable. Cheng Bai commented, "It is different from the Fei I met before. How can it be half beast and half human? The same is true for Zhu Ru. Is it because of how much higher its strength is?" Li Tong said unconcernedly, "There's nothing strange about that. Once a demon king who has cultivated to a certain level has mastered the art of transformation, he can open up his spiritual intelligence and change into a human form. His combat power is not low at all. Blackfly and Smoker can both transform into human form. They have already awakened their intelligence and are able to act easily, which is quite rare in the Qiongqi continent." The Smoker continued, "Not all demons rely on transformation to awaken their spiritual intelligence. A few have awakened their spiritual intelligence early, but have not yet mastered the transformation. It is already very good for them to be able to change the size of the world in the pot. For example, Qi Bin and Ku Kong are of this type." Cheng Bai took a closer look at the fatal wound on the skeleton. The head was twisted off by someone. The challenger was so powerful that he completely suppressed Fei. Fei is famous among the major demon tribes for his great strength and unbreakable body defense. This demon king is particularly amazing. His bones are harder than pure gold. When he was alive, his strength was more than 10 times that of anyone he had encountered before, but he was suppressed and killed by a stronger force. Cheng Bai evaluated the explosive power of this fatal attack and secretly admired it, praising, "This Fei king is stronger than Zhu Ru." After a few rounds of fighting, he was torn apart by the locking technique, a fatal move. If the challenger is Shi Qi, his strength is far superior to mine. Even if he transforms into a tyrant, he is obviously inferior. Li Tong smiled and said, "Dubai, don't underestimate yourself. Shi Qi spent his entire life to reach the 5th level of Zhanmu, and it was difficult for him to make any further progress. You have been practicing for too short a time. The 3rd level of Zhanmu is truly powerful. With time, you will surely surpass it." Cheng Bai silently speculated on the meaning of the 6 moves of the Bliss Fist, and thought to himself, this martial art is extraordinary. It can incorporate any moves into it and encompass everything. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the effect. No martial arts I have seen so far can compare with it. No wonder Shi Qi carefully engraved it on the Junwu stone bed. The 3rd palace is the Tiger Palace. The guardian stone statue in front of the door has a majestic physique, a human face with tiger claws, a tiger body with 9 tails, and its color is like smoke and haze. It is the demon King Luwu. Walking into the palace, there were pits and holes everywhere from the ground to the ceiling. Only fragments of ancient bones were left scattered on the ground, and there was not a complete body. Cheng Bai looked around and carefully observed the fist and foot marks from the fight. From them, he could vaguely see the residual aura of martial arts and the hidden laws of secret arts. He said, it was a fierce battle. Luwu was stronger than the previous 2 and could compete with Shi Qi, forcing him to use all his killing moves. Unfortunately, he was still defeated by the 6 paths of Bliss Fist and was tragically torn into pieces by the shattering word technique. From this, we can infer how fierce the battle was. It was a decisive battle similar to that with the Faceless Commander. Both sides used secret techniques to strengthen their bodies. Every punch hit the flesh, every move was dangerous, and they refused to give an inch, as if they wanted to burn their lives out. The tragic scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere was horrifying. The Smoker felt the bloody scene and judged, Luwu can be considered a distant relative of our clan. He has outstanding combat power and is hard to match with those of the same realm. Even if he is defeated by Shi Qi, it is still an honor to lose." Li Tong said, "The demon kings guarding the 12 earthly palaces have practiced for more than 10,000 years. There are differences in strength among them. The ones with outstanding strength can catch up with the ancient gods. Those who can pass Luwu's level have entered the late stage of the state of no thought. Cheng Bai experienced the mysteries of the boxing moves from the broken traces, and verified them with what he had learned. He was quite enlightened and could not help but secretly surprised. Good boxing skills, very inspiring, I have improved a little bit. Li Tong asked curiously, how much is 1 point? Cheng Bai gestured as if he was pinching a piece of booger, and said leisurely, for others, a little bit of possibility is what they want in their whole life, but for me it's just a tiny bit. Li Tong laughed dryly twice, and the smoker twitched his lips and remained silent. Cheng Bai looked at all the remaining traces and delayed for a long time before the group went to the 4th palace. This is the Rabbit Palace. The guardian stone statue is a small, rare monster, the Jade Rabbit, a legendary pure and elegant moon elf that symbolizes good fortune. The human skeleton lying dead in the palace was unexpectedly huge, dozens of meters long. Cheng Bai was stunned and asked, is this the Jade Rabbit? Why does it look like a giant to me? A closer look at the skeleton revealed that it was a female giant, which was quite rare among demon kings. It seemed that the challenger had no mercy on women. Li Tong was not surprised and said, this size is not very big among the demon kings. It's just a transformation. Judging from the traces of the battle, Yutu's strength was almost the same as Luwu's, but he was defeated much faster. He could not withstand the challenger's fierce attack and was completely defeated. The giant blood jade pestle he was holding was even broken into several pieces. Cheng Bai experienced the battle process from the wreckage of the Fist Prince and was amazed. From the Tiger Palace to the Rabbit Palace, after the battle with Lu Wu, Shi Qi's realm has improved. It is obvious that his strength is higher. Yutu is not enough to match him. Li Tong smiled and said, in a life-and-death duel, those with extraordinary talents are most likely to break through. If Shi Qi was only in the late stage of the Wunyan realm in the Tiger Palace, he would have reached a higher level in the Battle of the Rabbit Palace and stepped into the threshold of the Wushang realm. Cheng Bai identified the material of the weapon. This jade pestle is made of a whole piece of blood jade, polished and refined. Although it is not inlaid with a crystal core, it has 24 rune prohibitions. It is at least a high-quality spiritual weapon. It was on my blood jade fishing rod, but was destroyed by my bare fist. Looking closely at the broken part, the broken piece of blood jade pestle showed fine cracks and could no longer be used as a small piece of material. It was destroyed by the multiple punching forces of the break and lie techniques, and the force was used to perfection. Cheng Bai had a deeper understanding of the 6 paths of bliss fist. He said thoughtfully, if the physical body is invincible, why does it need to rely on treasures? Or if the physical body is cultivated into a magical body, isn't that the great way of martial arts? Li Tong said, there are thousands of great ways, each with its own unique abilities. There are countless masters of the past who have similar ideas. The 7 treasures golden body follows the path of refining the flesh into a human-shaped treasure, but it may not be suitable for everyone, and there are ways to restrain it. The smoker grinned and said, the path you seek must be suitable for yourself. Everyone has different sources of power when they step towards the extreme. Cheng Bai's mind was full of brilliant ideas, and he couldn't help dancing with joy. He suddenly said, I understand. Continuing to the next palace, the mountain becomes more dangerous, with steep cliffs that seem to be cut by knives and axes, reaching straight into the sky. The 5th palace is called Qiongqi Palace. The guardian stone statue in front of the gate is a blue dragon. It is blue-gray in color, with claws like halberd blades, a scaly body and spines on its back. Its appearance is somewhat similar to that of a black dragon, and it looks majestic. There was a complete dragon skeleton in the palace, which was longer and bigger than the nether bone dragon and even bigger than the skeletons in the previous 4 palaces combined. It did not have any human form. Although only the skeleton was left, it was still moving with its teeth and claws bared, as if it were lifelike. Li Tong commented, the blue dragon guarding this palace has reached the late stage of the Wushang realm, with pure true dragon blood. Its strength ranks among the best among the 12 earthly branches, and it is several times stronger than Lu Wu. Yet it was defeated by the challenger. Shi Qi is indeed extraordinary in combat power. Cheng Bai walked around the corpse and said in surprise, I can't find any wounds. How did it die? Compared with the previous skeletons, it is impossible to determine the cause of Kanglong's death. It seems that it did not participate in the battle. It stood in the palace in a fighting posture and turned into dry bones forever. Li Tong thought for a moment and said, the mystical arts are infinite and varied. Many of them can kill people without causing any injuries. The details may only be known by the 2 parties involved. Cheng Bai looked at the skeleton carefully. It was stronger than King Fei and probably not inferior to the ancient god Sun. He pondered and said, Kang Long's body is strong, far stronger than the previous demon king. The enemy has suddenly become much stronger. I'm afraid Shi-Chi doesn't have much chance of winning. This is the inadequacy of physical training. If others are stronger than you, you become a piece of tofu dregs. If he didn't have other abilities, Shi-Chi should have fallen in Qiongqi Palace. The smoker guessed, perhaps Shi-Chi had some powerful treasure in his hand at the time, and he used it in a hurry, killing him instantly. Cheng Bai thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. It's probably a powerful treasure that can only be used once. Shi-Chi realized that Kang Long was difficult to deal with, so he used it. After turning around a few times, the smoker saw that Cheng Bai was watching with great interest, so he asked, Master, do you want to make dragon bone soup? Cheng Bai shook his head and said, Dragon bones are extraordinary, containing the mysteries of the great Tao, and are extremely powerful. They are unique among all races, and there is even a realm of transformation into a dragon in the cultivation system, which shows their extraordinary significance. Li Tong said, it is rare that you can think of the key point now. The realm before and after the dragon transformation is mainly to condense the Dharma body, and the combat power will naturally be far beyond the physical body. Before that, you need to go through the 5 mysterious realms and gather enough magic power before you can leap into a dragon. The smoker watched for a while and said with a wry smile, I can't see what it is. Leaving the Qiongqi Palace, we head to the 6th Sish Palace. The guardian stone statue is a coiled giant snake, with its head raised and its tongue sticking out, as if it is about to choose someone to bite. The Sea Snake Palace is located halfway up the mountain and is the largest one seen so far. The huge snake-shaped skeleton displayed in the palace is broken into 10 pieces. If it were intact, it would probably be even bigger than the Azure Dragon. Li Tong identified it, it's a Bashang snake, a rare giant snake of the demon tribe. A young snake is big enough to swallow an elephant. An adult Bashang snake can coil around a mountain, with its head at the top and its tail at the foot. It's said that anyone who sees a Bashang snake will die. I didn't expect it to die here. The smoker said solemnly, it is said that the Bashan has the highest physical growth limit among all the monsters. Once it transforms into a dragon, it will grow rapidly and look down on everything. Even real dragons are afraid of it. Cheng Bai carefully examined the wound and judged the course of the battle. He used the palm knife to cut him, and used the splitting and piercing techniques to the fullest. Compared with the previous Gong's performance, Shi-Chi's cultivation level has increased in this battle, and his strength has become stronger. Compared with the previous traces of battle, the fractures on the skeleton were more crisscrossed and neat, which made Cheng Bai very excited and itchy, as if he had witnessed that thrilling battle with his own eyes. Li Tong said, among the 12 earthly branch guardians, Bashi is not as good as Kanglong, but at least he is better than Luwu and Yutu. When a strong person meets a stronger one, he becomes stronger. It is not surprising that he breaks through his own limits and goes further in a life-and-death duel. The smoker echoed, the strong prey on the weak, and the strong all climb to the top by stepping on the corpses of others. Cheng Bai smiled and said, the geniuses who have passed through the 12 palaces have overcome all difficulties and risen to the top. No wonder it is called the City of Promotion. After studying for a while, Cheng Bai and his party turned and headed for the next palace. The 7th is the Wuma Palace. The stone statue in front of the gate is a Pegasus with wings on its back, a black head and a white body. However, the palace is empty and tidy everywhere, with no signs of any fighting. Cheng Bai recalled, I once heard Master Shi talking about how Senior Shi-Chi's mount was a powerful Pegasus horse. It was truly a whirling horse that came and went like the wind. Could this be the origin of this? Li Tong continued, Tianma is close to living creatures and is not good at fighting. He is the weakest among the 12 earthly branches. He followed Shi-Chi to Shanwei City, but when he came back, Tianma was nowhere to be seen. Cheng Bai thought of Xiao Bai and said casually, in that case, Senior Shi-Chi's seclusion may be related to this. Continuing deeper, we arrived at the 8th Weiyang Palace. The stone statue in front of the door has a one-horned sheep body, long ears and sharp claws, and is as white as silver. It is the mythical beast Bai Zi. The palace is also empty, like a bare shell of a home. Li Tong reminded, look, they left something behind. If it weren't for Cheng Bai, he would have almost overlooked the ordinary broken brick on the ground. The broken weapons left behind in the palaces ahead were definitely not ordinary iron tools. Li Tong didn't care about them, but he paid special attention to this thing. Cheng Bai picked it up and took a closer look. His knowledge of weapon sect had enabled him to identify many rare treasures. He immediately found something unusual and said in surprise, "This doesn't look like a treasure. There are no runes or spiritual energy. It's just an ordinary brick." Looking around, the sheep palace was neat and tidy, with no damage anywhere. "Where did this brick come from?" Li Tong pointed out, "It is precisely because it is an ordinary thing that it is placed here that it is particularly different. It is not a treasure, it is not a material object in the Shungjin Pagoda, it is not within the control of Siqi, and it can be taken away at will." This made sense. Cheng Bai looked over the brick and felt that the texture looked familiar. He couldn't remember where he had seen it before, so he put the brick into his treasure bag. The ninth is the Monkey Palace, whose guardian stone statue is a giant ape with white head and bare feet, the vicious beast Zuyan, who is well known among the major demon tribes for his divine power and divinity. Sitting in the palace was the skeleton of a majestic giant ape. A closer look revealed that the skeleton seemed intact, but there were two huge fist marks on the ground in front of it. Cheng Bai carefully examined the traces, pondered for a moment, and asked in surprise, could it be that Qi was fighting with Zuyan Shenyuan when at that time? Li Tong asked curiously, "What is a literary duel?" "Each of you will make a fist mark and hit the ground, and it can also be used to test the level of your cultivation." After Cheng Bai finished speaking, he compared the characteristics of the two fist marks in detail. Zhu Yan's strength is at the top among the 12 earthly branches. His fist hits the ground like a meteor, creating a huge pit bigger than his body. The surroundings are shattered into pieces, and the fist marks and fingerprints left behind are clearly visible, with his strength unparalleled. A little further away was an equally huge palm print, which carved deep and clear marks on the ground like cutting tofu, with a force that was decisive and forceful. In terms of destructive power and range, the two sides are evenly matched. Chapter 100 Immortal Saint System. Li Tong frowned on his delicate face and shook his head. "How can we tell the winner? It seems like the two are evenly matched in terms of skills." Cheng Bai's expression was subtle, and he said with a wry smile, "I was wrong earlier. This is rock paper scissors, and Zhu Yan obviously lost easily." Li Tong was surprised and said, "It's okay to compete like this." The smoker whispered, "Very clever." Although the winner was determined, no one knew why Zhu Yan died. Cheng Bai had no other clues and it was difficult to judge. He did not want to waste time and walked to the next palace. The 10th palace is the Rooster Palace. The stone statue is colorful and shaped like a rooster, which is the rare and divine bird, the angry rooster. When I entered the palace, I saw a lot of colorful feathers scattered around, which were still shining and not covered with dust, but there were no corpses. Cheng Bai teased, "What a mess." Li Tong had a rich expression on his face, and said in surprise, "Could it be that Angriji left this place naked? I wonder what happened at that time." Cheng Bai asked, "Is the feather also a treasure?" Li Tong nodded and said, "Of course. The skeletons and corpses of such great monsters are rare treasures, not to mention these angry feathers. The angry chicken is relatively strong among the 12 earthly branches, and is not much different from the Bashan. It may be a good idea to abandon the feathers to save life." Cheng Bai said bluntly, "It was able to save its life and retreat bravely, which is already one step ahead of the python. There are no more clues, let's go." Although there were treasures, they could not take them. Cheng Bai pretended not to see them and led the team to the next palace. The 11th palace is the Dog Palace. In front of the gate is a stone statue shaped like a raccoon with a white head and red hair. It is the legendary mythical beast Tengu. Inside the palace lay the remains of animals and human bodies. Weapons had been broken into several pieces, making it difficult to tell what weapons they were. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place there. The fist and claw marks left around are extremely sharp, and the remains still contain the mysteries of profound martial arts and secret techniques, which are dazzling. Cheng Bai's vision grew, and after a closer look, he said, "Shiqi has made new progress since he came here. His punching power is even more profound and mysterious, and he has come up with new ideas than before." Li Tong took a look and praised, "Tian Go may not be as strong as Kang Long, but he is stronger than Bashi and Angry Ji. Shiqi may have come to the city of promotion more than once or twice for the challenge. After passing the Shu Go Palace, he has stabilized in the middle stage of the Wushang realm." Cheng Bai pondered for a long time, then smiled happily, saying, "To others, these are just broken traces, not worth mentioning, but to me, they are like rare secret manuals that answer many difficult questions. This is truly a rare opportunity." Li Tong asked, "What's the big gain?" Cheng Bai said solemnly, "Today I have fully understood the most difficult killing moves in the 6 paths of bliss, the killing technique and the purification technique. Compared with them, the falling leaf divine palm and the 100 battles divine fist that were passed down in later generations of the Jade Hall are only half understood and are not on the same level. The smoker was quite impressed and said flatteringly, "The Lord was able to comprehend the Tao from a few old fist prints. He is extremely gifted. There are not many people like him in the world." Cheng Bai found what he heard quite useful and understood enough to lead the team to the last palace on the top of the mountain. The 12th palace is the Pig Palace. The stone statue outside the door looks like a pig, with an elephant's trunk and a cow's tail. It is also a legendary beast rarely seen in the world, the nightmare tapir. The beast-shaped skeleton in the palace was intact and huge in size, but much smaller than the previous giant monster. Cheng Bai walked around the corpse of the dream tapir and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "This is another unsolved mystery. There are no signs of fighting, so it's hard to tell how it died." Li Tong said confidently, "The dream tapir can invade other people's dreams and feed on dreams. It ranks at the top among the 12 earthly branches demon kings, not inferior to the azure dragon, but it is not known for its physical body. I'm sure this battle will be unique." Cheng Bai guessed, could it be that they had a spiritual battle in a dream, so there was no wound at all? Was it the same before? Li Tong continued, "Dreams are the area that the dream tapir excels at. Even masters who are stronger than it may not be able to win, but it was defeated here. This shows that after a round of challenges, Shiqi's spiritual awareness and skills have increased a lot. He may have been close to the late stage of the Wushang realm at that time." Cheng Bai thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps Shiqi has mastered some secret technique or treasure that we don't know about, and successfully got through this difficult time." It took a lot of time to travel around the 12 zodiac signs. The day passed quickly and Cheng Bai simply camped on the top of the mountain. Regardless of day or night, the light in the tower is always as gentle and bright as the dawn. Looking down at the mountain, the 12 palaces are like a winding dragon crawling in the mountains, half hidden and half visible. The surroundings are clearly black and white, and everything is silent. However, Cheng Bai was not the only one there. At the foot of the distant mountain, shrouded in shadows, an orange bonfire was lit, which stood out in the quiet valley. There are other challengers who have reached the 5th floor. Who are they? Cheng Bai was secretly curious. Other hunters also have this ability. It was really unexpected. There was a winged creature flying over there, landing near the campfire. Others couldn't see the tiny distant figure clearly, but Cheng Bai's spiritual eyes didn't miss it. It's the Frost Demon Dragon King. Mo Ruo came up again so quickly, and he was able to recover after being cut into pieces. His immortal demon body is really amazing. Li Tong knew the result of that battle, and reminded him, he has understood that you have a strong foundation, and you will never make the same low-level mistake again. The immortal demon body is very difficult to kill, and its life force is so strong that it can almost catch up with the immortal realm of the true saint. To have such ability in such a low realm is a heaven-defying existence. No wonder you are so conceited. If I can't surpass my strong enemy, how can I be the supreme ruler of the 6 paths? If we meet and fight again, I will definitely defeat him completely." Cheng Bai was chatting and laughing calmly. He now knew more about the cultivation system and path from Li Tong than the 3 sects and 7 halls of Qiongqi continent knew at once. Ordinary warriors go through the 5 major realms of fetal breathing, moving strength, concentrating momentum, questioning the heart, and verifying the body, and constantly improve themselves, commonly known as the 5th level of verification. When they have achieved perfection, their true energy is strong. They can fight elephants, kill bears and tigers with their palms, and all grass, wood, bamboo and stone can be used as weapons to kill people. But this is only the limit of human power. Although one has reached the level of a cultivator, one has not yet been able to glimpse the great Tao, so strictly speaking, one cannot be considered a cultivator. The first sign of spiritual cultivation is to enter the Bao Yuan realm, where the true essence is condensed from gas to liquid and becomes the true essence. This is followed by the 5 realms of refreshing the mind, returning to the roots, expanding the law, and becoming heavenly and human, collectively known as the heavenly and human realms. The true essence is cultivated to return to the void and condense into the solid, forming an inner elixir and possessing magical powers. At this point, the internal energy is released to form a wall, and the body is invulnerable to swords and spears, achieving the harmony of yin and yang. The mind returns to its root, the Dharma nature is transparent, forming a unique domain, interacting with external natural forces, and turning the power of all things for one's own use. The cultivator can be called a human immortal. At this time, the secret skills mastered are even more mysterious and magical, such as exorcising spirits, controlling wind and spitting flames, walking in the sky, seeing the sky and hearing the earth, etc. The methods are strange and varied, but this is only the starting stage for the cultivator. To climb the Great Road, one needs to open many doors of magical power, and walk through the 5 great realms of inaction, no thought, no form, no dwelling, and no restraint, collectively known as the 5 mysterious realms of nothingness, to break the root of the bondage of consciousness and appearance, and reach the realm of self-generation of the mind, where the intention goes and the form goes, and the perfection of the nature of the mind. At this point, the cultivator can be called an earth immortal. The 5 gates of magical power connect the upper, middle and lower dantian. The primordial spirit changes unpredictably and travels freely between heaven and earth. Cheng Bai further inquired, what kind of mystery is the realm after the 5 mysterious realms? The smoker sat nearby, also listening attentively. Li Tong said, Earth immortals' primordial spirits have left their bodies, but they are still limited by their physical bodies and cannot break through the boundaries of heaven and earth. Therefore, they must condense their dharma bodies, which are divided into 5 realms: marrow cleansing, bone refining, soul forging, dragon transformation, and nirvana. They must cultivate until their physical bodies become holy. Heaven and earth are born with me, all things are one with me, my body and the Tao are united, and I completely shed my mortal body and transform into a holy body. My magic power is as vast as the sea. Cheng Bai Dao, have you become an immortal now? Li Tong shook his head and said, the road to cultivation is long. After reaching the 5th level of nirvana, one can achieve immortality by breaking through the void. Cheng Bai said suspiciously, it sounds very low class, not a real immortal. The smoker laughed and said, my flying technique can also allow me to travel through the void, but the time limit is limited. There is no air in the void, so it is difficult to persist for a long time. Li Tong laughed dryly and said, the wandering immortals travel in the void, free and easy, how could it be difficult to persist? You just don't have enough cultivation, listen to me slowly. Cheng Bai and Yan Gui listened attentively. Li Tong continued, to become a higher level celestial being, one must cultivate the 5 realms of 3 worlds, gathering sources, paying respect to the sect, developing Tao, and overcoming tribulations. One must undergo the test of the 3 calamities to forge a divine body. Going against the will of heaven is the most dangerous. Those who fail will be reduced to ashes and everything will be in vain. Only those who successfully overcome tribulations can cultivate to become true immortals. After going through the 5 realms of void realm, myriad things, true self, extinction, and immortality, one can roam outside the 3 realms and 6 paths, live forever, and have the divine fire ignited by the fire seed. Only then can one cultivate to become a golden immortal. Cheng Bai asked in amazement, divine fire? What does this have to do with the divine fire source? Li Tong said, it matters a lot. The way of the immortals has flourished. Hundreds of millions of years have passed since the ancient times. Although it is rare for people to become immortals in each star field, there are many in the vast universe. Golden immortals are not eternal. There will always be those who have exhausted all the methods of longevity, whose lifespans have come to an end, or whose souls have been destroyed in the world-destroying wars. They will leave behind various immortal fire seeds, divine fires, and Tao fruits, which may wander in the void, be buried in ancient lands, or fall into the hands of others and become the source of immortal divine fire. Cheng Bai sighed and said, so this is how the source of the divine fire came from. Li Tong said, this is another form of immortality. It is not easy to cultivate to become an immortal. Maybe it is not as good as before, but some of the power has been preserved. Every source of divine fire has a history, and it originated from this. The smoking ghost also said, there are thousands of schools of thought arguing about the way of immortals and saints, and some call them by different names. Among the demon race like us, we rarely call ourselves immortals, but more often we call ourselves saints and sages. Cheng Bai became interested and asked, what's the point of this? Li Tong elaborated, all races have their own culture. The way of immortal saints is dominated by the immortal race, so they are called immortals. In the realm of scattered immortals, other races may call them sages, masters, and ancient gods. In the realm of celestial immortals, other races may call them saints, god masters, and demon masters. In the realm of true immortals, other races may call them true saints, god kings, and demon kings. In the realm of golden immortals, other races may call them sacred, true gods, god monarchs, and demon monarchs. And so on. Cheng Bai happily said, I have learned a lot. After talking for a long time, the smoker fell into a deep sleep while Cheng Bai sat cross-legged on the Junwu stone bed, quietly digesting what he had learned today. The next day, we meandered up the mountaintop, passed through a misty area, and arrived at the 6th floor of Shungjin Pagoda. Li Tong introduced. This floor is where you can see the cultural achievements of all races in war, and it's called the City of Ending. Cheng Bai asked, why is it called the End? Li Tong explained, a deadly weapon brings an end to life. Looking up, you can see a group of rooms connected to each other around the wide passage, one grid after another, one circle after another, neatly built, layer upon layer, full of rhythm, and seemingly endless. Cheng Bai looked at the industrial-style buildings and asked in confusion, this doesn't look like a living room, but more like a warehouse. Where are the weapons? Li Tong looked around, his vision was empty, and he said in surprise, this place used to store the ultimate world-destroying divine weapons of the Pengu clan and all the clans in the heavens. Now there is nothing that can be used. The City of Ending once stored a vast amount of weapons and supplies, but now it is empty. No, not all the weapons are gone. There are several huge objects as tall as mountains, standing out from the crowd of rooms. Because they are too big or damaged, they have not been taken away and are still displayed here, like a huge open-air exhibition hall. These weapons are huge in size and finely crafted, but unfortunately they are rusted, dented, deformed, and incomplete, obviously having been baptized by the cruel flames of war. They are fixed on a huge exhibition stand with ancient text descriptions next to them. In front of him was a spherical object with a diameter of 800 meters. The concave ring part looked like the pupil of an eyeball. The broken parts revealed the steel bones inside, while the intact parts glowed with a cold metallic luster. Li Tong introduced, the Eye of Defeat, created by the Iron Heart clan, is a great killer weapon circulated among the Star Sea weapon refiners. When it flies up to the sky and looks down at the earth, thousands of troops will be reduced to ashes, and it is enough to destroy all the cities on the entire continent. Cheng Bai glanced at the ancient characters beside the booth. The translation of Tongyan's secret art was similar to what Li Tong said. He couldn't help but frown and silently compared it with the nuclear bombs of Earth's civilization. One is a continuous combat weapon, and the other is a disposable item. The actual power of this thing is much greater than that of a nuclear bomb. It is a weapon that can explode a country. He couldn't help but ask, are there a lot of them? The cost is much higher than that of the Yellow Turban warriors, which limits their number. At the peak of the Iron Heart clan's power, there were only about 10,000 of them. They can form a battle array with even greater power. Their participation in the battle is enough to destroy stars and sweep across the star field. Li Tong said, there are even more powerful ones. Do you see the Thunder God's gun over there? On the other side, there was an extremely giant javelin-shaped object that was over 1,000 meters long and narrow. It was composed of multiple metal hexahedrons of different sizes. The top was like a cannon muzzle, emitting a cold breath of death. If it had not been broken into two parts, its momentum would have been even more terrifying. This is the ultimate soul weapon created by the Thunder God clan. When it flies in the void, the world-destroying divine thunder it spews out is enough to destroy the Qiongqi continent. Some weapon refiners are crazy about it. Cheng Bai asked curiously, can a refiner create a weapon like this? Li Tong said with a smile, the weapon master of the Gentleman clan is far behind, so of course they can't make it. The Sky Patrol spiritual boat is their current limit. The methods of refining these spiritual artifacts are all here with me. Just supply Gawain Athens every day, the more the better. Let me chew it slowly, and I can show you a little bit. Chapter 101, Myriad Insect Beasts. Cheng Bai pretended not to hear and walked away with the smoker, strolling leisurely and saying, the scenery over there is unique. There is also a display area for Yellow Turban warriors in the City of Ending, many of which are of higher levels than the lower levels. In addition, there are some topaz puppets, titanium puppets, and luxury silver puppets, but those piled up here are all defective ones with missing limbs and cannot move. Li Tong hurriedly followed and said, you are the only general-level Yellow Turban warrior left on the continent. The refining methods for different levels are different. Give me the secret book of medicine to try, and I will teach you the refining method. Cheng Bai changed the subject and asked, who took so many weapons? Shi Qi. It doesn't look like him. If it fell into Shi Qi's hands, it would be enough to destroy the entire Qiongqi star, and it would not be caught in a bitter battle during the turbulent times of the ancient gods. Li Tong said, these weapons have a long history and predate Shi Qi's time. It is impossible for him to have taken them. They were originally used for the challenge of the 7th floor. You will know when you go up. The road leading to the 7th floor is unique. It requires passing through a spectacular pit so large that it is difficult to see the other side clearly. There are no other branches. Cheng Bai was not sure what kind of facility it was. Looking down, he saw countless densely packed hexagonal compartments. The building structure was neat, exquisite, rigorous, and rhythmic, like a giant honeycomb with an arc-shaped depression. In the middle of the giant pit stands a column with an astonishing diameter. The top of the column is flat and wide like an island. In the center of the island stands a 1,000-meter-high obelisk. A wide bridge connects the circular island to the two ends of the pit. You can enter the 7th floor tower by crossing the bridge. This is the last checkpoint of the 6th floor. There are various strange insects being raised under the bridge. Li Tong provided the relevant information. There are many kinds of zerg in the Starry Sea, and one of them is the Wanhua zerg, which is extremely unique. Although each individual zerg is not very strong, when they gather together and work together, they can combine into a giant insect beast. Their strength increases so dramatically that it is difficult for many 10,000-year-old demon kings to match. There was a stone tablet on the side of the bridge, and someone had carved words on it in a rather vigorous way. Shi-Chi wasted 70 years, unable to defeat the myriad insects and beasts, and visited here. Cheng Bai said, Shi-Chi came here and didn't go any further. Li Tong praised, at the age of 70, he has already fought against all kinds of insect beasts. He is worthy of being called a genius. He is worthy of being the #1 hunter king in Qiongqi continent. Cheng Bai looked at the stone tablet carefully. It should be the stone brought up from the 5th layer of mountains. It is harder than iron. There is a word engraved on the back, I have visited the old place again after 1,000 years. Things and people have changed. The insects and beasts are vulnerable, but I am no longer myself. Comparing the handwriting, the strokes of the font on the back are thin, strong and powerful, more mature and free and easy. Cheng Bai said, he came a second time. His strength is mature, he can do whatever he wants, his skills have greatly improved, and the insect beasts are no match for him. Why do you say he is no longer himself? Li Tong thought for a moment and said, the 5th level of nirvana training is to transform oneself from the inside out. I believe Shi-Chi has become a completely new person. Cheng Bai shook his head and said, I don't think he meant that. He turned and looked at the round island in the middle of the bridge and asked, how much do you know about the insect beast? Li Tong said, the Wanhua insect beast is the only defense mechanism of the City of Ending and the biggest challenge of the 6th floor. Its strength is not inferior to that of the ancient god Sun. It has been breeding since ancient times and has been working faithfully. It usually lies dormant and does not move. Entering the bridge is equivalent to invading its nest, which will trigger the tolerance limit. The round island in the insect nest is far away from the shore, surrounded by hazy fog, and the outlines inside are vague. The treasures they are guarding are invaluable. Look, they are right in the center of the island. Cheng Bai exclaimed in surprise. The spiritual eyes could clearly see that the obelisk was surrounded by many flesh masses that shone with a dark golden luster. They were of various shapes, some were floating motionless in the air, and some were rising and falling slowly. Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, is it the flying Tai Sui? There are so many of them, why are they growing here? Li Tong said, the obelisk is made of special materials. It is made of 3-element real gold mixed with mountain copper, commonly known as condensed steel. It has the essence of heaven and earth and has the magical effect of condensing vital energy. The Wanhua insect nest is a special nutrient pool, also known as the exotic insect pool. The substances in the pool are extraordinary. The evaporated vital energy mist is concentrated near the obelisk. From ancient times to the present, for countless years, over a long period of time, from quantitative change to qualitative change, it has continuously grown flying Tai Sui. Cheng Bai thought about it and was terrified. He continued, this is not accidental. The master who built the alien insect pool was very far-sighted and considered everything. From breeding alien insects, the secretion of insect swarms, condensing vitality, growing Fatian Tai Sui, to the meat Ganoderma falling into the pool to breed alien insects, the cycle is repeated over and over again without wasting any resources. It is really admirable. Li Tong reminded, ordinary people who cross the bridge will face the challenge of the myriad insect beasts. When you reach the insect island in the center, just take the Fatian Tai Sui. Cheng Bai asked, before, when you took the treasures from the tower, you were controlled by Shi-Chi. How is this place different? Li Tong said truthfully, because the energy mist is also a treasure. People come and go, so they breathe it into their bodies and take it away. Those who can pass the insect beasts will face the final challenge of the Shungjin Tower. The weak ones have already been eliminated. The stone maniac treats the superior ones with extra courtesy. This place is the best place to rest. Fitian Taisui is the best gift for the young quasi-emperor. Cheng Bai understood a little bit. The challengers who could only reach the lower level were insignificant and might be kicked out at any time. However, the chosen ones who had the ability to pass the insect beasts would rise to the top in the future. Even Shi Kai did not dare to look down on them. This was the class treatment. I only want treasures, not bugs. Watch me. It was not difficult for Cheng Bai to cross the bridge quietly without alerting the swarm of alien insects. During the initial exploration, I let the smoker stay at the bridge for safety, put Li Tong into the treasure bag, and walked through the bridge in stealth to the obelisk. Under the influence of the convergence, there was no movement in the alien insect pool. Only when you get closer can you feel how magnificent the flying Tai Sui floating in the sky are. There are many of them on the obelisk. The surrounding mist of vitality is almost condensed into substance. Ordinary people will be exhausted and have nosebleeds after taking a few breaths. Cheng Bai has a strong physique. While in the vital energy mist, he felt relaxed and refreshed, and his skills showed signs of improving. But this is just a side dish. The meat Ganoderma is the main course, so hurry up and start collecting and cleaning the obelisk, revealing dense ancient characters, and the iron painting and silver hooks exude the ancient atmosphere of vicissitudes of time. Unable to bear the loneliness, Li Tong came out of the treasure bag again, flew up and down in the air, glanced at the obelisk, and urged, "Come and take a look." Cheng Bai was busy collecting treasures, so he had no time to read a long article. He said casually, "Let's talk about it later." Li Tong said hurriedly, "It says here that congratulations to the challenger for coming here, and so on, it's all nonsense. The main thing is that Fitian Tai Sui is rare and precious, and it's best to take a small amount every day, otherwise it will anger all the alien insect swarms." Is it? But if they were not peeled off the obelisk, wouldn't it be impossible to see the words clearly? Cheng Bai was swift and had collected nearly half of the large and small flying Tai Sui. It was a little late to hear it. Sure enough, there was movement in the alien insect pool below. Countless swarms of insects rose up like rolling black clouds and gathered towards the insect island. Cheng Bai was extremely bold. Seeing this, he simply revealed his figure and acted even faster, taking away most of the flying Tai Sui he saw. The vitality mist was swallowed up by him and became much thinner. Each of the various strange insects was no bigger than a flea, but when they flew all over the sky and combined together, they became a 300-meter-long giant beast with a wolf's head and a snake's body, 4 wings and 4 claws. It spread its wings and flew high, then leaned over and pounced on Cheng Bai with its fangs and claws bared. Cheng Bai was unwilling to resist head-on and jumped around on the insect island. The Wanhua insect beast swung its giant claws like an anti-aircraft gun shooting a mosquito. It became a little impatient, and its eyes glowed red. It shot out a powerful glow that accurately hit Cheng Bai, but it was only an afterimage. The real Cheng Bai had already taken Li Tong to the other side of the bridge in stealth mode. He turned back to peek at the battle and whispered, "It also knows the Ruby Man's secret techniques, but they are much more powerful." The Wanhua insect beast couldn't find Cheng Bai, and let out a terrifying roar. It patrolled around the alien insect pool, and after a long time of struggling, it dispersed and returned to its nest. Cheng Bai finally reached the 7th floor of Shungjin Pagoda, stopped, and looked up. In front of him was a palace city with red walls, black tiles, and flying eaves. The city lights were dim, and the brilliant light was like water, as if the ancient city was covered with soft silver gauze. The yellow turban warriors patrolling the city were obviously more numerous and stronger than the lower classes, and they were not just soldiers. Cheng Bai looked up at the various turrets on the city wall, including thunder cannons, water cannons, fire cannons, and glow cannons. He wondered, could this be a challenge to attack the city? Li Tong nodded and said, "You were really smart, you were right. The 7th level is called the attack city, and it depends on the challenger's ability to deploy troops." Cheng Bai weighed it in his mind and said, "This city wall is taller than Tianshu City. How can we capture it without an army?" Li Tong said, "The many weapons and puppets in the 6th floor of the City of Ending were originally for the challenger to choose some and bring them up for a fight. Unfortunately, only a few debris are left now." Cheng Bai thought after hearing this and said, "If we pick the Eye of Defeat, Thunder God Spear, etc., wouldn't it be much easier to break into the city?" Li Tong shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. The treasures obtained on each floor of the Shungjin Tower are nothing more than some low-level yellow turban warriors or siege equipment, and Shi Kai collects the treasures by the way. Exchanging for the Eye of Defeat and the Thunder God Spear requires a lot of treasures. What the challenger has collected in the tower may not be enough, and most of them will have to add other things. It is a loss-making business for them, and they may not win even if they get the exchange. Now there are only some junks left, and there is no choice. Shi Kai will not come out to deal with it. Cheng Bai laughed and said, then I have no chance. What should I do? Li Tong said unconcernedly, if the individuals are extremely strong, what's the point of the army? Cheng Bai looked at the yellow turban warriors on the tower. He could only see 100 of them. Some of them were fine, but how could he be a match for so many? He asked, has anyone ever attacked and captured this city? Li Tong replied, of course there is. As far as I know, the only person who made it through the attack city more than 100,000 years ago was Emperor Yunman. Cheng Bai was disappointed and said, doesn't this mean that one needs to have the ability of a great emperor to attack the city, enter the imperial palace, and sit firmly on the throne? Li Tong was very excited and said without denying, this is the function of Shungjin Pagoda. The difficulty of attacking the city is just prepared for the young emperor. As expected, there must be the remains of the emperor left in the city. Cheng Bai pondered and said, let me think about how to attack the city. First, go down and bring up the smoker. I can teleport freely to places I have already been to. Li Tong said hurriedly, wait a minute. There is a powerful band in Shungjin Tower that prevents teleportation. Unless you control Shi Kai, you can open the Netherworld Road and move freely in each level of the tower. Otherwise, you must compete with the entire Shungjin Tower to cast a spell to teleport. If you are not strong enough, your life will be in danger. At the least, you will be crushed to pieces, and at the worst, your soul will be scattered. Don't act rashly. Let's go on. Cheng Bai thought for a moment and said, the Shungjin Tower can open the Netherworld path, and the 5 absolute golds can control space. Aren't you also one of the keys to the Netherworld path? Li Tong admitted, that being said, by teleporting here, am I not going to fight against Shi Kai? Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't use my Netherworld Dao to move around easily. Cheng Bai thought to himself, how far can Li Tong's teleportation go? I'll have to give it a try when I get out. Returning to the city of Ending, he put away Li Tong and passed by the insect pool in stealth. The swarm of insects had been quietly dormant. When he arrived at the bridge, he could not see the smoker. A loud dragon roar was heard in the sky. Cheng Bai knew what was going on when he heard it. He revealed his figure and looked up. He saw the Frost Dragon King spreading his wings and swooping down. Mo Ruo saw Cheng Bai from afar, jumped off his mount and landed on the ground. He twisted his neck and said with a frost mask on his face, Cheng Bai, please stay and walk slowly. I have something to say. Cheng Bai noticed that his neck was a little crooked. Could it be the sequelae of being dismembered? He immediately asked loudly, Brother Mo, what do you think? Mo Ruo said angrily in a deep voice, I have been very courteous to you everywhere, but you really don't know how to appreciate it. You treat my kindness as nothing. Cheng Bai felt unhappy and thought to himself, what kind of courtesy is this? They are just looking down on me and asking me to give them something as if others should be willing to do so. He said, yesterday's battle in the arena was just forced by the situation. Brother Mo seems to be safe and sound. Why don't you go your way and I go mine, and we can live in peace? Mo Ruo laughed, reached into the Sumeru mustard seed in front of his chest, and took out an animal cage that was only a few inches square, with a kitten locked inside. No, it wasn't a kitten, but a shrunken smoker. The beast cage was not an ordinary item either, it was called the Soul Burning Cage, and it was a top-grade magical tool that could easily imprison even larger monsters. Mo Ruo sneered and said, I just found a cat on the road. I don't know whose cat it was lost, but it's a good deal for me. Seeing his master, the smoker was particularly embarrassed and stammered, I am no match for him. I was captured. Cheng Bai's expression changed slightly, then he calmed down and said with a smile, this is my lost pet. Please return it to me, Brother Mo. Mo Ruo said sternly, you can exchange it with Brother Cheng's cube. Otherwise, we have to compete again to decide who gets it. Cheng Bai said leisurely, if Brother Mo wants to challenge me to a fight, you can ask me anytime. There is no need to threaten me with your pet. Mo Ruo felt embarrassed, but he didn't give in. How can there be no prize for victory or defeat? If I win, the Pengu relic cube will be mine. If you win, the Suani pet will be yours. Cheng Bai shook his head and said, Brother Mo, this is really inappropriate. The Suani was lost in my family. You want to gamble. Regardless of winning or losing, all the gains and losses will be on my head. How can you be so shameless? How about this? Chapter 102, Trick You. What do you want? Mo Ruo was unable to argue for the moment. It was indeed a bet, and he would not suffer any loss no matter what. It was obviously a coercion. Cheng Bai responded, if I win, Brother Mo's blood and soul will belong to me, and the rest is up to you. What? How dare you propose such a condition? Mo Ruo was shocked. He was so bold. Cheng Bai smiled and said, Brother Mo, don't you dare. The conversation was more or less influenced by the secret art of communication, which was the basis for Cheng Bai's confidence in putting forward the conditions. Mo Ruo thought to himself, the reason I lost last time was because I just took the beating and didn't fight back. Your cultivation is far inferior to mine. Are you really afraid? I will use my full strength this time, so that you will die without regrets. After thinking about it, Mo Ruo felt that he should not lose again, so he said generously, okay, Brother Cheng, just pick a scenic place. The implication was that he would choose a cemetery himself. Cheng Bai was just waiting for this and said, the bridge over there is wide, and it's a great place for a decisive battle. Please go ahead, Brother Mo. He had already run towards the insect pool. Mo Ruo snorted coldly, and casually threw the soul-burning cage to the Frost Demon Dragon King for care, and ordered, if this evil beast dares to act rashly, I will eat it alive. After saying that, he chased after his opponent, and while he strolled in the garden, his body was covered with orange-red air waves, and the corrosive fire energy had been circulated throughout his body. His speed and power increased instantly, and he rushed towards Cheng Bai. Just as Cheng Bai stood still, Mo Ruo's fist came crashing down like a meteor with blazing flames. Unlike the last fight in the arena, the molten gold hand was extremely powerful with the help of the erosion fire energy. It was strong enough, fast enough, and had terrifying destructive power. Not to mention the flesh, even the solid magic treasures could not hurt Mo Ruo. Instead, they would melt when touched by his fists, or even be burned to ashes. Treasures of lower grades could not compete head-on. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of punches hit Cheng Bai. Mo Ruo was feeling extremely refreshed, but suddenly his face changed. He took a few steps back, and the afterimage in front of him slowly dissipated. What Cheng Bai left on the bridge was just a residual shadow of the 8 immortals, while his real body hid and quietly returned to the bridge. The pool of alien insects under the bridge was disturbed again. The swarm of insects gathered at a faster speed in anger, forming another giant beast. Its body was much smaller than the previous one, with a dragon head and a leopard body, but it had 6 claws and was more flexible. It pounced towards Mo Ruo on the bridge. On the bridge, the smoker said to the Frost Dragon King, your master wants you to swallow me. The Frost Demon Dragon King snorted coldly and said, if you dare to move, I will swallow you. The smoky ghost jumped around in the soul-burning cage. The treasure was hard to destroy, and the cage only rattled when it shook it hard. But it kept shouting, I'm moving. Did you see it? Did you see it? This behavior annoyed the Frost Dragon King so much that he shouted, are you always so mean? Do you want to die? The smoker simply sang, I stretch my legs, twist my waist, yo, and jumped even more happily. The Frost Dragon King wanted to kill someone, but in order to swallow the smoker, he had to open the beast cage. However, the one who could control the soul-scorching cage was not here. Those words were just threats. The smoker was quite smart and knew what was going on, so he acted without restraint. The Frost Dragon King could only pretend to be arrogant, rolled his eyes, and sneered, what else can you do, you lawless fellow, except pretending? When my master returns, I will activate the treasure to burn your flesh and soul. After saying that, he stretched, turned his head and looked away, ignoring it. After waiting for a while, the Frost Dragon King realized that there was no more noise in the cage. He slowly turned his head and jumped up in fright. The smoker and the soul-scorching cage were gone. Cheng Bai carried the soul-burning cage and slipped away in stealth, climbed to the top of the Eye of Defeat, sat down cross-legged, and gradually revealed his figure. While gazing at the alien insect pool and admiring the furious insect beasts fighting with Mo Ruo on the bridge, he was pondering how to open the soul-burning cage. He repeatedly pondered the restrictions of the treasure, frowned slightly, and muttered, it is made of incinerated star gold, inlaid with 8 Huadu crystal cores, and engraved with very exquisite runes. Hee. It cost a lot of money. Li Tong jumped out of the treasure bag, took a look and said, have you encountered a problem? Your current weapon refining skills are still rudimentary, and you can't crack such a complicated weapon. Cheng Bai said confidently, it's not impossible to crack it, but it will take several days to unlock all the restrictions of the original owner, which totals 32. It's rare among magic tools, and the grade must be high. The smoker has been waiting in the cage for a long time, and I don't know if he can hold out. Similarly, a fire-attributed monster may be able to resist the soul-scorching effect of the cage for a while. Li Tong said, it's okay. This soul-burning cage is just a magical weapon. There is no weapon spirit guarding it. I can calculate all the data of the restriction and easily break it. I can control it and open it in a snap of a finger. Cheng Bai was overjoyed and said, that's the best. When Mo Ruo saw a huge beast suddenly rise up from his feet, he immediately realized that he had been tricked and cursed. Cheng Bai, you are such a scoundrel, you are cheating me for the second time. The Wanhua insect beast had previously been ineffective in dealing with Cheng Bai, and it believed that it was not agile enough. Since it was called Wanhua, it could naturally change its body shape to adapt to fast combat. This time, the beast swung its claws and attacked as fast as lightning. It was so swift and fierce that Mo Ruo broke out in a cold sweat. He dodged left and right, and was in a panic for a while. After parrying a few moves, Mo Ruo already knew the difference in strength and knew that he was no match for the enemy in a fight. However, he gradually calmed down and shouted, you are just a monster insect that relies on numbers to combine. Do you dare to compete with the sun and the moon? I will destroy you. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the Sumeru mustard seed on his chest. The blood soul Ruyi was activated and sacrificed, flying towards the various insects and beasts at a rapid speed. Suddenly, there was a ray of light and thousands of auspicious colors. The Wanhua insect beast showed no sign of weakness and swung its claws to meet Shuipo Ruyi. With a loud bang, the Wanhua group of alien insects that formed a beast claw were beaten and scattered like dust. Mo Ruo was secretly proud of himself and sneered, the blood soul Ruyi is a heavenly spiritual weapon. It can cause mountains to collapse and seas to become tsunamis. You little monster, come and see how powerful I am. I saw Shuipo Ruyi flying in the air, repeatedly passing through the body of the Wanhua insect beast, suddenly blasting many parts of its body, opening many holes on the body of the giant beast, and the Wanhua alien insects that scattered into smoke were in disarray, like headless flies flying everywhere. The various insect beasts were no ordinary ones, and seeing that the magic weapon was powerful, they simply spread out their bodies, forming a misty cloud that rolled in the air. More various insects flew up from the insect pool and merged together, becoming larger and larger. Mo Ruo urged the blood spirit Ruyi to attack repeatedly, but he only hit a cloud of smoke. His face changed slightly, and he realized, it didn't cause any fatal injuries at all. When they dispersed into small individuals, their defense power increased greatly. It was like hitting real smoke, without any force at all. In an instant, the cloud of ever-changing insects in the sky grew larger and larger, covering an area of several thousand meters, and covering the sky in darkness. Mo Ruo looked up and said thoughtfully, what does it want to do? Change into another shape. As long as it materializes, Shuipo Ruyi can still smash you to pieces. The cloud of insects was suddenly covered with red spots of light, as if countless small eyes opened at the same time, emitting countless rays of light that penetrated Mo Ruo's body in an instant. Mo Ruo was beaten till his body was more transparent than a sieve, with countless holes all over his body. Wisps of green smoke came out of his body, and he swayed a few times before slowly falling down. Shuipo Ruyi spun in the air for several times, becoming slower and slower, and then with a clang, it fell next to his corpse. With the help of Li Tong, Cheng Bai quickly opened the soul-burning cage and took the treasure for himself. The small and cute smoker jumped out of the cage and said happily, I'm free. Don't worry, Dubai, I didn't embarrass you. Yingfeng turned back into a giant beast. Cheng Bai saw Mo Ruo fall down in defeat and whispered, the immortal demon body is hard to kill. It can be resurrected even after being cut into so many pieces. Its current appearance should not be as bad as last time, right? As he spoke, Mo Ruo's body began to tremble, and the holes on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He suddenly rolled to the side and grabbed the blood spirit Ruyi. The treasure glowed and took Mo Ruo up, quickly escaping from the range of the Wanhua insect cloud, and resurrected and fled back to the bridge. When the myriad alien insects saw him leaving the bridge, they had no intention of chasing him and slowly descended, calmed down and dispersed, and the alien insect pool returned to its original state. Mo Ruo used the cloud flying technique to fly in the air and looked around. He saw Cheng Bai standing up from the top of the Eye of Defeat from afar, accompanied by Yang Gui and Li Tong. He was filled with hatred and said angrily, "Look, I will beat you into pieces." He raised his hand and threw out the blood ruyi, which turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Cheng Bai with great momentum. Cheng Bai took Li Tong calmly, and the inheritance magic cube instantly grew several times larger. He opened the space towards the blood soul ruyi side, which looked like a bottomless square box. He easily collected the flying treasures into it and closed the lid, as if the blood soul ruyi had never appeared in the world. For Li Tong, as a magical weapon, it is extremely easy for him to deal with a mere spiritual weapon. Mo Ruo was shocked when he saw this. Cheng Bai restored the Rubik's cube in his hand to its original size and put it into the treasure bag, allowing Li Tong to digest the treasure comfortably. He laughed loudly and said, "Thank you, Brother Mo, for keeping your promise and giving me the treasure." How could Mo Ruo not be angry at the loss of a rare spiritual weapon? He shouted, "Our battle has not yet come to an end. How dare you take the blood spirit ruyi away?" Cheng Bai shook his head and said, "Brother Mo died on the bridge once, so he has already lost. If you want to compete again, do you have any other treasures to be won?" Mo Ruo laughed and said, "You have been sneaky and shameless, and you are no match for me. I must kill you today." He stretched out both hands and pulled out 2 swords from the mustard seed. The sword in his left hand was 3 feet and 2 inches long, with only a faint luster, as if it had melted into the air. The sword in his right hand was 3 feet and 5 inches long, and it was sometimes black and sometimes white as the light refracted, mysterious and unpredictable. Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, "Brother Mo, you have so many treasures on you. I wonder where they came from." Mo Ruo said proudly, "This is a copy of the 2 sacred objects of Shanwei City, the Peaceful Sword and the 10 Evil Swords. Although the material is similar to them, it also uses shadowless steel and yin-yang iron. One is called Shaying, and the other is Right and Wrong. Both are extremely sharp. Although they are not inlaid with daneling and are not as good as the originals, they are still spiritual weapons." After saying this, I wondered, why do I always tell him so much? While he was talking too much, Cheng Bai performed the tyrant's secret technique and instantly transformed into a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. He smiled and said, "Let's have a good fight." He raised his hand and slashed with 9 layers of sword energy. He moved quickly following the sword light and flew into the air. Mo Ruo moved up the clouds to fight, activating the erosive fire energy. His whole body was covered with surging orange-red energy. He brandished both swords, and the sword energy was running rampant and the cold light was flashing. It turned out that his swordsmanship was not weak either. After fighting for dozens of moves, Mo Ruo came to his senses and shouted, "I've been fooled again. My sword skills are not as powerful as the molten gold hand, and I can't do anything to you." He was already in a dilemma and had to use the Chengsheng Society's unique Guishu swordsmanship with all his strength. Cheng Bai listened and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "I didn't ask you to use the sword, but you can blame me for it." But his hands were not vague. He used heavy sword energy continuously and fought back and forth with the opponent. This Guishu sword technique is truly infinitely changeable. In terms of destructive power, it may be slightly inferior to the molten gold hand, but its moves are more exquisite, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, and it is the culmination of many sword techniques. Tai Chi gives birth to 2 opposites turn into 3 talents, 3 talents turn into 4 images, 4 images return to 5 elements, 5 elements enter 6 combinations, 6 combinations turn into 7 stars, 7 stars connect to 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams are wrapped in 9 palaces, everything returns to the 10 directions, and it is complex and unpredictable. It was the first time that Cheng Bai faced such a sophisticated sword technique. He felt that his moves were crude and not elegant enough. He slashed at them continuously with the dark cross blade energy, but to no avail. He quickly calmed down and responded with the 6 paths of bliss fist, gradually gaining some understanding. His sword technique is extremely subtle and profound, but the sword's meaning is too profound. It doesn't seem like a killing move. I'm afraid he has only learned a few of them. He is far from perfect. It is not without flaws. The 6 paths of bliss fist is best at finding flaws. Even if there are no flaws, you can create them. Cheng Bai had already made up his mind, and his sword energy was displayed more skillfully between his punches and kicks. The vast white energy penetrated into the opponent's body silently, and his ultimate move of opening the door of life and death was about to be launched. Mo Ruo was born in a famous family and had great experience. He gradually calmed down and analyzed the battle situation, thinking to himself, "Your cultivation is not as good as mine. You can only fight with me by relying on the secret transformation of the heaven-defying technique. Your moves are always the same 3 moves. Although they can produce a myriad of changes, they are still superficial. How can you compare with the profoundness of Guishu sword technique? You can strengthen yourself, but can't my eclipse fire chi be strengthened? I have already found out the details. Watch me show my unique skills and kill you with my sword. He sneered and said, Brother Cheng, there is a limit to a warrior's pursuit of the way. If you want to dominate the outer realm, how can you gain a foothold without great magical power? Today I will let you see my true power, and then you will know what the great way of swordsmanship and the true realm of magic are. For those who have reached the state of Wu-Wei, the solid true essence forms a talisman array in the body, which opens the door to magic power and gives rise to a surge of magic power, which is incomparable to the state of heaven and man. Only at this time can one become a great cultivator. Any move can be transformed into something magical under the power of magic. A fierce eye opened on Mo Ruo's forehead, and 8 huge faces appeared behind him, showing joy, anger, madness, happiness, hatred, resentment, thought, and annoyance. They shouted, The dragon has returned to the great abyss. The 2 swords in his hands flew out of his hands, and the swords flew, the sword energy surged, and suddenly 2 ferocious dragons nearly 2,000 meters long appeared, crisscrossing like 2 dragons, slashing head-on. In the ending city, a towering building was affected and broke into 2 parts neatly. The huge upper half like a skyscraper slid down and hit the ground, smoke and dust were in chaos, and the power was like a landslide. Chapter 103, Offensive. Cheng Bai felt the sword's sharpness and he hurriedly dodged using the 8 immortals body movement technique, but was forced to retreat several thousand meters away. This move is the ultimate sword controlling move of Guishu sword technique. It is driven by the spirit, energy and vitality, and is vivid and superior to all martial arts. No matter how strong a fortress you are, I can cut it down with my sword. It is extremely sharp. Mo Ruo laughed loudly and said, 10,000 years ago, my ancestor once traveled to the Qiongqi continent and passed by a tiny country. The ruler of that country had cultivated the 5th level of the 7 treasures golden body, and was self-righteous. He dared to speak rudely and angered my ancestor. In a blink of an eye, I used this move to chop off his head and brought it back to Shanwei City to serve wine. Cheng Bai thought, there are only a few masters in Qiongqi continent who have mastered the 7 treasures golden body. Could it be that Jiyu Kanixing is what you are talking about? Seeing that Long Gui Dahai's fierce move was coming again, he didn't dare to risk blocking it with his spiritual shield. He retreated again and again, but was about to touch the wreckage of the Thunder God's spear. He simply turned around and hid behind the Thunder God's spear. The 2 swords hit the Thunder God's spear, and the sword energy rubbing against the metal made a teeth-grinding sound, but it failed to cut off the target, and did not even leave any obvious signs of damage. Cheng Bai expected this. The Thunder God Spear is a higher-level treasure, possibly a top-notch Horcrux. Its materials and restrictions are even better than those 2 swords. It is hard to be hurt by sword energy alone. He hid his tracks and thought to himself, just now, I used half of the move of the knife to open the door of life and death and cut him. If I hadn't dodged this big pair of scissors, I'm afraid both of us would have suffered losses. It's not a good situation. The tyrant consumes a lot of mana and the time to use it is limited. I have to rely on other skills to decide the outcome as soon as possible. After seeing Cheng Bai hiding in the wreckage of the Thunder God Spear, Mo Ruo suddenly felt an itch under his nostrils. He wiped it casually and found his hands were covered with blood. He was shocked and said, "Why am I bleeding from the nose? Have I eaten too much recently? This has never happened before." He had already suffered internal injuries from the knife that opened the gate of life and death, but his immortal demon body was gradually recovering. He only had a little nosebleed, but he seemed not to feel it. After waiting for a few moments, Cheng Bai seemed to stay behind the wreckage of the Thunder God's spear and refused to come out. Mo Ruo lost his patience, and he was about to strike with his sword, shouting, "You are a coward. You have the courage to challenge me head-on, but not the courage to fight me face-to-face. You are not a hero. Come out and die." Cheng Bai's voice came from behind, "I'm here." Mo Ruo turned around in horror, but the assassination attack with the knife that opened the gate of life and death had already worked. The vast knife energy was faster than sound and had long since penetrated the protective chi. "Trick me." Mo Ruo was unable to defend himself, and before he could utter a word, the 8 strange faces that looked like visions behind him collapsed. His body was shot down like a bird, falling from the clouds and smashing heavily to the ground, shattered like a vase falling from a tall building. The shadow sword and the right and wrong sword also fell into the dust. These two valuable spiritual weapons were ownerless, so Cheng Bai rushed over and took them away. The two swords were made of excellent materials, but they were not perfect. Usually, magic weapons of lower quality would always have some defects, such as impure materials, incomplete runes, or defective crystal cores. Cheng Bai made a brief investigation and found that the biggest flaw of these two swords was that they had no spirit guarding them. The reason why spiritual weapons are called spiritual weapons is that the biggest difference between them and treasure weapons and magic weapons is that they have the conditions to give birth to weapon spirits and open up their spiritual intelligence. Those that don't have these conditions often don't have them for some reason, so they are naturally not of high quality. Li Tong can easily erase the original owner's restrictions and take them into his possession. When Mo Ruo was resurrected and stood up again, and found the Frost Dragon King to reunite, Cheng Bai was nowhere to be seen on the 6th floor. Cheng Bai's body had long since returned to normal. He freed up some space in his treasure bag and carried Smoker with him. He used stealth to avoid the swarm of insects and came to the 7th floor again, standing in front of the attack city. Li Tong said, if the challenger can exchange some yellow turban soldiers or magic weapons on the lower level, and form a team here, he can form a fully equipped siege team. Now it depends on you. Cheng Bai smiled happily and said, it doesn't matter. Didn't we get 4 treasures in total this time? Li Tong said hurriedly, the blood soul Rui has a spirit, which is slowly digested in my body, so it can't be used. The only things that can be used are the cage and the 2 swords. Cheng Bai took out the shadow sword and the right and wrong sword, and started flying in the air, feeling quite adept at it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the relevant sword controlling method, so he used the 6 paths of supremacy skill to drive them, raised his hand and threw them up, and the 2 swords emitted sword beams of more than 400 meters. Although they were far inferior to the Mo Ruo, they were also incredibly powerful, and they slashed towards the city gate. The sword light collided with the gate, causing ripples on the surface of the city, but there was no damage at all. It was obvious that there was a magic circle protecting it, and the attack failed to break the shield. Cheng Bai made a brief test, waved his hand to take back the sword, and said in surprise, it's really amazing. No wonder the challenger was allowed to exchange weapons on the lower level. I'm afraid that even if he got a complete Thor's spear, he might not be able to break through. Li Tong said leisurely, the cost of defense is usually higher than that of attack. When attacking, the power of magic weapons is concentrated on one point, but when defending, the whole body must be taken into consideration. How can the two be compared? The magic array in the city is a small Jodian array, which can be used for both attack and defense. Now there is no one controlling it, and it is completely autonomous, so it can't exert much power. As long as we find the weak point, it will not be difficult to break the defense with these 2 swords. I will calculate the loopholes in the magic array and attack in the direction I said. Cheng Bai was pleasantly surprised, so you are also a formation master. Formation masters are an extremely rare profession in the Qiongqi continent. It is almost impossible to find one. Even if 1 or 2 can be caught, they are untalented and useless. Li Tong smiled and said, I know many more categories, otherwise how can I be a heritage magic cube? Li Tong had figured out the situation after seeing Cheng Bai's sword attack. He quickly calculated the result and explained in detail. The small Jodian formation uses the 12 earthly branches of Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Shu and Hai as a large cycle. Every hour, it changes into a different pattern. There are 360 days in a year on the Qiongqi continent, which evolves into 4 patterns. In fact, each of these patterns is repeated times, which is the key to cracking. If someone is in control, the patterns that do not repeat are varied and difficult to crack. Unfortunately, no one is in control, and it just cycles autonomously. Isn't it very easy to crack? Cheng Bai asked, then what should I do? Li Tong said, it is the end of the sea hour now. Listen to me. Count clockwise from 12 o'clock. At 270 degrees, 18 feet to the left of the center, stab the flying sword in. At 150 degrees, 33 feet to the right of the center, stab the flying sword in. If you pass through the gaps in the formation, you can break down the city gate. Cheng Bai was overjoyed and immediately urged the 2 swords to shoot out, penetrating through the protection of the small Jodian formation and hitting the city gate. With a bang, the 2 huge doors slowly opened. After taking back the sword, Cheng Bai noticed that the city gate was just opened, and there was not even a sword mark left at the place where it was hit. The material and defense power were no less than the 2 swords. While he was observing, 100 burly giants named Yellow Turban Warriors marched out of the city, holding 100-meter-long spears and sturdy giant shields. They formed two teams on the left and right and strode towards Cheng Bai. The city gates behind them slowly closed. Halfway through the journey, the Yellow Turban Warriors changed their formation and split into two rows, with the ones in front crouching and holding up huge shields, while those in the back stood with guns in hand and ready to take orders. Cheng Bai was stunned and asked, "What does this mean? Are we going to fight?" Li Tong said, "Yes, now it is a guerrilla war. 100 Yellow Turban Warriors, each of them is only slightly inferior to Mo Ruo in combat power, equivalent to a cultivator in the late Wuwei realm." The smoker weighed the difference in strength and finally couldn't help but say, "How can we fight this? The enemy outnumbers us. Should we just rush forward and let them stab us to death?" Cheng Bai murmured and said, "I have a better Yellow Turban Warrior." He took out a soldier bean and threw it out. It landed on the ground and turned into a golden armored general holding a mountain-splitting spear. Li Tong encouraged, "Don't worry, our Yellow Turban Warrior general is comparable to the late stage of the Wuju realm. It's no problem for him to fight 1 against 100. Go ahead." The Yellow Turban Warriors in the front row on the opposite side stretched out their 100-meter-long spears in the gaps between their shields like lightning. Any enemy in front of them would be pierced through immediately. The Yellow Turban Warriors standing in the back row guarded the upper part with their spears, aiming directly at the head and throat. Together they formed an impregnable death fortress that would kill the invader on the spot. Cheng Bai's spiritual consciousness ordered the Yellow Turban Warriors general to charge. The general puppet was fearless and strode towards the Yellow Turban Warriors formation. As expected, rows of spears came straight at them, and the charging enemies were usually strung together like a candied haw stick. The general took the lead, and his mountain-splitting spear swung like a poisonous dragon drill, and with a loud bang, it dug through the shield wall of 2 rows of Yellow Turban Warriors. 4 Yellow Turban Warriors flew far away and fell to the ground with a thud. After their formation was broken, the remaining Yellow Turban Warriors realized they were no match for the enemy, and immediately changed their formation, forming a circle to surround the general, with 96 spears pointing inward to trap the general. The general reacted quickly, breaking out of the encirclement with a savage leap, and sweeping through the enemy with his mountain-splitting spear, sending 4 more Yellow Turban Warriors flying and falling. The smoker was delighted when he saw this and shouted, "Well done." However, the Yellow Turban Warriors behind the general cooperated well with each other, chased forward with their spears and stabbed the general in the back. The smoker screamed again, "Not good." The general seemed to have eyes on his back. He quickly leaned down to avoid dozens of spears. He supported the ground with his left hand and pushed his body backward. He then swept the enemy's thighs with his right hand's mountain-splitting spear. 4 more Yellow Turban Warriors were swept away. In this way, the general killed people in all directions among the enemy troops, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and did what he wanted. In just 30 breaths, 100 Yellow Turban soldiers were defeated and lay on the ground unable to get up. Cheng Bai was very satisfied, thinking, "This Yellow Turban Warrior general is 1 or 2 levels stronger than the ancient god's son, but he also spent so much time, and the troops he used to attack the city are not weak." The Yellow Turban Warrior who was lying on the ground staggered to his feet, retreated back to the city, and admitted defeat. Just when they thought they had victory, they saw 2 new teams of Yellow Turban Warriors striding out of the city gate, holding halberds, and also walked to the front of the formation, forming 2 rows to face the general. Li Tong said truthfully, "The enemy has upgraded. There are 40 lieutenant-level Yellow Turban Warriors, which is equivalent to the late stage of the Wunyan realm. Each one is several times stronger than before. Although there are fewer people, they are actually much stronger." The smoker's eyes twitched, and he whispered, "Can you beat him?" Li Tong hesitated for a moment, quickly calculated the strength of both sides and the odds of winning or losing, and said, "With a 25.6% chance of winning, it's possible that we can win. It will be a tough battle. Although there is a chance of winning, there is also a high chance of failure." Cheng Bai said thoughtfully, "I can't just watch the show, I have to lend a hand. Otherwise, once the general falls, who can resist?" As they were talking, the 2 sides had already started fighting. The general strode forward, sweeping in all directions with his mountain-splitting spear. The reaction of those 40 Yellow Turban Warriors was completely different from the previous group. They joined forces with their halberds, held the mountain-splitting spears, and pushed together, knocking the general to the ground and causing him to somersault in the air. Not only that, the war halberds formed a formation, their power increased greatly, either blocking or locking, entangled with the mountain-splitting spear, like a giant beast opening its huge mouth and biting towards the general. Cheng Bai did not dare to delay. He snapped his fingers and fired 40 sniper vibration waves, which hit the weapons or bodies of the yellow turban warriors with a clanging sound. The secret technique was powerful, but it failed to cause any obvious damage. The golden armor puppet was indestructible, and it only caused some flaws in the perfect battle halberd formation. For the general, a small flaw was enough. He seized the opportunity and stepped forward. His mountain-splitting spear rolled like a dragon and tore through the siege of halberds. The two yellow-turbaned strongmen were knocked away on the spot and fell far away. With the loss of 2 men, the power of the yellow-turban warriors' battle formation was immediately weakened by half. The general took advantage of the victory and pursued them, breaking into the encirclement with his mountain-splitting spear like turning over rivers and seas. Cheng Bai fired dozens of vibration wave projectiles again. 2 yellow-turban warriors stepped forward to block them, their halberds flying and clanging to intercept all the attacks. The other 36 spears reorganized into a battle formation, surrounding the general in all directions and immediately trapped him in the crowd. Cheng Bai reacted even faster. He opened the bow and shot with both hands. Thousands of vibration wave arrows poured down like rain. The angles were so tricky that they were able to refract through the air and attack the target from all directions, from front, back, up, down, left and right. It was simply incredible. The 2 yellow turban warriors who were responsible for intercepting the attack waved their halberds wildly, only blocking the vibration wave arrows attacking them, but unable to deal with the arrows attacking others. Suddenly, the halberd formation surrounding the general could not remain perfect. The general rushed left and right like a wolf and a tiger, and with the sound of ping-pong, 4 yellow turban strongmen were knocked away, and the power of the battle formation was weakened a little bit. But the remaining yellow turban warriors did not show signs of defeat. Instead, they formed a tighter formation and sent 4 more men to intercept the attacking bullets and arrows. The remaining 28 men swung their spears like dragons and phoenixes, and worked as one, spinning madly like wheels, trapping the general once again. Cheng Bai increased his force and fired vibration wave arrows, with more arrows flying all over the sky, but they were all intercepted by the 6 yellow turban warriors, who were able to handle it with ease, blocking the arrows while striding towards Cheng Bai under the attacks. The smoker spewed out a flaming fireball, but before it could get close to the yellow turban warrior, it was blown out by the sharp momentum of the violent halberd. Only then did he realize how powerful this golden armor puppet was. Cheng Bai's face changed slightly, and he whispered to the smoker, "If they get within 300 steps of me, you escape from the air, and I can hide and avoid them." He prepared for the worst in his heart. The general seemed to have endless energy, but he was unable to break through the encirclement of 28 yellow turban warriors. He fought like a trapped beast, and could only maintain his undefeated position in the battle. The 2 sides fell into a stalemate. Cheng Bai knew that he had to find an opportunity to gain the upper hand. Just as he was about to activate his 2 swords to protect himself, he heard Li Tong say, "You can't beat all 6 of them alone. Transform quickly." Cheng Bai said helplessly, "This trick can't be used whenever you want. It's good enough if you can accumulate mana once or twice a day and squander it." He has been using Tyrant frequently in the past few days to deal with strong enemies, and he just abused Mo Ruo. His mana has not recovered at this time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 104, The Emperor Preaching. However, Li Tong did remind Cheng Bai, so he simply grabbed the inheritance cube and shouted, "Grow bigger quickly." Li Tong stammered, "You're taking advantage of me again." In the blink of an eye, the Rubik's Cube changed into a huge square box about 10 meters long. When the lid was opened, a powerful suction force enveloped the 6 yellow turban warriors, sucking them in like a black hole. When the lid was closed, it returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Cheng Bai smiled and said, "With the immortal weapon in hand, how can I not use it?" Li Tong showed his baby face and said with a wry smile, "These are not tasty. You can't even swallow your own domains. Don't make me swallow too much. Artificial materials are difficult to digest. The more Gawain Athens, the better." Cheng Bai did not argue with it. He looked at the general who was fighting alone in the halberd formation, and the outcome was still unknown. Without further delay, he fired sniper bullets and arrows at the yellow turban warriors' formation. This time the targets were all key places, either hitting the eyes, wrists, or ankles, in an attempt to create flaws in the yellow turban warriors' formation. The general seized the opportunity and charged forward with his mountain-splitting spear, sending 4 more yellow turban warriors flying far away, causing chaos in the formation. The balance was finally broken, and the general successfully broke out of the siege and killed the remaining Yellow Turban warriors. His mountain-splitting spear swept away several Yellow Turban warriors in succession, and the victory was decided. The defeated Yellow Turban warriors returned to the city dejectedly, but unexpectedly 2 more teams of Yellow Turban warriors came out of the city gate, a total of 16 people, holding mountain-splitting spears, and walked to the front of the formation and lined up in 2 rows. The battle escalated again, and more powerful Yellow Turban warriors came forward to meet the challenge. Although their number was small, their combat power was much stronger. But the battlefield was empty, Cheng Bai and others were gone. Just as the last batch of Yellow Turban warriors retreated back to the city, Cheng Bai put the Yellow Turban warrior general, Li Tong and Yan Gui into his treasure bag, followed them in stealth, and quietly slipped into the city under attack. As expected, the chance of winning this time is lower, and Cheng Bai has no confidence at all. It is better to think from another angle. It is not necessary to rely on fighting to enter the city. The city has wide streets, quaint buildings, pavilions and terraces, exquisite and vivid stone carvings, murals and decorative embellishments. The ancient stone roads are neat and clean, and the bright lights shine brightly, illuminating the city brighter than the lower levels. It feels as if you were in a perfect poetic painting, peaceful and beautiful. Cheng Bai exclaimed, "All the lights are made of moonstone and there are countless of them in the whole city. What a great investment." Moonstone is a first-level semi-precious stone with a hardness of 0.8. It can emit stable light for a long time. Monks often use it at night to replace candles. The light is soft, safe and reliable. Although it is not particularly rare and precious, a huge amount of it is also a huge fortune. Li Tong could not wait to slip out of Cheng Bai's treasure bag and said with a smile, "The moonlight stone is nothing. It was made by God back then, how could it be an ordinary item? The attack city is full of natural treasures, and it is composed of countless treasures. It is itself a supreme soul weapon, attached to the Shungjin Tower and controlled by it to become a part of it. Horcruxes are also called holy objects. Magical weapons of this level are often intelligent and form their own small world. They are mysterious and unpredictable, far beyond the reach of ordinary treasures." Cheng Bai looked around and saw that there were no Yellow Turban warriors guarding him, so he revealed himself and released the smoker. He said admiringly, "The Shungjin Pagoda is indeed a supreme immortal weapon. It is equivalent to containing 7 small worlds. It must be one of the best of its kind." Li Tong said hurriedly, "The Shungjin Tower is amazing, but it may not be the best. If I eat more Gawain Athens, gold and stone treasures, I will hopefully be promoted to a divine weapon in the future." Cheng Bai asked curiously, "Oh, there are divine weapons above immortal weapons?" Li Tong explained, "In the ancient times, there were no immortals or humans. Only the ancient gods existed in the ancient universe. The treasures they left behind were revered as divine artifacts, and each one was extremely powerful. In later generations, artifacts that surpassed the limits of immortal artifacts were also hailed as divine artifacts. The artifact relics of the ancient times were renamed ancient spiritual treasures to distinguish them from them." Cheng Bai thought for a moment and asked, "How did the immortal appear?" Li Tong replied, "It's a long story. The ancient gods created the human race and other ancient remnants. In the ancient times, the various races fought for supremacy, and the human race was at a disadvantage. However, under constant oppression, they created various cultivation methods. Those who reached a certain level were honored as immortals, transcending the mortal world. Since then, there has been the immortal race." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "It turns out that the immortal race is also a branch of the human race." The smoker's face changed drastically and he whispered, "Master, please don't say that." He turned his head and looked around cautiously. Cheng Bai was feeling strange, but saw Li Tong shaking his head and continuing to talk. "I haven't finished yet. It's not that simple. The immortals monopolized the eternal age at the end of the ancient times. The immortal saints dominated the world. Other ancient surviving races were almost wiped out, and a new era of the ancient age was created. But today, the immortals in the world are different from the ancient times. The new immortals in the immortal class called the immortals of the ancient times, ancient immortals. They are the high and mighty immortals, not the human race. If the ancient immortals hear you compare them to them, I'm afraid you will be killed." Cheng Bai frowned slightly and said softly, "The immortals think they are far superior to the humans, right?" Li Tong said, "That's right. The residence of the immortals is ranked above all the heavens and the myriad realms. It is a fairyland in its own right. It is difficult to see ancient immortals in the cloud world and the sea of stars. It is indeed a blessing. The group talked as they walked, going deeper into the city and approaching the core area. The central building of the attacking city is a towering imperial palace, magnificent and majestic. It shines with golden light under the moonstone. There is a plaque with 4 ancient characters, Jinyu Tianfu, painted in iron and silver hooks on it, adding a bit of simplicity and elegance. In front of the door, several yellow-turbaned strongmen are guarding it, and the door is closed. Cheng Bai looked at it from afar, sized it up and down and praised, "This residence is magnificent, it's truly a wealthy place." But in his mind, he was thinking about how to break into the monastery. Before he could think of a plan, the wide gate of the imperial palace slowly opened, and a petite and exquisite white jade boy walked out, waved in the direction of Cheng Bai, and said loudly, "Everyone, don't hide, come in." Li Tong said, "That is the stone idiot, it is inviting us." Cheng Bai picked it up, walked up quickly and said, "Senior Siqi, I am Cheng Bai, sorry to bother you." Li Tong stared at the white jade boy in front of him and suddenly said, "No, you are not a stone idiot." The white jade boy glanced at Li Tong and said, "You figured it out. It is different from 14,000 years ago, but I am still a stone maniac. The spirit of the artifact also has a lifespan. The Shengjian pagoda has been running for tens of millions of years, and I am already tens of millions of years old. It is because of the spirits of others that I have been able to extend my lifespan by tens of thousands of years. It's because the material is not as good as yours." Li Tong sighed and said, "How can there be true eternity in this world? I am just sleeping to prolong my life." Cheng Bai's heart moved, and he thought of the inscription on the monument beside the bridge over the alien insect pond, and asked, "Whose spirit did you get, Senior? Could it be Senior Shiqi's?" Shikai nodded and said, 14,000 years ago, Shiqi returned from Shanwei City with serious injuries, which greatly reduced his lifespan. He came to Shengjian Pagoda and gave part of his spirit to me, but he died soon after. Therefore, I also have Shiqi's memories, or in other words, part of his life has continued in me." Li Tong said, "With Shiqi's cultivation level at the dragon transformation realm, he should have lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he die after only 1,000 years? This was a mystery on the Qiongqi continent back then, and we have only now found the clues." Cheng Bai said solemnly, "In that case, I should call you Senior Shiqi. Just call me Shikai. I like this name." Shikai led Cheng Bai and his party into Jinyu Tianfu. The palace is spacious and bright, with soft and comfortable lighting. It has colorful pearl-glazed tiles, goose gold jade thread walls, and white mutton fat jade railings. The colors are elegant and dignified, and the details are meticulously carved. The unique artistic charm makes people fall in love with it. Shikai said leisurely, "The key for you to come here is to prove your worth through challenges. Who is the peak on the vast immortal road? The Emperor's throne manifests the body of cultivation. Whether you come here as the Emperor's son or the genius, you all come here to ascend to the throne of God." Arriving at the Taihei gate of the Jinyu Palace, the palace in front of you is astonishingly majestic and vast. In the center stands a huge 5-colored stone throne, which is magnificent. 99 5-clawed golden dragons are coiled on it, as if they are about to jump out, emitting the faint pressure of the Emperor. Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, "What is this?" Shikai was very interested and asked, "What did you see?" Cheng Bai asked in confusion, "Is that a dragon carved on it? It looks very different from the black dragon." Li Tong chuckled. Shikai was stunned and said, "This is the flesh and blood of the 5-clawed golden dragons inlaid on the imperial throne. Each one of them is extraordinary and holy, and has reached the state of great perfection in overcoming the calamity. The blood of the true dragon is so pure, how can it be compared to that of a low-level black dragon?" Cheng Bai asked, "Do dragons also have levels?" Shikai said seriously, "The true dragon species is definitely not formed by other species transforming into dragons. The evolutionary hierarchy is strict. When young, it is a Chu. When young, it is a Jiao. After 1,000 years, it is a Panlong. When it is an adult, it becomes a black dragon. When it is in its prime, it can become a Kanglong. After more than 10,000 years of cultivation, it can become a white dragon. Then, it changes from red to green, and after the Nirvana Dharmakaya, the physical body becomes a yellow dragon after becoming a saint. Only after overcoming the tribulation and becoming a great saint can it become a 5-clawed golden dragon. How difficult it is to advance to the next level." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "To reach this level, one can only become a decoration on the throne." "How sad." Shikai was stunned for a moment and said, "Don't interrupt me. Did you only see dragons? How many were there?" Cheng Bai counted again and again and said truthfully, 81, what's the mystery? Shi Kai and Li Tong stared at each other and asked in unison, didn't you see anything else? Cheng Bai looked again and again, shook his head and said, there is only one empty throne, nothing else. Shi Kai refused to give up and asked, didn't you see the great emperor sitting on the throne, communicating with you, or guiding your cultivation? Cheng Bai was stunned and said, no. Shi Kai sighed repeatedly, what a pity, I have no chance to be with the emperor's throne, I missed it. Li Tong said hurriedly, this is a holy grade spiritual stone, made of 5 colored stones, and the Taihei Emperor throne made of 99 and 81 true dragons that have passed the tribulation. It is comparable to a high-grade immortal weapon. How could there be no reaction at all? You are not a useless person without any spiritual roots or talent for cultivation. This is really strange. Cheng Bai's heart moved. Ever since Zhang Huang harbored murderous intentions towards him, he usually used his ability to conceal his state, making it difficult for people to figure out his talent and depth of cultivation. Could this be related? Just as he was about to withdraw his cover-up, he suddenly heard Shi Kai shout, huh. There are other challengers coming in from outside the city. Li Tong was surprised and said, could it be Mo Ruo? He was able to break through the alien insect pool. Cheng Bai thought for a moment and said, if he pretends to be dead a few more times on the bridge, it's not impossible for him to reach the 7th floor. But he won't be able to enter the city. Shi Kai said embarrassedly, I thought you could sit on the throne and control the whole city, so I removed the small Zhodian formation and sent all the yellow turban warriors to the vicinity of Jinyu Tianfu to facilitate the count of manpower. Now anyone outside the city can come in as long as they push the door. Li Tong exclaimed, you did this on purpose, you are letting me win. Shi Kai said bluntly, Mo Ruo has fought with you many times. If he can really control the throne, wouldn't he be the best touchstone? Since he can come in, it means that he has some fate with this city. Under the throne, everyone is an ant. What's wrong with letting him get close to comprehend? Cheng Bai was moved when he heard this and asked, we are all ants. Why is that? Li Tong blinked and told the truth, because Emperor Zuo preached. Mo Ruo strode along the streets of the city, but did not bring the Frost Dragon King to the 7th floor. He had an extraordinary vision, and looking around, he was dazzled and exclaimed, it is clearly a holy city, the depth and mystery of it are incredible, I am afraid it is almost catching up with the city of good associations. Seeing that there was no one around, he couldn't help but imagine, there is no one guarding this place. It turns out that after getting through the insect and beast difficulty on the 6th floor, there are treasures everywhere, which is much better than the junk all over the first 2 floors. Wait a minute, if we can find the center of the holy city, wouldn't it be possible to control the entire city and activate the holy objects? The magnificent imperial palace ahead must be full of mysteries. He was overjoyed and quickened his pace. There was no one guarding the Jinyu Tianfu, and the huge and magnificent door opened silently. Mo Ruo had no obstruction and came to the throne of Emperor Taihei. He looked up and his eyes widened. The real dragon in front of him awakens, and the dragon roars and chants, the sky shakes and the earth trembles, golden light radiates and illuminates the mountains and rivers, and auspicious auras reflect the purple clouds. On the throne, the peerless emperor looked down at the mortal world, and said in a solemn and majestic voice, Mo Ruo, you have gone through all kinds of hardships and sufferings before you can see the true face of the spiritual saint. Watch your spiritual light burst out from the sky, your bones are like a flying dragon in the sky, and your blessings are deep. You can suddenly realize the supreme magic, achieve nirvana and become a saint, and stand above all living beings. Do you wish to receive my profound will and accept my great grace? Mo Ruo was overjoyed when he heard this. He had been practicing hard in the Thunder Valley of Giant Beast Island, trying to comprehend the mysteries of the great emperor's skills. It was so difficult, but he could not comprehend even a little bit. Now a great opportunity was before him. He immediately kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to the throne of the emperor, and said loudly, Disciple Mo Ruo, I wish to receive the emperor's grace, receive the holy teachings, and keep them in mind. The emperor said in a loud voice, The sky is high and the earth is thick. The world is vast and rich, but there are many arrogant, jealous, lazy, greedy, lustful, hateful, murderous, and bullying people. They are disloyal, unfilial, unkind, unjust, rude, and untrustworthy. They are full of evil and have created boundless sins, leading to the reincarnation of hell and eternal damnation. They suffer the pain of breaking their hearts and bones and being sad and heartbroken. I have the supreme magic truth that can cross thousands of abysses, break through thousands of difficulties, eliminate evil and villains, save the world and help the people, and help you reach the peak. Mo Ruo knocked his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and said in great joy, "My disciple is willing to accept my teaching with an open mind. I have no choice but to accept it." The emperor said in a resounding voice, "How much you have understood depends on your understanding. Stand up and take the challenge." Chapter 105 The Sixth Knife. Mo Ruo was extremely excited. He looked up and said in shock, "I am so lucky to be able to fight with the emperor and learn from him." The emperor was seen sitting on the throne, displaying 1,000 hands and arms, with hundreds of golden dragons coiled around his body, shining brightly. With a thought, the power of earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, light, darkness, shadow, chaos, life and death gathered together, and attacks of various forms followed one after another. Mo Ruo hurriedly used all his skills and used all his might to mobilize the corrosive fire qi. The molten gold hand and his skills combined perfectly to transform into an orange-red fireball. The qi solidified in the air, burning like a furnace, and was even stronger than when he used the sword in the 6th level. He was overwhelmed by the fierce attack and was forced to retreat a step with one move, suffering defeat. There seemed to be an infinite force wreaking havoc inside the Taihei Gate. Anyone who approached would be turned into dust. At least that's what Mo Ruo saw. However, Cheng Bai, who was watching all this not far away, only saw Mo Ruo jumping up and down in front of the imperial throne, fighting alone, and there was no one attacking him at all. Cheng Bai suddenly realized, the challenger fell into the illusion set by the emperor without knowing it, and became a puppet. Shi Kai said frankly, "If you bow down to the way of the great emperor, you will naturally be used by the great emperor. However, it is not without benefits for the challenger. It is such an honor to obtain the great emperor's mark, comprehend the martial arts treasures and improve combat power." Cheng Bai heard this and remembered that he was attracted by the Yaoguang altar and collected treasures in exchange for secret techniques. Wasn't it for the use of the ancient gods? Now that his cultivation is gradually improving, his control over his mind is far from what it used to be, and it is difficult for him to be easily moved. But Mo Ruo was seen trying his best, sometimes jumping up and down like a rabbit, sometimes moving like thunder, with all kinds of strength contained in it, and the combination of hardness and softness was like a rainbow, demonstrating the understanding of martial arts to the fullest. Cheng Bai exclaimed, "This level of cultivation is obviously higher than mine. The previous times I tricked him, I did it secretly and caught him off guard. If we face him head-on, how can I defeat him now that I have the guidance of the great emperor?" Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought, Mo Ruo is evolving the martial arts heritage of the great emperor. If I can glimpse the inner mysteries from him, wouldn't the benefits be similar, and I don't need to be restricted by the emperor's way. Overjoyed, he concentrated on deducing the emperor's way from Mo Ruo's evolution of martial arts, and verified it with what he had learned, and actually benefited a lot. Shi Kai saw Cheng Bai staring at him with delight, and secretly praised him, "This kid is smart. He got all the benefits and doesn't have to take responsibility." The two of them each comprehended the supreme magical power, and before they knew it, a whole day and night had passed, and they gradually gained something. Mo Ruo suddenly shouted loudly, and somersaulted hundreds of times in the air before landing on the ground, his body covered with orange energy that was even more difficult to discern, his face flushed with red, as if he was reborn, and he shouted with joy, "Thank you, great emperor, for teaching me the holy word. I have finally mastered the strongest new move, Nine Heavens' Wrath, and have entered the realm of no thoughts." On the other side, Cheng Bai's expression became more and more solemn, so gloomy that it seemed like water might drip out of it. He sighed and said, "It's just this little." Mo Ruo was so absorbed in the mysteries of preaching that he didn't notice anyone around him for a long time. But now he was clear-headed and noticed immediately. He turned around and saw that it was Cheng Bai. There were almost sparks flying between their eyes. Cheng Bai laughed dryly and said, "Congratulations to brother Mo Ruo for breaking through the bottleneck and taking another big step forward." Mo Ruo laughed loudly and said, "Brother Cheng, please don't leave anymore. My skills have improved a little, so why not come and serve as a touchstone?" Cheng Bai now had enough mana to cast Tyrant again. He transformed into a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms without hesitation and responded, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Mo Ruo clenched his fists, his whole body burning with orange-red flames. Behind him slowly rose a 3-eyed, 9-faced giant. The 9 faces each expressed joy, anger, madness, happiness, hatred, resentment, thought, annoyance, and pity. He had an erect mane, fangs at the corners of his mouth, 1,000 arms, skin as red as fire, and wore deep yellow-green armor. The giant of the strange vision grew larger and larger until it was 500 meters tall, standing tall in the majestic Taihei Gate, causing drastic changes in the power of all things, and the surrounding area was so hot that it felt like falling into magma. In the past, Mo Ruo had never shown the complete domain, and had never really spared no effort because he had underestimated Cheng Bai. The 3 disastrous defeats made him completely sober up. This time, Yu went a step further and tried his best to show the majestic vision of the Ming King. His power increased greatly at every turn, which was by no means comparable to the previous 2 battles. In front of such a huge vision, Cheng Bai's tyrant transformation was so tiny that it was not worth mentioning. The 3-eyed, 9-faced giant looked down at his opponent and shouted, "You should be honored. Looking around the world, you are the first one to receive my great 9 heavens wrath divine art. You can die without regrets." As he spoke, he had already made his move. The blazing force of his fist enveloped Cheng Bai in all directions. Wherever his anger went, it evolved into karmic fire according to the shape and form of the world, burning everything. This was the great wrath of the 9 heavens. This move returns to the origin, and the Qi moves all things. It has reached the highest level of martial arts, and even the famous gold melting hand is far inferior to it. If the heat can melt gold and stone before the move, it is like falling into the surface of the sun, and even pure gold will turn into steam. Cheng Bai turned a blind eye and raised his hand to slash with all his strength. The sword was colorless and invisible, and arrived first. Mo Ruo only uttered a surprised cry, and the mighty great 9 heavens fury suddenly stopped, dissipating hastily without releasing any aftereffect. He stared at Cheng Bai with an incredible look in his eyes and asked, "What is this move called?" Cheng Bai said truthfully, "I named it, the road to the underworld. I'm not familiar with it this first time, please forgive me for making fun of you." I saw that there was an inch-long knife wound on Mo Ruo's left cheek, and he gasped and said, "Okay. The immortal demon body recovered quickly, but the small wound on the face could not recover at all. As the vision of the 3-eyed 9-faced giant slowly dissipated, Mo Ruo suddenly opened his mouth and spurted out a large mouthful of blood, then turned around and ran out of the Jinyu Tianfu like a frightened rabbit, and disappeared. Li Tong praised, "Excellent swordsmanship. This move cuts the soul and projects it into the body. Although the wound is small, the damage is great. It is more skillful than using a sword to open the gate of life and death." Shi Kai said, "The immortal demon body can heal physical injuries, but it cannot heal spiritual injuries. I am afraid this scar will remain forever. So far, the challengers in the tower have decided the result. I will send the rest out of the tower in a while." At this time, the controller's dominance is demonstrated. No matter how hard other challengers try, they will be eliminated and driven out of the tower, and the Shungjin Tower will be closed again. Cheng Bai returned to his original form and was very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. The 6th sword is finally perfect, thanks to Mo Ruo and the great emperor's way. Li Tong pondered, "This time you fought against Mo Ruo head-on. Although your skills are not as good as his, you did not win by taking shortcuts. This sword technique is at least of the Yuan level. When will you copy the secret manual so that I can share it?" Cheng Bai pretended not to hear and asked, "What did we do in the Golden Pagoda?" Li Tong glanced at Shi Kai and said with a smile, "If you want to control the Shungjin Pagoda, firstly, you need to be comparable to the great emperor's martial arts. Originally, you only need to inherit it, but now you have surpassed Mo Ruo, who inherited the emperor's magic skills, so you can barely achieve it. Secondly, you need to be able to sit on the throne and control the city of attack. With your skills, you may be able to do it after the transformation." Cheng Bai's mouth twitched and he said with a wry smile, "That'll have to wait until tomorrow. I don't have enough mana to transform now." Shi Kai continued, "There is a third one. Based on the city of attack, the consciousness controls the 7-story Shungjin Pagoda. This requirement is very high. Even if you are gifted, you can't do it with your current cultivation level. Unless..." Cheng Bai said, "Please speak clearly." Li Tong said, "Let me tell you, this requires you to cultivate your spiritual consciousness to a level far beyond your current level. Shi Kai is actually powerless to do anything about this, but I do have a way." Cheng Bai looked Li Tong up and down and asked, "You are telling me this now, are you planning to exchange me for something?" Li Tong smiled and said, "Just give me the copy of the secret book of medicine collection to taste. If you want to read it in the future, I can naturally take it out and show it to you at any time. I have a copy of the Phoenix Power hidden in my belly, which is the only divine book in my belly." It is the supreme method for cultivating divine consciousness. What do you think? It is very suitable for you and you will never suffer any loss. Shi Kai agreed, Phoenix Force is indeed extraordinary. I have heard about it for thousands of years. It is a unique skill created by the Phoenix demon ancestor. It is indeed possible to achieve the third requirement in a short period of time, but it is not so easy to practice. This skill is the skill of energizing fire. Since wood produces fire, wood is the mother of fire. Phoenix Force must be guided by the Yangling wood to be successfully practiced. Yangling wood is a noble product among the 4th level rare spiritual objects. Practicing the skill requires continuous consumption of this treasure. How rare it is! Cheng Bai had just obtained a large piece of spirit-nourishing wood in the colorful forest. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll change it." Li Tong said happily, "You practice well here, I will personally guide you and ensure that you can get started as soon as possible." Cheng Bai simply stayed in the Shungjin Pagoda. When he looked at the words that appeared on the inheritance cube and realized the mystery of the phoenix power, he was shocked. This technique requires at least the heavenly man realm to practice, and there are 10 levels in total, which are progressive. The first level lays a good foundation, which increases the power of the mind consciousness by 2 times, the second level by 4 times, the third level by 8 times, and so on. By the 10th level, the power increases to 1024 times, and the power of the mind consciousness attack is simply incredible. It seems wonderful, but the technique constantly expands the purple palace and evolves the sea of consciousness, so it has very high requirements for the basic physical body and sea of consciousness. If one has average qualifications, one will probably die from a brain explosion on the spot. The conditions for cultivating the Phoenix Force are so harsh, only because the Phoenix clan possesses the ability to be reborn in nirvana, their bodies and sea of consciousness are incredibly strong, and they like to live on spirit-nourishing trees the most, so there is no need to worry about any problems at all. It is a perfect match for the god-level demon cultivation method. If it is passed on to humans, they can also practice it, because the difference between the sea of consciousness of humans and monsters is not big. Humans have early intelligence and it is easy to develop spiritual consciousness, which is an advantage. Even those with outstanding talents have to rely on the spiritual wood to protect their sea of consciousness and transform themselves during practice. Otherwise, the process is extremely dangerous. Moreover, as the practice becomes more advanced, the amount of spiritual wood consumed will increase day by day. Cheng Bai had a thorough understanding of the first level of the technique. He sat cross-legged to practice, constantly drawing out the pure life energy of the spirit-nourishing tree, as if using it as a tool to reclaim wasteland in his purple mansion sea of consciousness, slowly expanding the area, gradually improving the quality of his spiritual consciousness, and making this fertile soil more fertile. With the power of the phoenix, I realized how powerful the wood energy contained in the spiritual tree is. It not only continuously nourishes the purple palace, but also feeds back to the whole body, prompting the further growth of the Dantian Janmu. Nurturing the spirit tree is extremely helpful. Janmu has an extra layer of misty and mysterious luster all over its body. The 3 branches on the bottom seem to be pointing upwards as if to hold up the sky with one hand, holding up 3 faint red, yellow and white clear airs. Time passed quickly, and the purple palace expanded at an incredible speed. When the first level was cultivated to perfection and I stopped practicing, it was a new day. The spiritual wood was completely consumed and disappeared. In the future, when cultivating the second level of Phoenix power, such a piece of material would definitely not be enough. Cheng Bai was ecstatic. It is indeed an extraordinary spiritual object. I don't need to know that nurturing spiritual trees is particularly compatible with the growth of Janmu. It helps the growth of spiritual consciousness and also helps to purify true essence. The more the better in the future. Li Tong consoled him, "Don't worry, your resurrection rune is not inferior to the nirvana rebirth magic. You won't die if you persist in practicing to the second level. Practice well in seclusion, and when you control the Shungjin Tower, you will be able to dominate the world." Cheng Bai said embarrassedly, "But I'm afraid of pain and hunger. With such a large piece, I can only complete the first level, and the training time will increase several times. The first level takes 3 hours to complete, and the second level will take 9 hours. By analogy, the 10th level will require me to stay there like a stone statue and practice for more than 10 years. Li Tong said hurriedly, "The time required to practice Phoenix power triples with each level. The higher the talent, the faster the speed. There is no shortcut. It only took you 3 hours to practice the first level, which is already very fast. The phoenix practiced this skill and turned into a flaming egg for decades. It is normal for it to break out of the shell after it has mastered it. Cheng Bai stood up, facing the Taihei Emperor's throne, and said, "Let me try it first." He transformed into a huge tyrant form again and slowly sat down. Once he released his spiritual consciousness on the throne, it was like overlooking the entire city under attack, seeing through every corner and knowing everything like the back of his hand. He could even clearly sense all the yellow turban warriors in the city, as if they were chess pieces in his hand. There are a total of 502 yellow turban strongmen available for deployment, including 20 at the supervisor level, 60 at the lieutenant level, 120 at the sergeant level, 132 at the soldier level, and 170 at the private level. Cheng Bai easily counted the number of yellow turban strongmen. Li Tong released the 6 lieutenant-level yellow turban warriors he had swallowed and reminded them, "There are still 6 of them here, they are still intact, return them to their original owners." Shi Kai said at the side, "If you want to sit firmly on the throne and command the whole city, you must at least have the strength of the late stage of the Wunyan realm. Your basic cultivation is far from reaching that level, but you have a heaven-defying secret technique that can temporarily touch this level, so you can barely do it. But your spiritual consciousness to control the 7-story Shungjin Pagoda is still far from enough." Cheng Bai tried again and again, and the range of his spiritual sense could only cover the entire 7th floor of the tower. However, looking further away, it was still out of reach. It seemed that he was still quite far from being able to control the entire Shungjin Tower. Li Tong said, "The 5 mysterious realms are for cultivating into numerous gates of magical power, so that the upper, middle and lower Dantian can be connected without obstruction. When you advance to the unrestrained realm, your soul's clones can move freely, and your spiritual consciousness can be considered to have the ability to control the Shungjin Pagoda." Cheng Bai stood up from the throne, and his body shrank back to its original form. His current mana was only enough to maintain his image as a tyrant for a short time, so there was no need to continue sitting on the throne. He laughed loudly and said, "Maybe I have to practice to the 3rd level of Phoenix Force before I can get close to the strength of my spiritual consciousness in the unrestrained realm." Chapter 106, Stone Maniac recognizes his master. Shi Kai asked, "Do you still want to continue practicing in the tower?" Cheng Bai shook his head and said, "Continuing to practice hard will only make your body suffer. It's better to relax and do something more meaningful." Li Tong was surprised and said, "The Shungjin Pagoda only gives outsiders 1 challenge opportunity every 60 years. If you want to go out, you have to wait until the next gate of decision opens before you can come back in. You will miss a full 60 years. Cheng Bai said frankly, "If I stay here, there will be no better opportunities. Wouldn't it be a waste of 60 years? It would be better to look for opportunities in the world and live freely." Shi Kai asked curiously, "You really don't want anything?" Cheng Bai said, "That's right." Shi Kai said, "In fact, if someone wants to control Shungjin Pagoda, there is a more important 4th rule, which is that as long as I am willing, I can allow others to become the master of Shungjin Pagoda." Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, "Oh." Shi Kai commented, "You have learned higher martial arts from Mo Ruo, and you have cultivated Phoenix Force very quickly. You are extremely talented. Even if you are not the most outstanding one I have seen in thousands of years, you are among the best. And you can easily give up the throne. Other geniuses sit on the throne, hold great power, and are unwilling to give it up. You are definitely different." Cheng Bai complained in his heart, "I don't have enough power, I sat up here pretending to be cool, if I don't get up, am I going to make a fool of myself?" Shi Kai said, "I can choose you to be the master of Shungjin Pagoda. I am willing to follow you. Please give me a drop of blood essence, which will take effect from now on." Cheng Bai secretly rejoiced in his heart, "Tongling told me not to take the treasures in Shungjin Pagoda when I go there. So this is what it means. It is not the so-called control of rules. It has already seen the future." Li Tong exclaimed, "Congratulations, with the Shungjin Pagoda, the vast sea of stars can be reached anywhere." Cheng Bai used the power of the phoenix to improve his sea of consciousness. Now he was more thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he asked, "The Shungjin Pagoda was left on the Qiongqi continent. Why didn't the previous emperor take it away? Wasn't it for the purpose of choosing a successor emperor? Wouldn't that require the blood of the emperor's son to recognize the master?" Shi Kai said, "It should be so. But after I got Shi Qi's spirit, my temperament changed a little, and I no longer only recognize the blood of the emperor's son. A genius who surpasses the immortal demon body may not be seen once in a million years. This is my chance, and it is also your chance. Cheng Bai thought it over and squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertips. Shikai successfully recognized his master, but said cautiously, Shikai was recognized by the master with his blood, and his lifespan has increased. I am overjoyed. But the universe is so vast that there are all kinds of things. There are still treasures and powerful people who surpass the Shungjin Pagoda. Remember to be careful. With the help of Shikai, Cheng Bai felt quite adept at controlling the Shungjin Pagoda. He rummaged through his treasure bag and tidied up the space to place the treasure. Suddenly, he had an idea and took out the stone axe obtained from the Penghu ruins. The giant axe actually reacted. It glowed slightly and its color turned deep and unfathomable, as if an axe-shaped portal had been split open in space. Li Tong said in surprise, the axe's netherworld path has been opened. Shikai frowned and said, this is Penghu axe. Even I can't stop it from opening the netherworld path. Its grade is higher than mine. Cheng Bai slowly placed Penghu axe on the ground and asked suspiciously, what opened its path to the underworld? He turned his head to look at the Taihei Emperor throne next to him, on which 81 five-clawed golden dragons were shining with immortal light. Li Tong and Shikai said in unison, it's a dragon corpse. No wonder the nether bone dragon can come and go freely. Cheng Bai's spiritual sense probed into the netherworld path in Penghu axe, and his face changed drastically. The things inside were unexpected. The mysterious and ancient atmosphere has lingered for eternity, as if time has stopped. The magnificent dragon veins converge into eternal ruins surrounded by dragon energy. Countless broken and towering stone statues and inscriptions record the glory of the past. In the distance, countless netherworld bone dragons of all sizes were flying up and down around a skeleton that was so vast that its boundaries were inestimable. What kind of creatures were they? A faint light appeared in the skeleton's eye sockets, as if it sensed someone spying on it. Cheng Bai quickly withdrew his consciousness and threw the Penghu axe into the treasure bag. Shikai reminded, Master, you were stunned for more than half an hour just now. Only a moment had passed. A drop of sweat trickled down Cheng Bai's forehead. He didn't know how long it had been since he had faced such a feeling of weakness and helplessness. Before he significantly improved his strength, it would be better for him not to explore this dark road. Li Tong asked, are you okay just now? Cheng Bai did not answer, but suddenly asked, it is said that there was once a fairy weapon on the Qiongqi continent that was as famous as yours. What was it? Li Tong and Shikai said almost at the same time, the Mountain and River Imperial Spirit Map. The Hunter Academy ushered in the climax of this event. The Mad Staff King received 128 taels of golden water, and 128 million guild points. The total score is 146 million, ranking first. The Shining Blade King received 112 ounces of golden water, and the guild points reward was 112 million points, for a total of 130 million points, ranking second. At present, the challengers have achieved remarkable results. The three deans personally inspected the golden water, and measured the results with the college's treasure, the tripod, and operated very carefully. Golden water are heavier than gold and black gold. When exposed to the air, they will quickly dissipate on their own and return to the world. It is mysterious. Bao warned, gold and water are rare and precious things. Even if they are sealed in jade, they can only greatly slow down the speed of their return to the world. After a few decades, most of them will be lost in the jade box. The best way is to use them to temper metal magic weapons in the short term. Luo Yue said, the results have been registered. You can consider using the golden water as soon as possible, or exchange them for other resources. Yunwan suggested, Shang, give me this box of gold water. Send it to the main hall of the Three Sages Valley weapon sect to be tempered, so that my ghostly light blade can be further improved. For every ounce of gold water, I will pay 128 ounces of gold, a total of million ounces, how do you think? Ningxiang thought for a moment and said, deal. As soon as Jinshui was born, he immediately created an astonishingly huge transaction and caused a sensation in the academy. The young hunter students were full of yearning, their eyes were fanatical, and they burst into warm cheers of admiration. They were as excited as if it were a festival, as if they would have the opportunity to achieve the same goal in the future. From the top floor window of the library, a tall figure was looking over here with cold eyes. It was the Blue Diamond who stayed in the academy. It sensitively caught the voices in the distance and said thoughtfully, the Three Sage Valley weapon sect, the Lava Crystal Fire, the Four Symbols Cauldron, and the Yun family emperor are all together. We have to go there. Luo Yue said, "It seems that the top 3 winners of this martial arts hunting competition have been decided. Hunter Wang Ningxiang, Hunter Master Yunwan, and Hunter General Cheng Bai." Ningxiang asked curiously, "Didn't the conference say that it would end at 3 p.m. on the 10th day after the opening of the Shungjin Pagoda? There are still 5 days left." Yunwan also said, "There are still people in the tower who haven't come out yet, maybe they have gained something else." Luo Yue laughed and said, "In every previous challenge, no one has ever collected more than 240 taels of golden water. This means that the results of this session are the best in history. How can others come up with more golden water?" Someone in the sky shouted, "I have more golden water than anyone else." The frost dragon spread its wings and flew over, slowly descending, and the people around it made way. The dragon knight had long dark green hair draped over his shoulders, and should have been very handsome and elegant, but for some reason, his neck was a little crooked, and there was a bright knife wound on his left cheek, adding a weird aura. Although this is a small event, it still contains some rare treasures that are worth your attention. You should quickly check them out. Mo Ruo's arrogant words attracted people's attention. He raised his hand and threw out an exquisite jade box that was much larger than the ones used by Yunwan and Ningxiang combined. Under the power of magic, it slowly landed in front of the 3 deans as if someone was holding it. This move was extraordinary. Sibao looked Mo Ruo up and down and asked suspiciously, "There are no green-haired people in the gentleman clan of the mainland. Could it be that you are from another land?" Mo Ruo sneered and said, "I am also a guild hunter, so I am naturally qualified to participate." Chu Banian said, "Young people are bound to be arrogant, let's wait until we test the golden water before we speak." Luo Yue took the jade box, opened it and examined it, then nodded and said, "It is golden water without a doubt." He poured all the golden water into the treasure tripod in front of him without spilling a drop. This was a famous magical instrument of the Hunter Academy, and he immediately got the result. It weighs 1,000 taels. Everyone around was in an uproar. This sudden dark horse was unexpected. Sibao pondered and said, "There is definitely not so much gold water on the 3rd floor of Shungjin Tower. Did you go to the 4th floor?" Mo Ruo said proudly, "What's the difficulty in reaching the 4th floor? There's only a Moyan beast blocking the way. I also avoided the Wanhua insect beast and reached the 7th floor. I saw the emperor's throne in the Jinyu Tianfu, and obtained the inheritance of the great emperor and the unparalleled martial arts. How can you compare with me? Hurry up and report your results." Luo Yue put the golden water back into the jade box, returned it to Mo Ruo, and reported the new ranking list. Mo Ruo received 1,000 taels of golden water, and the guild points reward was 1,000 million points. The total score was 1,000 million, ranking first. Mo Ruo urged, "Since you have already topped the list, why don't you hand over the Hunter King reward to me and end the conference?" Luo Yue hurriedly said, "Not so fast. There are still 5 days left before the end of the conference. The other challengers still have a good chance." Sibao advised, "Your grades are outstanding, you might as well stay in the academy to make more friends and exchange experiences." Mo Ruo asked, "Do you know where Zhang Huang is hiding?" No one knew what he was saying. Only Sibao pondered and said, "Few people in Qiongqi continent know the name of Zhanghuang. He is the glorious ruler of the 8 ancient gods in ancient times. He is known by this name in private. So a frog in a well cannot talk about the sea. How can they communicate?" Mo Ruo laughed and urged the Frost Dragon King to fly away. Yunwan looked at Mo Ruo leaving, frowning slightly. Ruan Torin beside him whispered, "The Lord is currently ranked 3rd. This matter hangs on a thread. If the Thunderblade King scores slightly higher, the Lord will fall out of the top 3 and will not be able to get a place in the examination to go to Shanwei City." Yunwan said sadly, "This is exactly what I am worried about. It is best to regroup and go deeper into Shungjin Pagoda again." Shenya said softly, "We have already reached the 3rd level this time, which is a great result of excellent teamwork and rare opportunity. I'm afraid that the 4th level is beyond our ability and the chance is slim." He Liepeng shook his head and said, "It's too late. In the 60 years of Shungjin Tower, each person only has one chance to challenge it. Once you come out, you have to wait until the next session to enter again. That's why it's called the Gate of Choice." Ruan Torin whispered, "Don't worry, everyone. The Academy has had countless challengers in the past, and some winners have donated gold and water to the Hunter Academy. If we can convince the 3 deans to put justice first and transfer their treasures, we will surely win." Xingju was surprised and asked, "The gold and water are dissipating day by day. If it had not been used up, how much would be left today?" Yunwan smiled bitterly and said, even if it is true, the three deans will definitely not agree to such cheating. Ningxiang did not get entangled with others. She turned around and walked out of the academy, quietly crushing the talisman in her hand. Cheng Bai didn't use this thing much, and felt it was more like a disposable phone. It was convenient for him to occasionally express his love with Ningxiang. He was a little surprised by the message he received this time, and asked in astonishment, why did Mo Ruo rob the Hunter King? Does he need a recommendation to go to Shanwei City? Or is he short of that piece of immortal iron? After a moment's silence, Fu Xin replied to Ningxiang, I have the gold and water here, but the best way is to get Mo Ruo to withdraw from the conference. You know where he went. Ningxiang sent a message, that green-haired man is going to find Zhongwang. Dean Sibao said that he is the ancient god, the brilliant lord. Cheng Bai was stunned for a moment before replying, I'll take care of it, don't worry. Turning around and riding on the smoker, in front of him, besides the inheritance cube, there was also an exquisite pagoda only 8 inches and 4/10 of an inch high. This was the Shungjin Pagoda. The place where the towering tower originally stood was now empty. The world in the pot is of any size, and it is very convenient to build a golden tower. However, the conference must be ended early. Let's go to Kaiyang City first. Cheng Bai remembered clearly that Zhang Huang, who had murderous intentions towards him, claimed to live in Kaiyang City. It turned out that he was the ancient god sealed in the altar, and the lava giant Zhu was his ancient godson. Now thinking about it, both of them were people who did whatever they wanted and killed at will, chaotic and evil. The Shungjin Tower was suspended in the air, and the voice of a stone maniac uttered, Kaiyang City is now occupied by the ancient god Zhongwang. This monster is ferocious by nature, known as the Flame Stone Witch, and some people call him the Lord of Glory. Cheng Bai asked, is Zhonghuang the spirit of the brilliant stone? Li Tong explained in detail, how can an ordinary brilliant stone become a spirit? Zhonghuang was originally a brilliant stone refined by the ancient spiritual treasure, Wanji Zenmo Ding, a powerful creature created in the last furnace, but for some reason it was preserved until the late ancient times. Because of this, Zhonghuang took away the immortal embers in the Wanji Zenmo Ding and cultivated himself. The fire of the embers is the brilliant spiritual fire. Cheng Bai thought of the remains of the Wanji Zenmo Ding on the Danding grassland and sighed, how could such a good artifact be destroyed in the course of time? Shi Kai continued, the 10,000 tribulations true demon cauldron is no small matter. It is made of the body of the Holy Spirit, and its spirit is the Holy Spirit's true soul. I am willing to admit its superiority. But after hundreds of millions of years, its lifespan has come to an end. The spirit diligently cultivated the way of immortality, wanting to transform itself into a body of flesh and blood, and live a new life against the will of heaven, but ultimately failed. Its spirit energy was exhausted and it died, leaving behind a cluster of divine fire source, which is rare. Cheng Bai wondered, can weapon spirits also cultivate and attain enlightenment? Li Tong said, of course you can. There was a sect that preached the way of immortal saints that taught everyone, and that animals and strange creatures could all attain the way. Therefore, the way of immortal saints was widely spread, but it was difficult to achieve great things in the end. It is no longer the same as it used to be. It's a good thing that it's widely spread. Cheng Bai asked, why is that? Shi Kai laughed and said, teaching without distinction, allowing everyone to enter and leave, may seem equal, but in fact it is irresponsible. The result of widespread spread is that most animals and aliens have turned the immortal path into the devil path. After nirvana, they should have killed the 3 corpses of greed, anger, and ignorance in order to forge a divine body, but the devil cultivation method has retained or deepened them. In the early stage, they were extremely powerful, but they became devil bodies, vicious and evil, and most of them did not have a good end. Cheng Bai was still confused and asked, how could Li Tong survive for 500 million years? Shi Kai shook his head and said, how can it be really 500 million years old? It's at most tens of millions of years old. I'm only 10 million years old. Li Tong smiled awkwardly and said, I never said I was 500 million years old. I only said that I knew 500 million years of astronomy and geography. It is not surprising that the inheritance cube has absorbed 500 million years of knowledge. Cheng Bai laughed, patted the smoker and said, let's go to Kaiyang City and take a look. Chapter 107 Brilliant Spiritual Fire. Compared with the Kaiyang City in the past, the city's appearance has changed dramatically. Many buildings have melted into flaming golden rocks. The Kaiyang Temple in the center seems to be caught in a blazing fire, shining with metallic light under the sunlight. The entire city has turned into a flaming palace. Zhu stood beside the temple. His broken left arm had not recovered and his former domineering demeanor was gone. The city mobilized troops and gathered in large groups. It turned out that the lava stone people and ruby people from the strange stone mountain had all arrived here, and they faced the people outside the city as if they were facing a powerful enemy. A large number of meteors in the sky dropped to the ground with purple-red tails and turned into shiny and crystal diamond men outside the city. Their color was a mysterious smoky purple, which was different from the past. The last meteorite was extremely huge, and it stopped in midair, transforming into a cold black-robed giant that slowly fell to the ground. It was 1,000 meters tall, more majestic than the lava giant, and exuded a majestic aura, faintly suppressing the torch, almost making it unable to move. The ancient existence in the Flame Demon Palace could not ignore the other party's provocation, and flew out from the former temple. It was Zhang Huang. He stood on the top of the majestic city and said loudly, "I wonder which god of the sun chaser is here to visit." The black-robed giant said casually, "It's just a swimming duck, its name is not worth mentioning." Zhang Huang knew that the other party was definitely not a good person, so he shouted, "Yufu Divine Lord has come to the city today, what do you want to do?" Yufu stared down at Zhang Huang and suggested, "I have heard for a long time that the ancient god Zhang Huang is famous in Qiongqi continent for possessing brilliant spiritual fire. He is called the Lord of Brilliance and the Stone Witch of Flame. I admire him and would like to borrow him to contemplate for a few days." Zhang Huang said hurriedly, No, there is absolutely no such thing." Yufu sneered and said, "I am treating you with courtesy. Do you really want to force me into a war?" No means no. Zhang Huang waved his hand like a commander and roared, "The enemy country is full of foreign aggression and is eyeing us covetously. Are you just here to watch the fun? I have raised you in vain. Come on, come on." The war began, and tens of thousands of lava stone men swarmed out of the city, charging towards the 1,000+ purple diamond men, seemingly having an absolute advantage in numbers. The team of purple diamond people moved closer to each other, stretched out their hands, and emitted purple electric currents, forming rolling thunderclouds that filled the sky, sweeping electric light downwards, continuously hitting the attacking lava stone people, and suddenly sparks flew and gravel flew everywhere. This technique is very famous, named Thunder Purple Lightning. By increasing the number of people to form a network formation, the power can be accumulated and increased. Although there are many enemies, none of them can get close to cause a threat. Yufu shook his head and said, "Lava stone men are just good soldiers. If they kill ordinary city-states and tribes, they can do whatever they want. How can they be compared with my army? Has Lord Zhanghuang been sealed for too long and has forgotten how to deploy troops and fight?" Zhang Huang said angrily, "You are bullying me because my soldiers are inferior to yours. How can this be justified? Torch, break up their formation." The lava giant strode forward and shouted, "Raging Red Lotus." He performed a powerful secret technique and exploded among the enemy crowd. Flames suddenly erupted from the ground, and sparks bloomed like red lotuses. Some of the purple diamond men were blown all over the sky, and the thunder purple electric net was forced to open a large gap. The lava stone men took the opportunity to rush into the purple diamond men's camp in groups and fight them in close combat. Even so, the lava man had no advantage. Those purple diamond men were taller than the blue diamond men, more than 6 meters in length, with broad shoulders and strong waists, and they seemed like killing machines with extraordinary combat power. In close combat, they were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Wherever they went, the lava stone men were like fallen apart, with their limbs flying everywhere. In a blink of an eye, they were torn into pieces, and their remains fell to the ground and squirmed, and were crushed to pieces. Yufu said with a smile, "We are both chess pieces, but my chess piece is much more important than yours. Do you want to admit defeat, ancient god Zhanghuang?" Zhang Huang gnashed his teeth and roared, "Everyone, come on, kill them." He raised his legs and rushed to a purple diamond man. Although he was called an ancient god, his physique was not exaggerated. He was only slightly taller than a lava man and barely reached the physique threshold of a large humanoid race. However, he slapped a sub-giant purple diamond man into pieces with one slap, and the broken limbs flew far away. The morale was boosted at once, and Zhanghuang simply led the troops to charge in all directions. More stone men rushed out of the Flame Demon Palace, each led by a team of lava stone men. The soldiers were organized in an orderly manner, and there were tens of thousands of them in total. Yufu snorted coldly and said, "You are so shameless. If I, a great divine lord, cannot deal with a mere lord like you, then you have no place in the vast sea of stars." He locked onto Zhang Huang, stretched out his finger and quickly pointed, and a majestic ice soul sword that was more than a mile long stabbed out. The sword energy crossed the sky, penetrated the earth, and slashed towards the opponent. Zhang Huang let out a strange cry and leapt up. His physique was so strong that he could easily escape gravity. He stepped on the air and ascended into the clouds, rising into the sky like a blazing fireball, heading towards the Bingpo sword. He swung his fist and smashed the huge ice sword into pieces, sending ice chips flying everywhere. The Lord of Glory is indeed worthy of his name. It is rare for me to have an enemy in a fight. Please don't end it too quickly. After Yu Fu finished speaking, he tapped the air with his fingers, and a bigger ice soul sword came stabbing at him. Zhang Huang's fist whistled like a cloud dragon rising to the sky, breaking the ice sword again, and then more giant swords followed. Zhang Huang roared wildly, "No matter how many gates you open with your sword, what can you do to me?" Yu Fu sneered, "I am not a heavenly sword, how can I open the heavenly gate? You have been fooled." The shattered ice debris surrounded Zhang Huang, and instead of dispersing, it suddenly gathered towards him, and the icy air increased dramatically, covering and freezing his entire body. Zhang Huang was caught off guard and was trapped in it, frozen into a huge ice ball in the air. Yu Fu sneered, "It's the ice soul sword in public, and the ice purgatory in secret. How can a mere master escape this fate?" He raised his hand and stabbed out 7 times in a row with the ice soul sword. With the sound of ding 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 constantly ringing in his ears, he pierced through the ice ball one after another and nailed into it. The sword energy swirled around and cut the immobile target into 8 pieces. Yu Fu waved his hand, and the ice ball slowly flew over and stopped in front of him. The 7 Bingpo swords spun a few circles and cut the ice. Zhang Huang was chopped into pieces, and the ancient god was defeated. In the extreme cold of the ice purgatory, only a cluster of pale golden flames remained intact, sometimes visible, sometimes invisible, not willing to be outdone by the cold, still burning slowly, as if eternal and immortal. "We have the brilliant spiritual fire." Yu Fu was satisfied. He took away the source of the divine fire and issued an order, "This battle is over. The entire army will retreat, rest for a while, and then move to Yuhang City." The remaining purple diamond men reorganized into thunder and purple lightning, and swept around randomly, beating the Stoneman Legion to pieces and causing them to be in disarray. When the scene became quiet, a large group of meteors had already risen into the sky and flew towards the east. The battle did not last long, but it was earth-shattering. When Cheng Bai arrived nearby, he saw Yu Fu looking very proud from afar, taking away the source of the divine fire and leaving. Cheng Bai was worried that his whereabouts would be discovered by the other party, so he landed on the ground from a long distance away and tiptoed towards Qiongqi City with the smoker. "That guy's name is Yu Fu. It seems like he got some benefit from us. Could it be that he stole the brilliant spiritual fire first?" Cheng Bai was a little doubtful. Shi Kai whispered, "No matter how much more benefit he gets, he won't be able to take away the brilliant spiritual fire." Li Tong said softly, "If the brilliant spiritual fire leaves this place, the flames in Qiongqi City should be extinguished. That is the embodiment of the power of the divine fire source." Shi Kai laughed and said, "Not many people know about this." In order to prevent others from getting their hands on the source of the divine fire, Shi Qi compiled a book called Miscellaneous Notes on Rare Spiritual Objects in Qiongqi Continent, and circulated it on the continent. The description of the characteristics of the brilliant spiritual fire was half true and half false. If others used this as a basis, it would be difficult for them to distinguish. Cheng Bai understood immediately, what Yu Fu saw was a trick. Seeing Yu Fu moving away, Zhu in the Flame Demon Palace felt less stressed, breathed a sigh of relief, and ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up. In the distance, the Frost Dragon King flew past quickly and flew towards Zhu. The knight on the dragon's back was Mo Ruo. "The ancient god is dead and his lair is empty. How can we let go of such a great opportunity?" Cheng Bai had a keen eye and could see it clearly. He asked curiously, could it be that Mo Ruo is also interested in the brilliant spiritual fire? Li Tong smiled and said, "The divine fire source is one of the most precious treasures in Qiongqi Continent. How could the Ming Wang of Shanwei City miss it?" Cheng Baiqi asked, "He was chasing that torch. Did he find any flaws?" Shi Kai pointed out, "Zhang Huang is an ancient god after all, he won't die so easily, he must have a backup plan, my lord, just wait and see and decide." Mo Ruo stared at the torch from high in the sky and shouted, "Where did that old monster hide the brilliant spiritual fire?" Zhu angrily shouted, "A blind man begging for food. Didn't you see that the black old dog snatched it away?" Mo Ruo said complacently, You can fool others, but you can't fool me. The family tradition of treasure appraisal is very accurate. The place where the brilliant spiritual fire is like being bathed in golden flames. It is clearly hidden somewhere here. How dare you deceive me that I have no eyes? Ju did not argue with him. He clenched his huge fist, condensed lava fireballs and threw them at Moro one after another. The Frost Dragon King was caught off guard and dodged in a hurry. Li Tong revealed the truth. It is not easy to make a fake brilliant spiritual fire. It requires some materials closely related to the brilliant spiritual fire, and the owner has to sacrifice a wisp of his soul. It can only deceive for a dozen days at most. Zhang Huang is really willing to make full preparations. Cheng Bai recalled the day when Zhang Huang went deep into the belly of Danding Mountain, and suddenly realized, he went there to collect materials that day. He is truly a treacherous hero. While dodging in the sky, Mo Ruo took out a round treasure from the Sumeru mustard seed on his chest. It grew as the wind blew and in the blink of an eye it had a diameter of hundreds of meters, like a giant eyeball suspended in the sky, with a cold metallic light in its pupils. Cheng Bai was surprised and said, "The Eye of Defeat, Mo Ruo still has such a treasure hidden. He didn't take it out in the Jinyu Tianfu the day before yesterday." Li Tong said, "The Eye of Defeat is a supreme spiritual weapon, more powerful than the blood spirit Rui, but it is heavy and difficult to control. It was useless when I took it out the day before yesterday. Today's siege is very suitable. It seems that he is determined to obtain the brilliant spirit fire." Mo Ruo shouted in the air, "If you don't hand over the treasure, I will destroy this city with the Eye of Defeat." The lava fireball thrown from high altitude approached the Eye of Defeat within 1,000 meters, triggering the treasure's defense mechanism. The Eye of Defeat swept away, and the lava fireball scattered like sparks, and the attack could not get close. Ju stared at the Eyes of Defeat that were bigger than his own. Knowing that something was wrong, he stopped throwing the lava fireballs and cursed, "How can this be justified? You are such an ambitious person. You are bullying me too much." It simply leaned in front of the Kaiyang temple, sat cross-legged with its eyes closed, stretched its one-armed giant hand to its chest, formed a seal, and muttered something. Mo Ruo said angrily, "You monster dare to resist, I will annihilate you." He activated the Eye of Defeat to increase its power. Suddenly, the huge eyeball exuded a terrible sense of oppression, as if Mount Tai was about to fall on top of his head, and a powerful force gathered in the pupil ready to be unleashed. Cheng Bai speculated, when this treasure concentrates its power, its destructive attack may be no less powerful than a high-yield thermonuclear missile, and even more terrifying than the meteorite that fell that day. Shi Kai said, "It's okay, I'm here to protect you. The Eye of Defeat is just a spiritual weapon, and the Annihilation Gaze can't hurt the master, but Kaiyang City cannot be safe." Li Tong reminded, "That lava giant is weird, maybe he can withstand it." Cheng Bai sensed the power of all things and said in surprise, "The energy of the Earth's core is different. The torch is absorbing the fire of the Earth's core." The flames all over torch suddenly surged, changing from scarlet red to light gold, and he roared, "Divine power Earth fire." He raised his head and glared at the other party. The golden light shot straight into the sky, meeting a ray of black light from the Annihilation Gaze of the Eye of Defeat. In the air several hundred meters above the ground, an ultra-giant disc-shaped halo interwoven with golden and black light appeared. It had no thickness and instantly spread outward to a radius of 30 miles before disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The buildings left over from Kaiyang City on the ground were in ruins, as if they had just experienced hundreds of years of weathering. Large numbers of lava stone people and groups of ruby people were staggering to and fro, unable to get up. The Kaiyang Temple's building height was reduced by half. In front of it was the huge body of Ju sitting firmly cross-legged, as if he had used up all his strength and could not move. His head to shoulders had melted, but his body below the chest was still intact, with half of a metallic skeleton exposed upwards. The Eye of Defeat in the air was not in much better condition. Only half of the huge sphere was left facing the sky, and the bottom was severely damaged, exposing the metal skeleton and extremely complex and wonderful structure inside. The skin and flesh of the Frost Dragon King melted away, turning into half a skeleton. He and the remains of the Eye of Defeat swayed in the air, then fell straight down, hitting the ground with a loud bang. The loud sound like a huge bell shook the earth, and smoke and dust rose in the surroundings. Although the Shungjin Pagoda looks small in size, no matter the damage from light, heat, sound, or smoke, none of them can invade the area within a dozen meters that it covers. Cheng Bai and Yangwei are safe and sound, and they can even hide and be unknown to others. Amazing. At that moment, the place where the halo reached nuclear heat temperature, comparable to the core of the sun, tens of millions of degrees. The huge temperature difference triggered a shock wave, and the killing range was nearly 500 miles. All living things around were killed instantly. The equivalent was tens of millions of tons, right? It doesn't necessarily take that much energy, because the energy utilization rate is much higher than that of thermonuclear reactions. It is accurate, fast, and environmentally friendly. Cheng Bai was anxiously assessing the power of this move, as if he was the one who had used it. The smoker whispered, "Is that the inner elixir from the lava giant?" Cheng Bai looked over hurriedly. The flying dust outside the protection of the Shungjin pagoda gradually dissipated, and he saw a cluster of light golden flames slowly rising from the exposed chest skeleton of Ju, exactly the same as the one that Yufu had just taken away. Shi Kai said, "It's not the inner elixir, that's the real brilliant spiritual fire, it turns out to be hidden in the body of the torch." "Hey, that's not right, there's something wrong with this lava giant." Chapter 108, Condensing Qi and Lighting Lanterns. A little man with golden skin, red hair and golden armor rose from between the chest and abdomen of the torch, waving his hand to absorb the brilliant spiritual fire. Li Tong said hurriedly, "That is Zhang Huang's true body, hidden in Ju's body. But the Zhang Huang who just fought with Yufu is definitely not a false clone, otherwise how could the physical body have such strength to fight with him?" Cheng Bai asked doubtfully, "Could it be that Zhang Huang and Ju exchanged their souls?" The smoker spoke frankly, "Possession. Some great monsters in the monster race always feel that their bodies are not good enough, so they cultivate a stronger body from their own kind to replace it, so that they can practice faster in the future. The ancient gods have a long lifespan, so cultivating the younger generations may not necessarily be for the sake of inheritance. It is not surprising that they will sacrifice when necessary." Cheng Bai's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized, Zhang Huang did it more efficiently. There is no torch in the world, only Zhang Huang's Yuanshan clone. He worked hard for many years to forge the body of the lava giant with the essence of the earth fire contained in the fire lake. When a strong enemy attacked, the Yuanshan real body and the clone exchanged bodies. This is indeed the best idea to escape, which not only saves himself but also the brilliant spiritual fire. Li Tong said, "Then he just needs to hide outside the Qiongqi continent and get rid of his previous identity, and he can leave cleanly and once and for all." Shi Kai said, "It's a pity that I was still one step behind and was found by Mo Ruo." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "The Ming King has resurrected and is up again." The remains of the Frost Dragon King on the ground were pushed aside, and Mo Ruo, who was hiding underneath, changed into a set of flaming armor and was already prepared to fly towards the brilliant spiritual fire in Ju's chest. Zhang Huang Yuanshan sensed the enemy approaching and cursed, "You yellow-mouthed brat, you dare to plot against me, how can I let you leave alive, haha, go to hell." His true spirit held up the brilliant spiritual fire and chanted, "The divine mighty earth fire embraces all rivers, and the invaders will be burned to ashes and destroyed." The brilliant spiritual fire shone brightly, and the light gold turned into bright gold. With the flame as the center, Ju's chest leaned forward, as if it had turned into a black hole, sucking in Mo Ruo who was running towards it like a whale drinking water, and pulled his body to fly towards the gap in his chest, intending to use his body as a cauldron to refine his skills. Mo Ruo's charging steps quickly turned into retreating steps to resist the suction, but he was still being pulled forward. He felt that all of his erosion fire chi was being captured. Even if he tried his best to resist the attraction, he could not stop it from sinking into Ju's chest bit by bit. He was horrified and asked, "Li family's Qiongqi magic?" Cheng Bai was about to rush forward, but stopped when he saw this. Shi Kai said, "It's okay. The divine mighty earth fire absorption method has no effect on the master. He uses the brilliant spirit fire as the source of his spells, and all fire-attributed skills will be absorbed. The 6 paths of supremacy has unique properties and is not included." Cheng Bai looked at the brilliant spiritual fire that Zhang Huang's soul held high above his head and thought, "How can I obtain the source of that divine fire?" Li Tong pointed out, "Look, Mo Ruo fights back." Mo Ruo reluctantly reached into the Sumeru mustard seed and took out the last treasure in his collection. He said with some pain, "I really have to use this treasure, but I can't." The treasure grew rapidly in the wind, and became taller than a person, blocking Mo Ruo's way. It turned out to be a dark 3-legged round tripod. As soon as it appeared, it could compete with the brilliant spiritual fire in Zhanghuang's soul's hand. The 3 dark rune spirits on it flickered faintly, and the mouth of the tripod swallowed, as if it wanted to take the brilliant spiritual fire inside. Mo Ruo took the opportunity to get rid of the opponent's suction and laughed, Without 3.3, dare you climb Mount Zumi? I am the great Chengsheng Wang. If I didn't have this black ruins cauldron that can defeat all kinds of fire, how dare I stroke the tiger's whiskers? Today, the brilliant spiritual fire must be taken at hand. Cheng Bai was surprised and said, there are so many treasures. This one seems to be even more powerful. If I had taken it out the day before yesterday, it would have been a lot of trouble. Shikai speculated, the Lord cut his soul that day, and the indestructible demon body couldn't recover. He must have been scared. Li Tong analyzed the treasure and said, the Black Ruins cauldron is made of Lihuo nether gold and is inlaid with 3 nether bone dragon rune pills. It is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Its attack power may not exceed that of the Eye of Defeat by much, but its value is obviously higher. If it obtains the brilliant spirit fire, the Black Ruins cauldron can be upgraded to a soul weapon, which is much more powerful than it is now. There are also great differences between magic weapons of the same level. With each upgrade, the spirituality and power increase exponentially. Ordinary products usually have obvious defects, powerful products are almost perfect, supreme products are the pinnacle of refinement. Unless there is a great opportunity, it is extremely difficult to find the top-level ultimate products, so this level is hard to come by. Zhongwang Yuanshan said angrily, the green-haired and yellow-mouthed brat is looking for death. The remaining body of Zhu was also urged to move. The one arm with half of the bones exposed on the upper arm was stretched out and sealed in front of the chest. He concentrated his magic power, and golden light became stronger. Cooperating with his true body, the power gradually increased. He then forcefully pulled the Haixuding and Mo Ruo, staggering towards him, and if he got angry, he wanted to swallow both the people and the magic weapons together. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mo Ruo pressed his palms against the Black Ruin cauldron and mobilized all his strength. The orange-red gas waves of erosion fire chi bloomed, and a 3-eyed, 9-faced giant appeared behind him, making magic seals to help in the battle. Looking mighty and spectacular, the endless flow of magic power supported the Black Ruin cauldron to contend with it. Only then was it able to gain a foothold, stabilize the situation, and remain undefeated. He thought to himself, the ancient god is indeed powerful. He is seriously injured and only has his soul and body left. He still has the energy to fight with me. If he hadn't comprehended the great Nine Heavens' wrath divine art the day before yesterday and advanced to the no-thought realm, I'm afraid he would never come back. Seeing that he could not defeat Mo Ruo after a long tug of war, Zhang Huang's soul was furious, but the power of his soul was limited. The two bodies, the main body was killed by Yu Fu, and the strength of Zhu was greatly reduced. For now, the only way was to rely on the brilliant spirit fire. Zhang Huang's soul sneered and said, you green-haired brat, you forced me to do this. Today I will smash you into pieces and turn you into molten ashes. He secretly controlled the brilliant spiritual fire and increased its absorption power. Located deep underground, magma was surging violently. The power of the underground fire was repeatedly drawn out and gathered towards the body of the torch on the ground. The ground of most of the city was slightly raised, and a new volcano was gradually forming. The ground around Kaiyang City was shaking continuously. Cheng Bai sensed the change in the power of all things. His face suddenly changed and he said hurriedly, we can't let them continue, otherwise it will cause a bigger disaster. He immediately ordered Shikai, the Shungjin Pagoda is in charge of defense. Shikai nodded and said, don't worry, master. Cheng Bai took the inheritance magic cube and said, open the netherworld road leading to the location of the brilliant spiritual fire, and allow me to absorb the source of the divine fire. Since knowing that the magic cube can also open the netherworld road, the prospects for treasure hunting have become much broader. Li Tong said hurriedly, remember my kindness, the more good things you can do to me in the future, the better. I will never forget your kindness. After Cheng Bai finished speaking, he activated the inheritance cube. He saw countless tiny cubes on its surface moving and rolling, and a deep square passage opened up in the middle from small to large, which distorted the space and went straight to the top of Zhu's chest. The glorious spiritual fire is right in front of you. Cheng Bai immediately unfolded the beast head domain, and the Taoist image suddenly appeared, devouring the source of the divine fire. Zhongwang Yuanshan suddenly discovered that the netherworld road was opened above him, and a ferocious beast head poked out, opening its mouth to devour the brilliant spiritual fire. He was immediately shocked and angry, and cursed, shameless villain, how dare you take advantage of others in danger. However, this side was fighting against Mo Ruo with all his strength, and could only watch as the beast head swallowed the brilliant spiritual fire and quickly shrank back into the netherworld. The entrance to the space channel was instantly closed. The source of power that Zhongwang's soul relied on was suddenly lost, and he felt an unprecedented sense of fear as if he had fallen into an abyss. The powerful pulling force of the Black Ruins cauldron controlled by Mo Ruo immediately covered the surrounding area of several thousand meters, and the core fire that was condensed underground was about to surge out of control completely. Ruined. Quote. Before Zhang Huang's true spirit could finish his words, the volcano beneath his feet erupted. Mo Ruo also sensed something was wrong. His opponent in the stalemate suddenly lost his strength, and the Black Ruins cauldron's powerful suction force overturned the Qiongqi temple complex, including Zhu's body. However, there was no source of divine fire that the Black Ruins cauldron wanted to absorb. Countless earth, rocks and debris would not be taken away by this spiritual magic weapon, and were just thrown into the air, making it impossible to tell which was which. Not only that, where the torch was, the earth suddenly cracked open with a huge wound, and pillars of hot fire and ashes shot up into the sky. Several violent magma-like fire dragons gushed out, and the primitive natural force broke free from its constraints and galloped across the sky. A volcano quickly rose where the Qiongqi temple was, dyeing the sky a fiery red, and rolling volcanic ash and smoke blocked the sunlight. The remains of Zhu slowly sank into the ground in the eruption of magma, converted to the earth fire, and returned to nature. Without the support of the flesh and magic weapon, Zhongwang's soul could not stop being shattered by the impact of the magma flow even though he screamed hoarsely. Qiongqi city gradually disappeared in the volcanic magma. Mo Ruo was blocked by the Black Ruins cauldron, so he could not see the battle directly. He could only sense everything around him with his domain, which was almost the same as seeing it with his own eyes. However, Li Tong's netherworld path was fleeting, and with the protection of the Shungjin Tower, he was unable to know what was happening. He didn't understand why, and thought that Zhang Huang was resisting stubbornly, and cursed, an old man who refuses to die as a thief. He would rather die together with me than hand over the source of the divine fire. He immediately manipulated the Black Ruins cauldron from attack to defense, turned over and jumped into the cauldron. A three-eyed, nine-faced giant protected the mouth of the cauldron, and neither magma nor volcanic ash could get close. The cauldron body shone with a faint light and slowly rose into the air. Mo Ruo poked his head out to take a look at the raging volcano on the ground, and sighed, could it be that the brilliant spiritual fire has escaped into the center of the earth? I don't know how many years it will take to see the light of day again. My mission is doomed to fail. On the other side, Cheng Bai seized the brilliant spiritual fire, and the Taoist beast head held it and retracted it into the dantian, approaching Zhanmu. The upward branches of the three branches on the bottom layer held up three streams of red, yellow and white clear air, which were full of vitality and rising fiercely, as if they were particularly looking forward to the arrival of the brilliant spiritual fire. Cheng Bai pondered and said, although I have obtained the brilliant spiritual fire, my power is far from enough to refine it for my own use. Where should I put this spiritual object of heaven and earth? I can only use it as a sacrifice to Zhanmu. But this, qi condensation and lamp ignition, is a sign of Zhanmu's fourth transformation. Li Tong urged, it's fine. It's best to sacrifice the brilliant spiritual fire to Zhanmu. Emperor Yunman also obtained the fire of truth and sacrificed it to his own Zhanmu. How can the fire of burning lamps cultivated by one's own insignificant cultivation be compared with the real source of divine fire? Shi Kai disagreed, having said that, after sacrificing the divine fire source, the difficulty of practicing the lantern fire of the six paths supreme art must be multiplied to advance to a higher level. This is basically the same principle as sacrificing the inner elixir. Li Tong said, you are a child of destiny, with extraordinary talent. The ordinary cultivation method is too easy for you. How can you cultivate without some challenges? The brilliant spiritual fire is not as good as the fire of truth obtained by Emperor Yunman. If you can't even cross this threshold, how can you dare to call yourself an emperor? This made sense, and Cheng Bai had made up his mind. The beast head held a brilliant spiritual fire in its mouth and circled Zhanmu. Three streams of red, yellow and white air rose and fell. The yellow one was the most stable, obviously a perfect match, so it was placed on the branching giant claw and lit a golden lamp. The brilliant spiritual fire constitutes a part of Zhanmu and becomes a brilliant spiritual lamp, which continuously transforms the vast vitality of heaven and earth into pure true essence, constructing a more vigorous and majestic Zhanmu. At this time, the essence of the earth and fire nearby is being released crazily, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Under the protection of the Shungjin Pagoda, a golden vortex swirled around Cheng Bai, sucking in all the vital energy of the surrounding heaven and earth into his body. Corresponding to the erupting volcano next to him, a spectacular sight was formed with a pointed protrusion spewing red flames and another concave one sucking in the golden vital energy torrent. In less than a moment, the three middle branches of Jianmu drooped down and condensed the three turbid airs of blue, green and purple, while the upward branches held up the three clear airs of red, yellow and white, and the second layer of clear and turbid air was complete. Cheng Bai only then realized how much incredible amount of pure true energy was needed to condense each time his clear and turbid energies advanced to a higher level. If it weren't for this brilliant spiritual lamp, it would have taken him who knows how many years of accumulation to reach this level. The concave Qiongqi mountain that was larger on the top and smaller on the bottom absorbed more and more power, and forcibly pulled the shattered true body of Zhongwang's soul over. As an ancient god, Zhongwang's soul can move freely between heaven and earth. Although he was hit by the violent eruption of the volcano, his body and soul did not disappear. There is still hope that he can revive in time. Now being torn apart and crushed into smaller Qiongqi powder by the Qiongqi mountain, Zhonghuang let out a dying scream, "God is dooming me." Finally, his soul and spirit were destroyed and returned to the Qiongqi of heaven and earth, which was digested as nutrients by the white Jianmu and swallowed up completely. Cheng Bai had just completed the second level of Jianmu's clear and turbid qi, and was not yet surprised when the drooping branches of the three upper branches quickly condensed three streams of turbid qi of blue, green and purple. The upward branches then held up three streams of clear qi of red, yellow and white, and the third level of clear and turbid qi was also completed. Even he didn't know that he had sacrificed the spirit of an ancient god to achieve his own success. It was only at this time that a volcano erupted. The vitality of heaven and earth was extremely rich, and this opportunity was rare to come by in 1,000 years. The vast and endless stream of vital energy was absorbed into the white dantian and refined into pure true essence. Jianmu grew a lot more, glowing with light, like a towering immortal fairy tree. The surrounding area formed a world of its own. Jianmu's second transformation was successful. The 5 realms of becoming a white man are finally completed. But it is not over yet. Even more powerful magic power surged and surged around Jianmu. Brilliant flames appeared one after another, revealing knives, spears, swords, halberds and other sharp weapons, all of which were sharp and unmatched. Countless weapons crisscrossed to form a huge rune formation, constructing the first door of magic power, the gate of inaction. Those who do nothing do not act recklessly. They move according to their heart, see the true reality, comprehend the natural laws of the Great Way, and generate endless magical powers. If the magic power generated by Jianmu before was like a trickle, it will now gather into a river, circulate around the body through the gate of inaction, and everything will go as desired. Cheng Bai advanced to the Wu-Wei realm in a short period of time. His eyes flashed with golden light. His skills improved so much. He turned around and mounted the smoker, removed the hidden protection of the Shungjin Tower, put away the 2 immortal weapons, and said with a smile, "Catch up with Mo Ruo and give him a surprise." Mo Ruo flew to the east on the Black Ruins cauldron, and said gloomily, "Such a great opportunity, which only comes once in 1,000 years, but I didn't get the brilliant spiritual fire. Where can I find the source of the divine fire? The destroying ghost fire? That doesn't seem suitable for me." He suddenly sensed a change in the power of the universe. He turned around and saw a golden mountain of vital energy suddenly appearing opposite the erupting volcano in the distance. The golden vortex was spinning rapidly and shrinking inward. He couldn't help but ask in shock, "What is that?" The Qiongqi mountain appeared and disappeared in a moment, and Cheng Bai, riding on the Suani king, flew out from it and rushed towards him. Mo Ruo was stunned and murmured, "What did you do?" Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.